We're live.
We're live.
We're live.
Oh my gosh, we're live. This is crazy. Well, welcome back to Hobby Vomit. I'm Ian, and this is
I'm Matt. Hello.
yeah. And so we're really excited to have you for this one. This is crazy. We are actually getting to do our review of the last part of Deadhouse Gates. We have officially finished Deadhouse Gates. So again, as always, we're going to be doing our spoiler review of the fourth part and just really discussing what we liked about this part of the book. There will be another video where we kind of do our overall review of the book and a discussion on how this book fits into the series so far. Granted, that's only 2 books so far, but even so. So this is really just going to focus on the last part of Deadhouse Gates, which is also named Deadhouse Gates. So that's kind of fun. But again, it was a crazy ride. This is, I think, the longest part of this book, and so we definitely needed some extra time to get through it, but well worth it. So I'm really excited. This is your warning. If you've not finished the book, you do need to finish the book before you watch this, because otherwise we're about to spoil some really good stuff for you. So you can put us on pause and then come on back and join us for the discussion. So Matt, how you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. I just want to say, yeah, sorry this is a little bit later than we had anticipated. I've been sick for 2.5 weeks now. I'm finally coming out of it, so yeah, it did. I just found myself not able to read Molassin while I was sick, like with the brain fog and fatigue. I just didn't want to ruin the experience, so I did delay it. So that's why hopefully we'll be a little more consistent going forward. And then if you see me stepping away from the mic, that's because I have to do gross sick stuff that I don't want to do on camera. So I might have to be doing that sometimes throughout the video. And I got my tea and everything, but yeah, super stoked. I finished it about, I don't know, 6 or 7 days ago, and I've been itching to talk because yeah, it was wild. So before we get into any kind of, I think we always forget to do this, but just general, like we always discuss. I think we know it's going to be thumbs up, but like thumbs up for you?
Yeah, 2 thumbs up for sure. Yeah, just great way to close the book. There are definitely some things I will talk about in terms of the thumbs up that I will say for the end of the video, because at that point it will only be people who are also fanatical about Steven Erikson and will not mind what I have to say. But again, fantastic fantasy book, so yeah, it's super good.
Yeah, I loved it, so I can't wait to talk. But yeah, so if you've seen our previous videos, you kind of know the structure of this series. We'll start with a high level overview of the previous part, kind of where we left off in book three. And then we'll do a very high level overview of the part we're about to discuss, and then we'll kind of just jump into that. Will kind of lead off into some catching up with each group of characters, and then that will just lead to us gushing about specific parts. And after we do all that, we'll do a likes and dislikes section, followed by our predictions leading into the next book. And I forgot, before the high-level overview of the previous part, we are going to, or maybe after, sometime in the beginning, we'll go over our predictions from the previous part to see if we guessed anything correctly. But yeah.
I think we should talk about the previous part and then talk about those predictions, because I'll put everything in context. Obviously, people at this point have read that, but those who are watching like us kind of might need a little bit of a refresher on what all happened in the previous part. So it definitely is. It's funny preparing the notes and for these, because then you're like trying to look at the previous part and you're like, when did the previous part end and the current part to begin? You know?
Yeah.
And so looking back at the old notes definitely helps out a lot. Well, I can jump into the high level overview of the previous part if you feel we're ready, Matt.
I'm ready.
Okay, so we got a few notes on what happened from the previous part, but the kind of main thing is that I'm just going to try to focus on some of our characters here. So we had this big adventure where they needed to escape a warren. So this was specifically Fellison and the sailors and all of that. And so we did see them actually escape the warren, and then they landed into Robertoo, and then they had some run-ins with Deavers and other miscreants. And we got this big implication that Felasin was actually going to become the new Shaik. And so that was kind of part of our big speculation, was that Felasin and Heberick would actually be meeting up with Leomin and Toblakai as part of her journey to become Shaik. Then, in terms of in the other part of the world, we had Duker and Coltane, and they're again just driving the refugees on their way, ultimately in the direction of Aaron. And we had several battles, but one really exciting battle where they had to basically charge uphill, kind of like out of a valley, in order to break the enemy lines. And there was this cool moment where the sappers had like turtled and they busted out, and it was all really, really cool.
It's crazy.
There
That
was
was the
some
last part. That just feels like ages ago. It's crazy.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, it really does. It really, really does. And so then we also still had Kalam and Fiddler that are still separated. And Kalam had been traveling through an Imperial Warren along with his new members, let's say his new group members, his traveling companions. There's what I'm looking for. And they were essentially trying to find their way out of the Warren. And I can't remember if they did actually get out of the Warren during the third part. I think that they did.
They did.
Yeah, and that's kind of where that one ended. But obviously Kalam got out of the Warren, but he was neither at the Deadhouse Gates, nor was he at Malaz City, which is ultimately where he wanted to go. So there's still this open question of, well, how is he going to get there?
Yeah.
And then with Fiddler, they actually meet up with Akarium and Mappa, which brings those two groups together. And then we have Istral Puss and Crocus and Apsalar and all of that. And there's this big red herring over whether or not Apsalar is going to be the one who is going to be the new Shaik. But ultimately, they have to go chasing after who we find out to be Apsalar's father. And they're kind of like on the journey and being attacked by Soul Taken along the way in order to sort of rescue Apsalar and her father from the plans of Istral Puss and to try to hopefully prevent her from becoming Shaik, if that was the intention. And so we did have some predictions. I mean, one of our predictions, of course, came true, which was that we expected Felasin and Heberick to meet up with Leomin and Toblakai, which is exactly what happens.
Yeah, the easy ones. We got the easy ones right.
Yeah. And actually, I think that maybe was the end of part 3, or maybe that's just
the end of part 3. A young girl and an older man walk up, and you don't really know who it is, but they do kind of imply. I think you mentioned last time, like one of them was like, "Beware his hands" or something like that. And you're like, all right, well, it's Heberick, but they don't explicitly say. It's like a cliffhanger, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then I think this is one of my predictions, but my thought was that she'll become Shaik in order to basically go after her sister, or maybe this was yours. And that does appear, of course, also to be the case. We also had a prediction that Akarium, we'd find out that he would be a Jagged Tyrant, which actually is not too far off, ultimately.
It's kind of like, we don't know the full history yet, so maybe we'll find out more.
Yeah, well, and there's also, we're not even really sure what the line is between like a Jagut and a Jagut Tyrant, right? But certainly it does seem like Akarium is an individual that would make Jagut Tyrants shake in their boots, so, there is that. He's the Jagut Overlord. I don't know, but he's kind of a badass. So anyway, and then we also had some predictions about Akarium's abilities. It did seem that Akarium would be heavily involved or entangled in time, and so this one was kind of a hit and miss. It does appear that there is a long.
I'll accept it.
Yeah. He can't manipulate. He can't manipulate time, as you put, but he does have the ability to calculate time with extreme precision.
Yeah.
So which is really, really cool.
Yeah. So we did all right. We didn't have that many predictions this time because it was one of those that was just like, who knows? I can't believe we didn't predict whether we thought Coltane and the Chain of Dogs were going to make it to Arryn. I mean, that's the easiest prediction we could have made, whether we were right or wrong. I'm just surprised that we didn't. I don't know. It was just one of those things that I just kind of assumed they're going to make it.
I think I did too. That was just sort of like a given for me. Yeah. Now, it's not like I assumed that all of them would make it. And to be fair, there were some predictions from the previous part where we talked about like who might die, who might live. And that's maybe worth going back to as well, because there there were some interesting inversions in this one, right? So like we were pretty sure the sailors were all dead, which
Hmm.
turned out to not be true. And then certainly like I didn't really know if Colton would make it, but there were certainly other people in the party I kind of expected would make it. And then there of course was one thing where we were like, well, it seems like List is probably going to die, and
Hmm.
of course we do
That
get
was the
that.
easy one.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I really, honestly, I thought between Colton and Duker, like one would die.
Yeah.
Both dying was kind of unexpected. Um, and but yeah, I was kind of like either Hedrick or Duker. Like we got to lose one of them, and so clearly it was Duker.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of interesting. Where like some people that we thought were dead and we thought our predictions were correct, turns out we're not dead. And then more people died than we thought would die. So
Yeah.
it was like,
Yeah, it was
yeah,
one of those. I don't know why I felt so safe, because like I don't feel like Gardens of the Moon set us up to be safe. So yeah, I think it was just one of those things that yeah, we kind of talked about it. It is hard to predict. We're doing it
yeah,
obviously just for fun, with knowing that Steven Erickson is going to continue to just drop these crazy bombs on us and
yeah,
be like, all right, like I had no idea that was going to happen, but I'm super here for it.
yeah.
And so yeah, it's
I
just
don't
kind
know.
of a fun little thing.
Mhm. And I don't know how to explain it, but I do think there is something about Deadhouse Gates with the journey with Duker that, at the very least, it does feel like Steven Erickson is trying to tell you that we're at least getting to Aaron. Like maybe they all die there, but we're at least getting there for some final showdown, right? Because it just like the way it was built up and the desperation related to it and sort of the confidence exuded by I would say Colton in particular. I do feel like he is kind of trying to, you know, guide you as a reader or give you that confidence as a reader to say, like, we're at least getting there, right?
Yeah.
Um, and like I did really think I thought everybody was going to converge on Aaron, and then really that didn't quite happen.
Yeah.
And certainly not in the same way that we saw with Gardens of the Moon, which is also real interesting. Like everybody in Gardens of the Moon got together, like all of the time, all the strands, right, came together.
Hmm.
That is really not the case in this book. So, I would say, yeah, there's certainly ways in which Steven Eriksson's still very much surprising me as a reader.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing
Even
for
with,
me that I realized after finishing was I think up into the end of part 3, I felt like the purpose of the book and the main, while I knew that the Duker and Coltane going were a big part of it, I felt like I was more not attached, but just connected, and felt like it had higher impact with Fellison and with Callum and what they were doing. Like one's trying to assassinate the Empress, right? And then Fellison, they're leading to like the Shaik and like a possible
Mhm.
like ascendancy and stuff like that. And so like those are such grand things that Duker and Coltane is just like, yeah, they're just journeying. And part of me was
Mhm.
just like, yeah, it's just like a journey. Like, that's cool. And by the end of
Mhm.
the book, I was like, no, this is the point of the book.
Yep.
And these other things have, they are very purposeful as well. But like, I think the main through line of the book is Duker and Coltane and the Chain
Yep.
of Dogs journey. So I thought part 4 really kind of like landed that for me in a
Mhm.
big way. But
Yeah, I would definitely agree.
yeah, I thought that was kind of cool because I just wasn't expecting it that
Mhm.
that to hit that hard. But yeah, let's jump into the high level
Mhm.
overview now. So I'll go ahead. I'll go ahead and take this.
Mhm.
So we put down that so we got kind of going through the different sets of characters. A very high level overview. Callum sails to Malaz City, and I put John Wicks his way through the Claw to confront Lacine. We've got Fiddler and Co. journey through Tremolor and get dropped into different locations. Duker and Coltane make it to Aran, and the Chain of Dogs ends. And then Fellison begins to lead the army of the Apocalypse, preparing for the war against her sister and the Malaz Empire. So that's very high level overview, but there's a lot more that happens. But still, a lot of big conclusions to threads that have been planted earlier in the book. And planted in gardens, really. But yeah. So where do we want to begin?
Well, I would say we could probably just start from the top then and start with Kalam
Yeah, let's do it.
and his sort of journey. So, in terms of starting with Kalam, I thought there was a kind of a cool scene where we like basically have him going from the tavern and then kind of having this like really shady deal, and then now he's like on the ship and he's like sailing, and then we meet this really interesting character, who Salki Lan, I think, is the name of that character, where you don't really know whether or not you can trust him, but you know that he knows things and is organizing things. And then we have this sort of hiccup with like this treasurer who comes aboard. And then that ends up being a really like interesting little twist where you have this imperial treasurer who turns out to be staging this kidnapping where he plans on like having the entire crew assassinated so that way he can be kidnapped, yeah, by his own uncle and cousins, so they can steal the treasure that he's supposed to be guarding and transferring like on their way across the sea. Which is like that is a very fun like little encounter, and I would love to do something like that for like a D&D session. That would just be such a cool way to kind of twist things.
Yeah.
And then ultimately that fight with then they end up having this fight with the pirates, which is just like absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And so I think maybe that's kind of one of the first spots we can jump in, because for me, I think in terms of the journey, things were kind of interesting, but ultimately it felt very characteristic, especially for Kalam's character, where he's like not really trusting anybody and everybody's suspicious and everybody probably has ulterior motives.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I
that
would like
fight
to
with the
say
pirates,
a couple things leading up to it, just some important notes I found at least, was that we find out from the captain that Admiral Nock has been arrested. So the person in charge of like their navy is basically arrested by Pormqual, who we've already been like pretty sus about, and we already kind of know he's corrupt. In part 1, I think we learned that he basically like manipulates the trade routes to benefit himself. So then, the fact that he sends his treasure with all of this gold and stuff onto the ship, and this treasure clearly, right, he's got to know that Pormqual is pretty corrupt in what they're doing. And so not only is this treasure working for someone who's corrupt, but then he's betraying the corrupt guy to take it for himself. So I found that pretty interesting, and it kind of landed even more so that Pormqual was like a piece of shit. Yeah. But then the other things that were important was like Manala follows him secretly and gets on a ship behind him with her horse, with Callum's horse specifically.
Callum's horse, that's correct.
And their job is, from what I understand, was just to follow that ship and protect it.
Right. I don't think that was necessarily true, because remember they do pass that ship, and actually they were intended to go. They were still trying to go to the original location before they also got blown up by the storm. I think they were just transporting other goods. Right, okay. Because that was kind of the whole thing, was like she got that like the horse on board because there were other horses on board too.
Yeah.
And so I think they were just transporting other goods, like possibly soldiers, horses, and things like that. But ultimately for the same destination. Yeah, I mean they were trying to go also to Pormqual, as well.
Yeah.
And so
then the other thing like leading up to this pirate fight was that time had started to become weird on the ship, because they normally keep track, I think, with some basically like an hourglass. They keep track of like hours and days, but it kept falling over. And so like there's a chapter where basically Kalam is like, I don't know if it's been 2 days or 14. And like time is just funky. Like the captain and everyone's kind of just like in like a weird fog, like a cloud. So we don't really know what's going on. And they just keep seeing a ship kind of following them. And then, we kind of get to this pirate fight. Yeah.
Well, and I guess it's I guess these two things kind of intersect, because you're talking about time being weird. The thing that I like really stood out to me with that pirate fight. Also, we've been doing a like discussion on the Devils, and that's what kind of reminded me of that fight too. But the cool thing was like it was a very like epic moment, right? At least for a naval fight of like, no, we're gonna turn around in this storm, we're gonna ram that ship, we're gonna jump aboard, we're gonna just start stabbing people left and right. This is a crazy plan, but of course it's like all
I just found it funny too, because their ship was much taller than the raiding ship, and so like I think at this point so what was it, was there 2 ships or something? Because at some point by the time the ship gets there, they've already captured the treasurer. So that's the second ship then.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, that was kind of the whole point. Is like the treasurer like wants them to do this because then he's gonna like stage a mutiny, and
Mm-hmm.
those are but like he kind of doesn't expect with like with what veracity the captain is gonna like dive into this, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so but yeah, but there are two ships, and so that's kind of the idea is you get them close, and then hopefully the two ships right can get on their side and board, and then they can right take the crew hostage and then execute the rest of the crew and make it and stage it like a kidnapping. That's kind of the whole idea.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, there's a moment in there for me that was really, really intriguing and really kind of like turned it like what it did for me was it kind of turned the pirate fight into like four it was like four something else.
Mm.
Like all of a sudden the entire journey across the ocean was all about one particular moment. And that particular moment was when Salk he just like reappears with like ash on his face and he's got long knives.
Mm-hmm.
And that moment I was like hold the phone
Mm-hmm.
because who the hell can take on a mage and is also an assassin,
Yeah.
right? And it's just like I kind of feel like this guy is definitely like laying a trap for Kalam
Mm-hmm.
and is probably like a claw or something to that effect. Because those are at least, I mean, unless I'm just forgetting something, those are really the only characters that have that kind of experience and skill.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I did not expect it to be Pearl, although I mean, once we found out, I was like, oh, okay, of course, right? Of
Yeah.
course, it's got to be Pearl. But yeah, but that was just really, really telling because up until that point, Salkalan is just like a very like charismatic, arrogant mage. But then when you add the knives in the mix, then all of a sudden it becomes very, very suspicious.
Yeah.
And now, but then if you rewind, right? Think about like the whole time thing. Like in what places around the story do we know that time gets weird? It's like in Warrens. Warrens are where time gets weird, right? And we do find out during that journey that the ship, there's actually a warren around the ship. Like
Mm-hmm.
somebody is messing with things. And so then becomes quite clear, right, that he's like intentionally tipping the hourglass so nobody realizes that time is being messed with,
I'll
right?
say it did not become clear to me in that
Oh,
moment.
well.
I mean, I
Oh
knew
no, no,
something
yeah.
sus was going on, but like it very much was one of those like when he reveals it to Pearl, I was like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
and then when Quick Ben reveals it's a Warren, it's like, oh yeah, it's like all of it
Yeah.
makes sense, but I wasn't like,
Yep.
oh, they're in a Warren. Like I just was like, I don't know what's happening, but
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just
I,
gonna trust
I
it.
I didn't think about it at that time either until the guy just like straight up murdered a mage with
Yeah.
like no effort.
Mm-hmm.
That it was like, by the way, I'm gonna like throw these knives accurately into people's necks and
Yeah.
like stab people in the back. And oh my gosh, it's just like he's so ferocious on the ship that you're like he's almost he's not an equal for Kalam, I wouldn't say, but it just like he definitely he appears to be extremely dangerous and like that caliber of dangerous. And then everything just kind of became for me is all about Salk now. It's like all about this character and when that moment is going to happen when we get this reveal.
Yeah.
And I really didn't expect like there was a part of me that was like maybe we find out that he has a grievance with the Empress too. But I was like, no, I think he's the bad guy here, right? Like
Yeah.
that's
When
what
he
this
like
journey is
offers to
about.
help
Yeah.
Kalam, he's like, oh, I know who you are, like, and I know what you're doing, and like, let me
Hmm.
help you. And
Yeah.
like, Kalam is basically like, what do you think happened to my last partner, buddy? And Kalam's
Yeah.
like, oh shit, like,
Yeah.
but yeah, there's no part of me I believe that that Salk was
Yeah.
actually gonna help him, but I didn't
Mhm.
definitely didn't think that he was a claw kind of working for Lysine,
Mhm.
actively like. It makes me think like, and we'll go back to the resolution of the pirate fight, even though I don't think it quite matters. But how, and maybe it told us, and I'm just am blanking, but like, how did Lysine find out that Callum was going to kill her in
Yeah.
order to
I mean,
send
I've
Pearl?
right. So I feel like it's unclear, but as best as I can tell, I mean, really, all the book has seemed to show us so far is just that that she's been watching him for quite some time. You know, that she has some magical means of observing him, or possibly has people like Pearl who've been spying on him.
Because there were those three
Um,
red blades and that guy
yeah,
Medib or something like
that's
maybe.
essentially like the only interaction that could have given some indication as to his motive, other than possibly Dujek indicating to Lysine that Kalam might be trying to kill her.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's the only two things I can see. But other than that, I mean, there is a suspicion, right? Like Kalam, if you can get eyes on him, whether that like regardless of how that is, like his behavior would seem quite suspicious. Like the effort to which he's going, staying hidden, traveling, what he's doing. I think the whole point of like him having a sort of like elongated or obtuse journey is to sort of hide the intention.
Yeah.
But
Well, he
you
also
might suspect
actively
him.
delivers the book of the apocalypse. Like
Yep.
he does it. Like he sets
Yep.
off
Yep.
the whirlwind. Um,
Hmm.
so yeah, I guess they could have just seen that.
But
And
even before
he
then,
does talk to Quick Ben on the
mhm.
ship. But
Yep.
I feel like at that part, at that point, Lysine already knew.
Yeah, she no, she did. Because like even the Red Blades are like charged with following him, and maybe that's just because it's Kalam and so he's an outlaw. But even at that point, it kind of seems like Lysine probably like already
Suspected.
knew. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's sort of left up in the air. But at the same time, like she is supposed to be like one of the more powerful mages that we know of. I mean, she's strong enough to kill Dancer and Calivan, who were together at the time that she killed them.
Hmm.
She's more powerful than Topper or any of her
Well,
claws. Like
killed
she
them.
is the
She didn't
well, yeah,
really kill him, right?
yeah, right.
Yeah.
They ascended, which I guess technically speaking, she didn't kill them at all
Yeah, they
because
escaped.
they escaped into the Deadhouse Gates.
Yeah.
But she was able to. She didn't die to them. She was able
No,
to
and I think
oppose
she
them.
did. We find out she kills a rival named Dassam Ultor
Mhm.
or something like
Yep.
that. Who
Yep.
I think it's just safe to assume was probably who was working for Hood or worshipped Hood,
Yep.
and so safe to assume probably relatively, if not very powerful, and for her
Yep.
to have assassinated him, definitely got power.
Yeah. So I think she is extremely powerful. She's very gifted. And I think it's at least for me, it was okay to just assume that. Well, this is something that she's good at. Like this is what she does. And like she was a claw too, wasn't she? Like wasn't she the leader of the
She's the
claws
leader
when
of the
she?
claws. Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So and of course Colin was in the claws. So I feel like it's for me it was pretty easy just to say, well, I don't know how, but yeah, she knows.
Yeah,
Yeah.
still believable.
Yep.
And it could just be something that we missed, and there's just some connection there. It's like, oh yeah, it makes total sense, and maybe someone will let us know. But
Yep.
still believable either way. But yeah, getting
Yeah.
back to the fight, I think kind of the resolution. There's one more thing I thought that happened that was like pretty dang cool, and that was when Callum kills. I don't remember their names, but they're like mini dragons, basically.
Yep.
Do you remember what they're called?
Um,
Because I don't. Some weird
I do,
name.
I do not.
Basically a
But
mini
it was
dragon.
a
He
scaled
just like
creature with
jumps and
hard
like
scales. Yeah.
knifes the like the wings so it can't fly
Yep.
anymore, and like
Yep.
it's just badass. Like,
Yeah.
and then the resolution was great too, where the other ship comes and it's like his family. They've already got the treasure all tied up and everything. And they're
Mhm.
kind of like I just imagine it one of those like pulley boats, and they're kind of
Yeah.
raising up, and they're like, "Hey, everything good up there?" And like
Yeah.
they like shove the treasure over, and he's like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
we're good." And then they
Yeah.
just kill everybody
Yeah.
and sink the treasure in a pretty
So
brutal way.
yeah. So the other thing too about that is even now, like that we know that Salkalan was Pearl, I do really feel like there was still like a mutual understanding between those two individuals that when it came to the treasurer,
Oh yeah,
like at no point do I feel like Pearl was participating in that because he wanted to like maintain a ruse.
no.
I think that was just like there was like a mutual understanding of like you do this kind of shit, like you're going overboard with the treasure you so badly
Yeah.
wanted.
Yeah.
And they're just like wipe their hands, like that's justice right there
Yep.
at sea. And it's just like they said no words, no there's no ceremony to it. It's just like whoop.
Yep.
Yeah. But that was I thought that was, I mean, obviously kind of a brutal moment, but like at the same time, it was a very fitting moment for the characters, and especially the fact that they're like literally dumping the treasure too.
Yeah, which is
Um,
pretty interesting considering
yeah.
that I do think Salk Elam does have to hold that because or pretend in that moment because this is I just am curious to know like he must know that it's Pormqual's treasure
Yep.
that
I
he's
don't think he
earned
really
in a
cares.
corrupt means. Yeah, I don't think he really cares either. But I do find it interesting. It's like
Yeah.
does Lacine know this whole time that? What does Lacine think of Pormqual? That's what I really want to know, because how in the world did this man make it into this position? And we'll talk about that more with the chain of dogs. But I mean, like, obviously corrupt, and it feels like everybody knows that he's corrupt. And so if Lacine is as powerful as she is, I'm assuming she knows too what he's been doing. And maybe it just was one of those things that's like, yeah, he's like palming a few coins off the top, few, but like, you know what, that's fine as long as I still, that's her whole thing is the sacrifice she's willing to make for the good of the empire. And maybe that is just one of those things. But I mean, it doesn't seem like what's the payoff? It's like, yeah, well, he skims a few coins off the top, but he's this great general. It's like, no. Like, well, what is he? Like, so yeah, we'll talk about that more, but I am curious to see.
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well. And I think it was cool that you mentioned like how the treasurer is sort of like a corrupt guy, like ripping off a corrupt guy. But I do think that it is important for what we're going to discuss later that we address that the kind of corruption that we see is very interesting. Like the treasurer isn't like a conniving, deceitful, like witty character who's like found out a clever way to skim money from this like mob boss, right? Like it's not that kind of corruption. Like Pormqual is just lazy and negligent and okay with being comfortable at everyone else's expense.
Yeah.
And the only reason that like this corruption from the treasurer can take place is because Pormqual's response would just be like, somebody else deal with it.
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of like negligent corruption we're dealing with. Is just also, like the ultimate form of laziness.
I think he's also stupid.
I don't think he's a total idiot. Yeah.
I think he is just an idiot. Yeah. Along with that for sure. Because it's just like, I'm going to get my rage out later, but
yeah,
it's frustrating. Great writing, but frustrating.
Yeah.
And just like revealed to us in part 1 too, right? I mean, when they're all meeting for the first time, they talk about how, because that's when Malik Rel is there for him. He won't even go there. And Pormqual is like, oh man, it just makes me think about the rest of the book. Sorry, I know we're going to do that in another video, but it does make me think about like the conversations that were had of like when Pormqual ordered them to march for Colting to march, and everyone's like, why? And they're like, I don't know, Pormqual said. And it's just like, you freaking idiot. Like,
I mean, like, it was no surprise, right? His character came at no surprise.
No, yeah, exactly. But, we were wrong about that. He was alive, but I wish he weren't. But, all right, so, yeah, let's get back to... Sorry, we went off course a little bit, but... So after they take care of the pirates...
Off course, you say?
Oh, yes.
Oh, good. So, speaking of off course, so then the ship gets blown off course. So then a massive storm hits the ship and they get blown off course. So rather than going to their intended destination, which was going to then take them to Molass City, they actually just go get blown off course right to Molass City. And not only does their ship get blown off course, but the fast trader ship that was moving ahead of them also got blown off course. And so the ship Manalazan is also on its way to Molass City as well. And both ships successfully arrive in Molass City. And just before the ship that Kalamazan can port, by the way, they're also like literally spending the entire time barely getting any sleep because they have to keep the ship afloat.
Yeah, and time is just like messed up.
And it becomes like increasingly clear that something is wrong because people are like not able to stay awake, and like the captain won't like wake out of his like semi-lucid coma. And of course, we find out that this is pretty much all of Pearl's doing. And then as they get into the bay, we find out that Pearl, Salkilan is in fact Pearl, who has come to get vengeance on Kalam for leaving the Claw, stabs him with just a wounding blow that's intended to just weaken him by causing blood loss,
and
then throws him overboard.
That the intention is not to... It's very like you're supposed to just be wounded enough to where like when you make it to Lacine, because even Pearl's like she wants to talk to you basically.
Yeah.
It's like, but then you stab him to weaken him and then push him into like shark infested waters where he might not make it. So it's like, was that the order? Was the order to give him that bad of a wound and then shove him into shark infested waters, or like did he kind of
no. No, I think that was Pearl. I think the order was for Pearl to take him there. I think Pearl did that. I think that was just like,
Just because he felt
that was
betrayed
just,
as a claw by because it was that
yeah.
was he kept saying
I
that like
just thought,
we take care of our own kind of thing.
yeah, exactly. I think he just thought he could just not get away with it, like as in nobody would know, but I think he just thought he could get away with it because of the fact that Kalam had done this injustice and that. Well, and I
Why not just
personally, I
kill
don't
him
know.
and push him in?
Well, because at that point, then he'd be going against like a direct order, right?
Mm,
And I think there is sort of this. There seems to be this sort of air, if you will, vibe, I guess, that from the clause that's like, if Kalam were to die in shark-infested waters, then they never needed to be worried about him to begin with. You know what I mean? It was kind of
I
like
see.
he's gonna survive this because he
He's a
is
claw.
that dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Before we move to him making it to shore, an important thing that does happen in that journey in which Callum uses his. Is it a shaved knuckle in the hole? Is that what they call it?
That's what they called it. Yeah. Yeah. Shaved
Why?
knuckle in the hole.
Is this a common saying? And if it is, why? Because it's one of those things. I'm like a shaved knuckle.
Well,
in
isn't
the
there? Okay.
hole?
So
Like, what
I
is-
am. I am. Do not take
Professor
anything I have to
Ian,
say on this.
teach me.
Yeah. So, but I thought there isn't there like a game. It's like a game of chance. It's like called Knuckle Bones, and then like the whole thing with like a shaved knuckle is that it's like a loaded die. I thought that
Mm.
was like I thought that was like the thing.
It sounds like
But
it's
I could be
like
totally
the way
wrong.
they use it. It's like a last minute resort, get out of jail free card.
Oh,
like,
right, because you
cheat,
don't want to.
basically.
You don't want people to know you have. It's like basically you have a loaded die that you mix in when you need it. Because if you
Yeah.
play a loaded die the entire time, the people are going to find you out. So it's like you only use it when you need it most, because you're risking being caught for cheating, and like they would kill you if they caught you for cheating.
So this
So
is
I
like
thought
a saying used in our language that I just
in our language, I don't know about that, but like in terms of like fantasy, like I'm pretty sure
oh,
knuckle
okay.
bones is like a
Oh,
common.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just found it a funny term they kept using, like the shaved knuckle in the hole.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right. But anyways, Callum uses this shaved knuckle in the hole, which, if you remember, was supposed to. Quick Ben gave it to him and basically said, "Hey, bro, when you make it to the throne room or whatever, when you make it to Lacine, use this. It'll summon me. We'll kill her together." And Callum is just so like something is wrong, and I'm going to be stuck here forever if I don't figure this out. So he uses it. He uses it and contacts Quick Ben, and Quick Ben's like, "Oh, sick dude, you there?" And he's like, "No,
No.
I'm not there." He's like, "What? You're not there? This is the shaved knuckle in the hole. You know you can only use this once, right?" And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, where are you?" He's like, "I'm at sea." He's like, "You're at sea? Like you're not there, and you're just like at sea? Like what do you want, dude?" Like. And so then, yeah, Callum is like, "No, something's going on, and like, can you see if there's anything weird going on here?"
Yeah.
In which Quick Ben can then decipher that they are in a warren. That's the first important thing that they talk about. And the second thing they talk about is they kind of just like discuss what's going on with Fiddler and why the warrens are all funky. And so they kind of relate to each other about the soul taken and the Devers and that all the warrens are messed up. And I don't know if they quite say like, "Oh, Fiddler, he's probably dead then." But like, that doesn't sound like they have a lot of hope for Fiddler in that moment. But that was an important moment with him because now he no longer has that shaved knuckle in the hole, and so and he knows what's going on.
Yeah.
And that also leads to when the reason why he is able to be stabbed is because the magic that Salk Elam uses, it also like basically freezes him in place. And so he just can't react. He just has to stand there as they approach Malaz City and then get stabbed and thrown through or thrown in.
But that was the what is it, the metaphorical, dog being killed at home, I guess I'm back, right, moment for Kalam, because you say
Is that
John Wick
Wick?
is
Oh,
that's
okay.
John Wick, right? So because then he's like now in Malaz City, he knows he's being hunted, and it's like, I guess I'm back, and the dude just John Wicks like a whole like not just one hand, not just two hands, right? Several hands of claws, basically just using like rusted over scavenged blacksmithing tools.
Yeah.
right.
and a dog at one point. He actually
And a dog. Yeah,
uses
yeah,
a
yeah.
dog.
Yeah. Now there is one cool thing. Well, frankly, all of it was cool. I mean, it was just also kind of amazing, like how his experience comes to bear. I love the description that they gave us, where it's like he can't see the claw sorcerers, but he sees the like sort of the effect that their magic is having
Hmm.
on the air, which just very much reminded me of playing Halo as a kid, where you have like these invisible elites, and so you stop looking
Ooh.
for the aliens and you just look for the warping
Yeah.
of
Like the
the
sugaring
background.
air. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and so I thought
Speaking of
that.
Halo, I feel like that's a
Yeah.
perfect like. I think I
Mm,
wrote it. Maybe I didn't write it, but like,
mhm,
it very much feels like a video game. Like
mhm.
level 1 on the beach, you're
Yeah,
wounded, and then like, it's like press X to heal, and he's like, all right, if I'm
mm,
very calm and I slow my breathing, I can heal, which apparently he
yeah.
can do, and I didn't.
Yes,
I
and
didn't
I
know
was
that.
gonna, and I didn't know that either. But I think that also reveals a lot about Bennett, like well, not Bennett, but
Bod.
gosh, what was it? Baden in a way, right? Because Baden was a Talon, which
Mm,
was essentially analogous. So it does appear that even though they're not all sorcerers, like there is kind of a common archetype in fantasy where like sorcery isn't the only kind of magic, but it does seem like they're kind of playing into that a little bit, where there is like an element of control over one's body that
yeah.
we would see as abnormal or supernatural that these individuals can learn through discipline
Hmm.
because as far as I can tell, it's not trying to say like that he was able to use his breathing to like snuff the pain. Like it seems to be implying that he's like literally controlling his body temperature
Yeah.
as well as actually stopping blood from flowing out of his wound by
Yeah.
holding this concentration, which is like very supernatural but very cool.
Super
And
cool. I
for
mean,
yeah,
he's literally crawling face down against the pavement. So because he basically tells us
yeah,
that like if his heat signature doesn't match that of what he's
mhm,
just touching, they will immediately find him. And
yep,
so he's like literally naked, basically,
yep,
like crawling on the cement,
mhm,
slowing slowing the blood until he gets, and then level 2, he's like, choose a weapon,
yeah,
and then he gets his weapon, and then
yeah,
level 3 is like murder
yeah,
everybody.
yeah, yeah. I also love how one of the things that we get is like he's like, he's like, I have my own talents as an assassin, and then he's like at a locked door and he's just like break.
Yeah.
He's like your talent as an assassin is just you're just a big guy, right? Like
Yeah, he even
no.
does. Oh my gosh, I didn't even think about this before, but he really does do like the Taken phone call to Topper
Yeah,
through one of the mages.
yeah,
He like
yeah,
kills the mage, and he gets like, I don't even know how they talk through each other, but he
yeah,
basically
yeah,
is like, Topper, I'm
yeah.
coming for you, like, which is pretty cool. But up to that point, before we get him meeting Lysine, a couple other things happened previously with another set of characters, and that's Apt and Panic, who were traveling through the Warren to basically, because they're tasked with protecting Callum until he gets to where he was going, and so they're in there, and they actually meet up with Cotillion, or Cotillion appears to them,
Yep.
and I found this to be a really interesting conversation. I think it's the most revealing of part of Cotillion I think we've gotten thus far.
Mhm.
Period, and in that he, I mean, Apt is a small child that doesn't understand what happened. He was just being crucified along with a bunch of other children.
Panic.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Panic, and
Yeah.
so he asked Cotillion like, what did I do wrong? And Cotillion
Mhm.
is like, you didn't do anything wrong. Like that, they just were abusing their power or whatever. And he even says
Mhm.
something along the lines of like, damn it, I swore once I ascended I wouldn't let myself have any feelings or anything.
Yeah.
And I really liked that. And then
Mhm.
Apt, I think, and Cotillion kind of speak a little bit, and they basically are like, hey, what are we going to do about all these other children? Like,
Mhm.
we got to figure out something, and we don't get the resolution there. We just know they talk to him. He's like, call me Uncle Cotillion,
Yeah.
and I'll talk to Shadow Throne, and we'll figure something out. But why don't you all go on ahead? And
Yeah.
so that's the
So
conversation.
I have a fun question for you.
Yeah,
Who do you think is older, Aptorian or Cotillion?
um, probably Aptorian,
Yeah.
because a
And who do you
Cotillion, he only
yeah.
becomes Cotillion.
Yeah. But also like who do you think has more authority, like Aptorian or Cotillion?
I
'Cause
think
that
I
was
think
an interesting one for me.
yeah, I would say Cotillion because Aptorian's
Yeah.
just a demon, right?
He well,
Or she.
I think it's
And
not. I think she's not just a demon because
okay, that's
this is what I
more.
find really interesting is like so there were two moments in part 4 for me that were really significant for like the lore of the world,
Mm-hmm.
even though they aren't necessary for the plot. And that was one of them because it revealed something really big that I think is like very archetypical for the story, which is that Cotillion and Calivan ascended to inherit an empty warren.
Mm.
So I think what this like at least said to me was that ascendancy like is conditioned on adopting something that already exists, not necessarily making something new,
Yeah, that
right?
makes sense.
It's not about like opening a new warren to take
Mm-hmm.
over, but like adopting a warren that already exists, which is also really interesting with the fact that we now know that warrens can be like quote quote destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Um at the very least injured, right?
Yeah.
Which is also kind of interesting. But yeah, but I think like Cotillion and Calivan in some ways like ascended haphazardly, right? They weren't necessarily intending to do that, but
Yeah.
they just sort of took a bargain in a way. They ascended to assume this. But I also think that while Calivan does assert quite a bit of control, like especially over the hounds, I don't think that he's like fully adopted that realm.
Yeah.
And so I think there are certain elements of that realm that are still foreign to them, which is
Mm-hmm.
also why, like Aptorian and now Panic, they can see what used to exist in the Warren, even though Cotillion can't. But my favorite moment was
Even the
when
hounds can
Cotillion,
too. They reveal, which is
yes, yeah,
interesting.
even the hounds, right? They're all older, and in some sense, there's like Aptorian kind of like like she has to like bow to Cotillion and Caliban. I think you're right. Like he has more authority in a way, but also like there's like a knowledge of that history, right, to Aptorian that sort of like you kind of don't know, right, like because it's not like she's totally subservient. But yeah, that moment when he like disappears in shadow and then Panic's like, does he really think we can't see him?
Yeah.
It's just
Great.
like even a boy who is like literally just adopted into this from Aptorian like is like already like way more like in tune with this world than
Yeah.
like Cotillion, who's like an ascendant.
Well, it's interesting too
Um,
because
yeah,
Shadowthrone was the one that turned Panic into Panic.
yeah,
So yeah, who knows what the hell is going on there?
yeah.
But it is very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of where it ends up with that. Just kind of like we get Cotillion's got feelings, and I'm here for it. I'm super here for it. It just humanizes him a lot, and
Yeah, it does.
And I like it. And it also really humanizes Panic. I feel like Panic.
Yeah.
This is the first real moment we get those type of like true child thoughts of just like, what did I do wrong? Like, what did I do wrong? It's just like, no, dude, like you didn't do anything wrong, and he's just concerned for his fellow Malazan children, of just like, can we save them too? Basically, like Southern saved me, can we save the rest? And I like that scene. But then next time we see them is on the boat just after Pearl stabs Callum and pushes him in to the bay. They show up and they're basically like, hell no, like we were here to protect you. And I think even at first Salk is not prepared for them to not be happy with him. He's just like, oh wow, like we're here. And then they kind of like, I think they maybe hit him across the boat or something like that.
They smack him and he like launches across the boat. Like he breaks ribs. Like, he's out. Like he cannot fight. He's done. And that's why he's just like, well, I'm calling in a demon.
Yeah.
See ya.
He's like some of the demons. And that's we don't get that fight, which is fine. We just kind of we know that he's released a demon and Panic have to fight. Pearl, we don't really know what happens to him there. And then the last thing we see is Manala, and this part's so like just badass. Like she's already a badass and it's established, but I feel like it had been a while since like I don't know if we were supposed to forget that she was following it. I feel like we weren't. Like Steven Erickson continually told us that the other boat was following, and like I don't think he's supposed to be like, surprise, Manala was there, you forgot. But her just being like seeing Callum go into the bay, and then she's just like, all right, fuck it, and like just rides the horse off of the boat, jumps the horse into the water, and is swimming into the shark-infested waters. And then even cooler than that, like the boat captain is like, that was amazing. Do whatever we need to do to make sure she gets to where she's going. And, just like in this moment of like, I don't know. I don't even know if it's like honor or respect, or I don't really know what it is. And it feels like maybe on paper, if I were separated from it more, it would feel a little cheesy, but it didn't at all in that moment. It just felt like good.
No, I think there's just like there's like a common sense of duty that can be pulled out of people, you know. Like I kind of see it as like those moments where, you know, you might have like, let's say you got like a criminal on the streets who's like being chased by a police officer, and then sometimes people will just kind of step out of their way to like stop the criminal, like trip them or like knock them over or things like that. There's just like this sense of like, there's almost like a sense of duty of like that person is like working so hard to do something that just must clearly be good, that it, like I feel compelled to do something to show respect for like the amount of effort that they're putting into this good thing. And so it's just like I don't know, I think like this is a bit maybe more philosophical, but I think like in all of us, and this is I think what's so great about people is just like there's a common sense of story, I think, that we're all attached to. Like there's a common desire to be a part of a story, to like to support or to assist in a story. And so when you see that like level of determination, you're like, this is a tale, right? And there's that calling and a view of like, I got to help the tale. I got to help the story. And I think like, again, that's a cheesy and like philosophical, but I think that there are a lot of stories throughout history that kind of reflect that sort of thing.
Yeah. No, I like it. So we probably should wrap this. We're at 50 minutes and this is the arguably shortest and least impactful section of the book. Maybe, I don't want to get held up too much longer on like basically makes it to Lysine.
So we probably should just move forward to the resolution. So he makes it to Lysine. Now, of course, he confronts Lysine in a very epic moment. I love that Manala is just like, let's do it. Now, I guess it's worth mentioning that we do, because I do want to kind of set this up because we're going to talk about it later, that there is a Deus Ex Machina moment where Kalam accepts his death and is about to die, and then Manala just freaking snipes that claw with the crossbow and then rushes in with her horse, well, Kalam's horse, right? He quickly grabs the saddle and gets dragged and is able to use like basically Legolas himself like onto the back of the horse, and then takes the crossbow and basically he's able to keep the other claws at bay, and that's how he escapes the situation. Now I say Deus Ex Machina because later on I will, like, I think Matt has some of these as well, but there were several of those kinds of moments in part 4. I'm okay with it for the most part. Like this was set up. Like I don't
set up pretty well, I thought.
There's open questions of like, how did she find him? How could she be there at the perfect moment? But at the same time, it's okay for story, and it was very clear that her entire intention was to make it to Kalam. So the fact that like she shows up and is able to save him, it's fine, and it's very cool. And so again, it was very well telegraphed, and so I feel like that was totally fine.
Yeah, if we hadn't seen like her journey on the boat following him and stuff like that, it would be less okay. But like, I had no problems with this one.
And then they go together to face Lysine, and I love that they have a mutual understanding that they have feelings for each other. It's like very actually kind of like heartfelt, even though it's only like 2 sentences or something. It's a very like heartfelt moment. And I love that Kalam just like without, and I think this is very fitting for his character, just without any, even though he likes her, right? Without any repudiation, without any rejection, he's just like, well, I guess we're doing this together. Right? Like we're probably both going to die, but like, I guess we're going in together. And so he of course faces Lysine. And so, how did you feel about that resolution with Lysine?
I thought I loved everything about it. And like, I know earlier in one of our predictions, I was like, well, there's no way he's going to make it and kill Lysine. And then I was like, is he going to kill Lysine right here? Like, he made it. Like, is this just going to be a thing where he just kills Lysine and now we have to deal with, like, Tavor's already off, right? You know, orders have already been given. So it's not like if he kills Lysine right now, the Empire stops existing. It would just be an interesting, like, well, what's going to happen? So I did feel like there was a chance that she was going to die in that moment.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought it was awesome. It goes into, it's basically this pitch black, like pitch black. And he does leave Manala out in the hall. Like when it finally gets to the
she's like Overwatch, really. I mean, because she still has the crossbow, she can step in at any moment. Like, but it doesn't. I mean, she's still in danger, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
for
like
sure.
if he dies, she's not getting out of there.
Yeah.
Like, period.
And so he walks in like hot headed. He's pissed. And Lysine, he just can hear her voice. It's so pitch black, and she's just like, "So you came to kill me?" He's like, "Yeah," and she's like, "Well, are you gonna let me like state my case?" And he's like, "Yeah," and then she does, and basically, like, we find out that she reveals to him a big reveal, which we will get in another section of the book as well. But basically, the reveal is that the whole separation of Dujek and the excommunication of the bridge burners, no, that was all part of the plan, because there is an even bigger threat, and in order to face this bigger threat, that the excommunicated Dujek needs to rally up with their common enemies of the Malaz Empire, and then they can all work together to overcome this bigger threat for the Empire. And so that's a huge reveal to Callum. And then she also talks about how because he's like, "Whoa, well, you killed Calumet and Dancer," and she's like, "Yeah, I did, and I did what was best for the Empire." And she even like, I don't even think he questions her about Dasamultor. She's just like, "And also, by the way, I killed a rival, Dasamultor, because he was worshiping Hood, and like everything I did for the Empire." And I think Callum just like respects the hell out of that, and decides not to kill her, which was a very interesting. And at this point, he's like targeted her. He knows where she is in the room, and she I think she even tells him like, "Well, why didn't you kill me yet? You know where I am," basically.
Yep.
And I think that's just kind of when he agrees not to, which I found very interesting for a resolution.
Yeah, I frankly loved this resolution. I think it's the best. I mean, probably the best resolution, like in the book of the storylines, in my opinion, because it does something really important.
From me.
Yeah. Well, Chain of Dogs is really good, but I guess I should maybe make this a little contingent. For a setup for a next book.
Okay.
I like this one a lot more than the other ones, because it really positions Lysine as a much more interesting character moving forward, because now I can fully respect her as a possible ally in a way, because like she very much like took her risk with Kalam, but a very respectable one. Like, she didn't know if she was going to make it out of it. I mean, she kind of did, because she wasn't really there to begin with. Yeah. But she didn't know. Like, but I think there is still a risk. Like, she genuinely wants Kalam to be in a position to fight for the Empire, because he is a very, very competent fighter and is someone who can do things that like no one else can do, shown by the fact that he's made it to the hall, right? Like, across 3 continents. Like, he can do things that like other people cannot do. And frankly, she has essentially no one in her employ that is his equal. I mean, period. Yep. And they even mentioned that they're like, Dancer, who ascended, by the way, like probably could not take Kalam. And like, that's crazy. And so I think she's very much like taking a gamble. It's not about her life. It's about the possibility of keeping Kalam as a piece on the board, which for her is very important. And I said it when I was talking about Gardens of the Moon, that I very much think that she's like playing a chess match, and this is just really shows that. And I like the fact that like Kalam ultimately admits that he sheathes his blade because she didn't plead for her life. She just laid it out. She's like, this is how it was. Yeah. You want to kill me for that? That's fine. And I think that he is able to find something that he had not found before, which is he was able to find a level of respect. Yeah. Right. For her as a person, not as a person, but like as an empress. Like, he just didn't have that before, but now he did. And he's like, I'm willing to let it ride. Like, just, I'm willing to see where this goes. Yeah. And I'll sheathe my blade. Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I really liked
it. That was really cool.
It turned her in from Lysine sucks, bad guy, to like, oh, maybe, Lysine doesn't. I mean, she still does shitty things. Like, there's no
Yeah.
denying it. The noble purge, like,
Mhm.
there are bad things that she's done, but seemingly all in the name of all for the good of the empire, which is really interesting. So yeah, I'm very curious to see just future Lysine. But
Mhm.
she also does tell, and this is one of my biggest problems that I'm hoping is resolved in a future book, is that during this confrontation, when she reveals the Dujek thing, and she reveals the Kellenvad thing and the Dasamoltor thing, the one part that doesn't feel like I understand in a way, or in a way that Callum should just be accepting, is the murder of all of the bridge burners, because by Tassacrin.
Mhm.
And she basically just says to him, like, yeah, Tassacrin knew the plan with Dujek and myself as well, and it just didn't go right. Oops. Like, all the bridge
Yeah.
burners got murdered. And it just feels, I don't know if it felt super on brand for Callum to just be like, okay, like that, just for that little thing. And maybe he is just like, in the large scheme of things, it's not as important. Like, I still respect all the other stuff, but like, maybe I won't let it go. I don't know. I hope it just doesn't disappear. I hope we get more on Tassacrin and like why that happened, because clearly that was not the order.
Yeah.
And so it feels a little bit like a walk back. Um, and I just hope it's not. But other than that, really like the resolution of that part. And the conversation that Lysine and Topper have too is hilarious, because Topper shows up and he's like, Lysine, you know that we can't stop the Claw from trying to kill Callum, right? She's like, yeah, I know. And Topper's like, yeah, I know too. I mean, like, well, he'll just purge the worst ones, and like, we're basically just cleaning house, and if you know, if they're good enough, they'll stay alive. And it's just like, damn, like, that's brutal. And then he also is like, yeah, I'm going to be having a word with Pearl, which is fun. So Pearl's going to get a little beat up for what he did. But that's really where that storyline, there's more, but it connects with another storyline. So I think we'll get there when we get there. But, yes, the shortest storyline, an hour. It's going to be the 4-hour video. This is a long part. And I just want to talk about it. So, you know, it's one of those people can just jump to wherever they want. But I want to. Do you want to talk about what are, because we've basically broken this down into 4 major parts for this final book. We've got Callum and the ship. We got Fellison and company. We got Fiddler and company, and we got the chain of dogs. So those are our 4 main plots, or whatever we want to call it.
Well, I think we jump over to Fiddler after this one, but I think at this point, especially since this one might go a bit longer, we might as well just go ahead and conclude what happens with Kalam and Manala, because we did kind of set it up a little bit, but talking earlier about Panic and Apt, and so I feel like if we don't revisit it for like another hour, then you know it might feel a little bit disconnected. So how do you feel about?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. So basically, after they leave, then they actually finally meet up with Fiddler, and again, an epic moment where I love that he got to use more cussers. But basically, they run into several hands who are still trying to kill Kalam, just as we expected, and then Fiddler, Apt, Panic, like those 2 groups finally reunite, which was awesome, and they're going to tuck these hands, and then just crossbow bolts are just coming in, exploding left and right. And just like, it's like a war zone. And then they manage to get out with the help of Shadow Throne, who basically just sucks them into the Shadow Warren, which is a really, really interesting moment. And so at that point, everyone kind of gets shot off in their own direction, which we'll kind of talk about each of those characters. But ultimately, Kalam and Manala actually stay in the Shadow Warren with Apt and Panic and the other Malazan children, and that's kind of where their story ends for now.
Yeah, going to be their parents, and which is really interesting, because like, wasn't he gonna help Lysine? And now it does very much seems like, I mean, like, if we never heard from Kalam again, like, this is a good ending for him. I think a really interesting ending for him. I do think we're gonna see more, but like, I kind of want it to just be like, let him be happy with Manala and raise these kids. Like, he's earned it.
Well, but there's also, well, first of all, I feel like, I mean, obviously there's like mad respect between like Kalam and his fellow bridge partners, but like also like him being reunited with Cotillion with Dancer is kind of an interesting story there because I think Kalam has a lot of respect for Dancer.
Mhm.
But there is something that Apt has bargained with Calavand about, which is why he's doing all of this. And like I can't help but think about the fact that he now has like 1,300 Malazan children and Column. Like he could just straight up raise his own Malazan army
Yeah,
now.
children army. I can't. I
like-
could not. I don't think Kalam would get behind that, or
Yeah,
Manala. I really
yeah.
don't. Unless
I
it's
don't-
for like
yeah.
a good. Maybe they're like a Spy Kids or something.
Yeah.
Spy Kids 5
Yeah.
Malazan edition, but
Yeah.
I can't see them running out and like murdering people.
No, I don't know that it's necessarily I would go, but it just made me wonder of like ultimately there is an element of like raising them to be able to survive. Like what is the future for these children? And so it just I don't know, it makes me think that like they play some larger part in like either rebuilding the Shadow Warren or ultimately trying to I think they're going to be used to build something, right? Like
Yeah.
I just don't know what that is. And so I just find that to be really interesting.
Yeah.
It's
It's a really weird moment for Shadow Throne, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It felt very off brand for him. He's just like giggling the whole time. Like
Yeah.
he kept telling us, Steven Erickson kept telling us how much he was like giggling. And
Yeah.
I was like, this does not seem like Shadow Throne. So yeah, you're right. Maybe he is. I just thought like it almost felt like a totally different character because it just was like this like giddy little guy giggling and stuff. Well, as he sends everybody like, you get a this, you get a this. And I'm just like, this is weird for Shadow Throne. But you're right. I think there's something else going on. He's getting something out of it that we haven't heard of yet.
Yep. And
So
I think that
makes
I
sense.
think he knows he's getting something for him that's really good out of it. And I know that he thinks he's like taking something away from Lacine at the same time. And so he's just like he really
Maybe
seems like a
it's-
guy. He
Sorry.
got the better into the bargain is what I feel
Maybe
like.
it just purely is the fact that Kalam is going to be staying there. I mean, that in itself is a huge blow for Lacine.
Yeah.
And maybe that in itself is what's making him giddy is like, not only did he go and kill a bunch of your claw, then when you finally convinced him to work for you, I immediately took him back and said, no, he's going to, I know his one, not weakness, but like, I know what he would want to do this.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it could just purely be that. Cause that is, if Kalam doesn't go to help Lacine, that's a huge blow.
Yeah.
For the
Well, not only
Malazan
does he get
Empire.
Kalam, he also gets leverage too because he gets Manala. So
Yeah, that's true.
you know. Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Do you want to say at the end if this was your favorite storyline or where this falls in those 4 storylines we kind of mentioned? Or do you want to say after each part where it landed?
We could say after probably. I don't mind saying like where it is. Maybe now is a good time to do that.
Okay.
It's tough. It's number 3 for me, but it's very close second. It's very close to number 2.
Okay. I see.
Yeah.
So your third favorite.
It's my
Possibly
third
so.
favorite, but there's a much narrower gap between 2 and 3 than there is between 3 and 4. Let's put it that way.
Okay. Yeah. This is also my third favorite.
Yeah.
Not particularly close to second. I think it's a solid 3 for me. I think a lot of the naval battle is, I think, arguably unnecessary. Didn't bother me. I had a great time. But like when I look at the scope of the book, you could easily just take that out and just have like none of that was necessary with the treasure or anything. And but I liked it. But it did feel like not as a criticism, just like if I had to say, like where other parts, every sentence felt like important, or some of this was just more of like a cool adventure, and like I'm totally here for it, especially in a part where it's just so dense with every line being that meaningful of like trying to keep track of everything. It was nice to be like, I'm okay with just like a pirate battle here and like Callum just being a badass for a little bit. Like, give me that. But that probably my third favorite of the 4 parts.
Yeah.
4 storylines.
And I really like the resolution, but that's kind of the thing is it's just like, despite how much I love the resolution, that's only one part of the full journey. And this was a journey that I was a lot more interested in some of the other journeys that take place in the book than I was in this particular journey. And so again, love the resolution, but it's just a lot of that
Well,
it was I
sorry.
wasn't as invested in.
Yeah,
So
sorry to interrupt. For me, when I rank it third, that's specifically for this book four, Deadhouse Gates,
yes,
not the
yes,
entire journey from of the whole Deadhouse Gates book. God, that's so confusing
yeah,
because
yeah.
book four is also called Deadhouse Gates, but
Mhm.
um, yeah, just in
I think the
part
same still
four.
holds true. Yeah, I think the same still holds true. It's just like the resolution was epic, but again, still everything
This
kind of
would be
leading
my
up to it.
if
Yeah.
we're ranking the whole book. This would be my least favorite
Mm,
storyline throughout the entire
still
novel
third for me.
novel
Yeah.
of Deadhouse Gates. But yeah, let's move on to yeah. You said you want to do Fiddler
Fiddler.
next.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring us in. Ah, what just
What?
happened?
Are we live?
That's the edit. Yeah.
Yeah, you're supposed to like pose for an edit, you
Yeah.
know, so that way it's very clear. Not that we have an editor, so it wouldn't really matter. It's just me. But okay, so we're live. This
We're
is
live.
awesome. So yeah, so we're gonna jump back into this. We apologize. This is gonna be probably one of our few edited videos. Matt's been sick this week, as he mentioned at the beginning of this video, and so after we got about an hour, 90 minutes in, it became really clear that we just needed to take a break, let Matt rest his voice,
Yeah. You
and so
probably
that way
see
we
me
wouldn't.
coughing
Yeah,
and
yeah. I
sounding
was.
worse than I do now.
I was really worried that it was gonna like turn into like a sketch where you'd be like coughing and then Bree would come in and start dragging you out of the
Yeah.
room. I would just have to continue with the video. And
Yeah, alone, just
no,
a blank
yeah,
side. But yeah, sorry about that. We found a good stopping point, and yeah, I was just like, I don't think I could do this for like, because we were like, we're an hour in, we've only finished one of the four main storylines. I was like, I just don't think I'm gonna be able to do this for 3 more hours, because it just, I had taken some medicine hoping it was
Mhm.
going to alleviate the problem, and it did, but then it caused a worse problem, which was coughing, and it just, it ramped up really fast, and I was like, I can't even speak. So yeah, but yeah, let's jump into it. That way, there's not too much of a dead time or recap time. But basically, where we left off, we had just wrapped up
Column story.
Callum's story. Yeah, exactly. And
Yep.
so we were just about to jump into Fiddler's story, and we did a little bit, and but that's when I kind of tapped out. So we're just gonna start
Mhm.
there. It felt like a good.
Yep.
That way, I'm not off the camera every 2 seconds, hacking up a lung, and you have to listen
Yeah.
to that. And so we are gonna rehash a couple little things, but we really didn't get too far. So let's
Mhm.
start with Fiddler.
Yeah, and so again, kind of where we left off with Fiddler and the group from the last part was that they were essentially laying down this false path, and they didn't really know that, at least as far as I can remember. The main thing that they were really concerned with is going after Absolar because Absolar was following after her father, and they were really concerned that Absolar was going to be convinced by either Cotillion or Kelevand or in this case, maybe Israel Puss to like offer herself as like the new Shaik, and they wanted to stop her. And we get this like really, really cool atmospheric and thematic journey where they're like traveling through this like whirlwind of dust, and they're like hearing monsters fight on all sides of them, even though they can't see it, which is just super cool. They do finally manage to catch up with Absolar and Relic, and they find out about Puss' plans. That namely, he wants to lay this false path, and then they're going to have to enter the Warren, which is going to take them to Tremolor to finally complete this journey.
Yeah.
Now, kind of the one of the significant things that I kind of thought about this first part, I sort of mentioned, but it's definitely something I don't know. I thought about it some more too, and I still feel the same way. But I told Matt when we were first discussing it that I just really feel like in many ways this Royal Puss is just kind of full of shit here. And it's not that like he's lying per se, but I get this feeling as we go through Tremolor and as we go through the events that take place here that this is not something novel that's just happening for like the first time ever, as if Israel Pust has come up with this amazingly clever idea to lay this false path to divert the soul taken in the Devers away from the true path. But to me, it feels like the only way this works is if you have the Azath acting as bait. And since what we'll see later is since a soul taken can actually enter the Azath, it really makes me feel like this is something that's happened many, many times before. And Israel Puss is just participating in this particular event. Maybe he's participated in it before, but this is just another time that's happening, and he's just the guy who's there to lay down that false path.
Yeah. I like him as part of this journey too because
Mhm.
he doesn't feel. While I do feel like he is the comedic relief,
Yeah.
there still feels like there's purpose to him being there. But man, yeah,
Yeah.
every time he talked, I just found myself laughing because there's just something so great about and simple about him, like being like, yeah, sure, like this is what we're doing. He's like, don't tell them what we're doing. Like they'll never figure it out. They'll never know that I'm lying. It's just like, and they're all kind of just like looking at him like, you said that out loud, dude. Like, and so it is one of those things. Like, does he know he's saying it out loud and he's just like playing the split thing so they have
Mhm.
no idea what the hell is going on or what's going on with him? But he still feels like he's there for a purpose. He doesn't feel like he's just there for comedic relief, which I appreciated. But one other thing we missed with before they reached, at least I'm pretty sure it was before they reached Apsalar and Relic, and I think just the two of them, they come
Yeah.
across the ruins of a raised city essentially, with some like destroyed thrones, and Icarium kind of has like a bit of a moment, and we find out that
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
well, I was just say, and I feel like in many ways, Fiddler's journey becomes a lot more about Mappo and Icarium than it is about Fiddler. And so, in many ways, like having Apsalar be a red herring for the Shaikh, in some ways you can almost say that there's a red herring turn, like red herring there in terms of the story. That really, I feel like this path through Tremolor, even though it's Fiddler that wants to go through it, it really is about these revelations around Mappo and Icarium, or at least that's kind of how it felt to me. Was that really felt like the significance of that journey was now the unfolding of what we learn with Mappo and Icarium.
Yeah, yeah. So they come across this
Mhm.
place with a bunch of destroyed thrones, which I don't know if we necessarily know the significance of those thrones, but some settlement, and there's a time. I think last time I said time machine, but like a time tracking machine rather, not a time machine. And it feels very familiar to Icarium, which I think
Mhm.
we know he was the one that built it and created
Yep.
it.
Yeah, he like
Um,
signed it, I think.
oh yeah, okay, so it's
Yeah.
there, but he doesn't make that connection just then, and he starts to be kind of wonder out loud like what happened here.
Hmm.
And Mappo is really struggling with like, do I tell him? Do I not tell him? And which is just a great. I feel like I'm glad that he has the struggle because of what comes up. But
Hmm.
Fiddler's just I don't know if I think even Fiddler kind of suspects, but he's like, oh, it must have been some ascendant or something. And Mappo's kind of like, woof, and he's like,
Yeah.
yeah, an ascendant. And Icarium's like, oh yeah, must have been an ascendant. And they kind of just move on. But I do feel like it was significant to know that like Icarium was the one that raised this city, which kind of unlocks a little bit of insight into what Icarium could or is when he's I don't know fully unlocked or whatever we want to
Yeah.
call it.
Yeah. I mean, he goes basically Hulk mode. I mean, it's kind of
Yeah,
what it is. Because I think that's what this really does for us, right? Is at least the way that I kind of took it is I think we are meant to fully understand that he had no animosity towards these people. Like this was a gift. This very, very intricate calendar, if you will, was a gift, something he made and gave freely to these people. But yet he was the one who destroyed their civilization. So
hmm
I think we are really meant to believe that like when Icarium like loses it and he like basically was Hulk mode, there really isn't a difference between friend or foe. And so and yeah, and like with Fiddler, it seemed like probably Fiddler doesn't understand everything, but he seems to be I mean, there's a lot of camaraderie that's building between Fiddler and Mappo, and I think that we can kind of see that like Fiddler immediately recognizes the reaction, like the effect that this has on Mappo, and is from that able to infer that something really bad happened here and Icarium was evolved.
yeah.
Yeah.
So then once they go in to the Warren, um, heading to Tremolor, and I think right when they first make it in, yeah, they kind of see what this inside the surrounding areas, the maze as they call it,
Mhm.
the surrounding areas of this Azath house, and the maze are really made up of like roots, but the roots are like hands and body parts basically. And I found it interesting that Fiddler notes that like, oh, these aren't all human, and these aren't all just creatures I've ever seen before. These are alien. Like
Mm-hmm.
this, and he just has the moment of like, uh, this is much bigger than just us humans. Like
Yep.
there's so much more out there because like what do these belong to? Because I've never seen anything like this, and it's an interesting moment.
Yeah, it's super cool. And that's again, that's one of those things that just really makes me feel like this is one of those cycle, this is cyclical events where, it's just like because it's for example, it's called the Path of Hands. And so that's one of those, legends or tall tales or stories that might have seeped out. And like this like literally is a path of hands of things that are just old, 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 right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it feels like this is something that's happened again and again and again for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's super creepy, like in a very cool way.
Yeah,
But
it was very cool visuals and a very pretty significant departure from like 800 pages of sand. And now we're like in this like dark area with like a I'm almost like picturing a hedge maze. That's kind of what I
Mhm.
pictured, a hedge maze,
Yep.
but like instead of hedges, it was like wooden roots, but
Mhm.
carved of like limbs, appendages,
Mhm.
basically. And it's just a cool, very cool visual.
Yeah.
But they find something outside before they enter the maze. They find, I believe this is the part right where they find the bodies of some nameless ones.
Yeah. Yeah, and so there's a couple of really important things that happens there. They find the body of the nameless ones, and they also have to negotiate with Shadow Throne, although they do so indirectly through Pust, which is kind of interesting. The nameless ones was a we actually had to make sure we had some of our details clear in this because there are some of the things that I was misremembering before looking back at it again. But the nameless ones are one of those things that they've been coming up pretty consistently throughout the story, but only from Mappo. He's had these visions, not clear if they were like waking dreams or memories of the past, but we're meant to understand like commissioned by these nameless ones to be a guardian for a Carium, to essentially ensure that a Carium can never become violent, or at least to be there to try to stem his wrath, so to speak.
Do you think it's like a like because he, do you think that he's tasked? Obviously, he's tasked. I think with preventing him from hulking out. We'll call it.
Yeah.
But do you think that they? I think they know the cycle is when after he hulks out or whatever, he has the memory loss. And
Yeah.
so, do you think when they tasked Mappo with becoming his guardian, like what are the rules do you think they lay down for like, well, if he says something along the lines of, at that settlement, did I do this? Like, what are you just supposed to be like? No, nope.
I, th-
Like,
I get the feeling so because, I mean, what we're going to learn later is that one of the first times that a Carium ever lost his temper, he did something that like we didn't even know was possible, which is just like he nearly destroyed a warren. Like he
mm-hmm.
like actually wounded a warren, which is like an entire realm.
Yeah,
And I have a suspicion, and I can't remember if I mentioned this when we were discussing Column, but I have a suspicion that when it comes to Warrens, that we don't get new ones.
mm,
And I think I did mention this when we were discussing Caliban and Cotillions Ascension, but I don't think we get new ones. I think what we have is what is there, and so when people ascend, they have to adopt what already exists. So it could be potentially like cataclysmic if a Carium were to actually destroy a Warren, or if one could actually be destroyed. And obviously, it had a very dramatic effect, a very traumatic effect on him, because I think we're meant to understand that that's part of the reason why he is the way he is now, that he was injured in return.
yep,
But it does raise this really important question, at least it did for me, which is why wouldn't they just order Mappo or anybody else, but specifically Mappo, to kill him?
yeah, just to execute him, take
Yeah,
out the
why
threat.
why why leave him alive? And so it really does make it feel like there is some important purpose to keep him alive. I think even more so than the path to Tremolor, right? I think there is like some important reason for keeping him alive, but they do need to like, make sure that he doesn't Hulk out. And so I think that there is some concern maybe that if he were to recover his memories, that maybe that would trigger the trauma. I mean, at the very least, as we'll find out, it might remind him as to why he was going after the Azath in the first place. And so I guess I don't know if we want to talk about that now. I mean, people have already read it, but
I feel
I
like
mean,
I'm thinking so many levels deep now. So
yeah,
now I'm like, okay, what was their goal when we first get dropped? Because like
mhm,
I do remember in part one of this book, I was just like, who are these people and what are they doing? Like they're just
right,
in the desert already. But now I'm thinking like, what were they doing? Like
yep.
what was their goal throughout this book? Do
Well,
we
and
know?
so we don't know, and
Okay.
but so here's what we do know, right? We do know that they were slaughtered. We do know
Wait,
that
who?
Calivan, the nameless
Oh,
ones.
I'm sorry. I'm talking about Mappo Nicarium.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was like,
Like
they
in
were
terms of like
slaughtered?
in terms of where they were going.
Yeah, like in the beginning of the book, we're just dropped in with them in the desert. They're talking about like basically the soul taking and stuff, but like, what are they doing? Yeah, and
Well,
there's a chance it was super
uh,
clear, and I'm just like
yeah.
blanking.
Yeah, I was under the impression that Icarium was essentially going along with the path of Hinge because he thought that that would lead him back to his memories, and in a way, he's not wrong, and I think that I think that's significant. I think there's something about Icarium where he does have a drive to seek out the answers as to what happened to his memories, and he has some inclination as to how to do that. And I think that for Mappo, he goes along with it because it's kind of like you have a river that's going downstream and you want to stop it from reaching its destination. You can't just put up a dam. You need to slowly divert it over time.
Yeah.
And I think that's essentially what Mappo is trying to do is he's watching over Akarium. He can't stop Akarium from seeking those answers, but he can be a constant force that just sort of slowly pushes Akarium away from those answers so that way over time Icarium gets diverted. But I
Yeah.
think that's kind of why he needs a guardian because he can't stop seeking answers
Mm,
to his memories and he just always seems to know how to do it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So there, really, he is the guardian is there as a diversion.
I think so. And I think it's there as a diversion, but also I mean I think because of the fact that they didn't execute him, like he's there as a diversion, but also there's gotta be some reason why Icarium is still alive
Yeah.
and hopefully a pertinent one.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, I mean, so at the end of this whole journey, I mean, we're going to find out that the reason why Icarium did all of this is because Icarium's father is actually a guardian of one of these Zath. And
Hmm.
then Icarium was trying to free a guardian, which we're to understand is not possible. But Icarium came closer than anybody could and injured in a warren in the process, but suffered this pretty significant trauma. So presumably, if he were to actually unlock his memories, then he would remember that his father is there, and he might remember a lot of the horror that he committed when he's lost his temper, and then that might trigger it all over again. And it very much like I don't know if people have ever watched like Seven Deadly Sins, but it very much like reminds me of like one of the characters in Seven Deadly Sins, where like one of his problems is like if he delves too deep into a memory, it triggers the same traumatic events
Mm,
that happened just after that memory, and so they have to like constantly keep it from him because otherwise he'll just keep going into that like Hulk mode
yeah.
again and again and again because realizing what he did is traumatic enough to send him over the edge again.
Hmm.
And it kind of feels a little bit like that with Acarium too.
Yeah. So I think so in that moment they find the nameless ones dead. A couple things happen. This girl Puss basically relays to the group that this was a cult and they are
Yep.
extinct now. Which I will say admittedly this is the whole nameless ones thing
Yep.
is where I'm most clouded.
Yep.
I don't just with Icarium and with the Azath, like at some point they realize that the Azath wants Icarium. I can't remember how they come to that conclusion.
I don't think it's so much that they realize the Azath wants a Carium. I think it's that they understand that there's some basic mechanics. Like that's what I got out of it was like, especially from what we see with Gardens of the Moon, where because people do know things about an Azath. Like even Fiddler knows things about an Azath. Like people just know things
Yeah.
if you've been around long enough. And
And he's
one of
witnessed
those things,
something.
yeah,
Fiddler.
and that's kind of the thing is like I think they just sort of already like there's a common knowledge that like an Azath will appear where there's very dangerous and powerful individuals.
Hmm.
And that's why we see it in Gardens where we have a Jagut Tyrant and the Azath appears to take in the Jagut Tyrant. So I think there's just sort of this understanding of like they need to get to the Azath to like complete this quest, but the Azath is going to try to take them probably. Now, not that they're not that they're that significant, but like it's a very dangerous place and it may just decide to kill them. And so I think there's this sort of understanding of like, well, if we want to get to the Azath safely, we need to offer something in return for our safe passage. And we don't understand how it is that like a Tremolor, like Azath itself, could like think or have motivations, but it apparently does. Like it sort of can at a basic level. And so a bargain is struck in some sense. Like there's an understanding that they'll offer a Carium who is one of those golden prizes,
Yeah.
right? And
He practically
and
offers
then
himself. Like
yeah,
he says,
well,
I am okay with doing this. And I think that's our first moment where Mappo is just like, no, actually, no, we're not going to do that. And it's brutal because the Carium is like, well, if you're my friend, then you will let me do it. And it's just like, that's
right.
brutal.
Well, and like this is one of those stories where I really like these kinds of resolutions where when you get to the resolution in the end, everything cascades backwards because the revelation at the end that we find out is part of the reason why Mappo in particular was tasked with this job. And again, this might be one of those things where like maybe it actually is the case that while they want Karen to stay alive as a last resort, someone has to be ready to kill him. But Mappo is under the impression he believes that the reason why he's been tasked with this job is because Icarium wiped out his tribe. And that's actually false. It was actually the nameless ones who wiped out his tribe and blamed it on Icarium and then commissioned Mappo, to this job, right? And so it shows this like great strength of character in Mappo that he has found in himself to forgive Icarium for what happened, especially after coming to understand what Icarium deals with and struggles with, and then to go further than that, but then to find a way to like love him as a brother and to make Icarium his new tribe.
Mm-hmm.
And when you roll that back to this event of like Icarium now offering himself to like be taken in the Zath, like even though Mappo, and I think in his heart like knows that that's probably a good resolution for this, right? Because then Icarium would be forever safe, but unable to harm the world. But there's just like, I would imagine for a Mappo, it's almost like an undoing, right? It's like, well, then what was all of this for, right? Like, what did my tribe die for? Like, what has all this journey been for? Like, what has my forgiveness been for? What has this love been for? And you very much see like this is the moment where like for Mappo everything crumbles, and like I don't know about you, but I definitely had a lot of moments like Mappo. Just be honest, and like it's actually in Trimlore for like the first time like Mappo starts to be honest with Icarium, and I think this is a big part of it. It's just like this is just like breaking him in a way, right? It's breaking his heart.
Yeah.
And so he just feels like, I know he just feels like he has to be because this might be his last time to like really be honest.
Yeah.
With Icarium.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that we set up that stage, which pays off in a little bit, but then they start heading through. They go through the maze, and which it's just overrun with Soul Taken and Deavers, and they're just fighting. They've got the hounds. They got 5 hounds, I think, of Shadow Throne assisting them, and the first kind of fight there or tussle, if you will, that they come across is maybe not the first one, but the first one of significance is Mesrimp. And I mean, pretty much part 4 was just Erickson saying, all right, I hope your heart's ready because I'm going to rip it out over and over and over and over again. And so he's just like, "Oh, you like this little bear guy I introduced? Like, he was a cool little guy. Well, I'm gonna kill him." Like, and not only is he gonna die, but he's gonna die because of our party, and
Yep.
which is just like, oh. So yeah, the hounds attack him, not knowing.
Yeah.
Obviously, they don't know who he is. They don't know
Yep.
that he's been working with Akarium and Mappa, or not worth, but just a mutual respect.
Yeah, mutual respect, no ill will. I mean, he's
Yeah.
like one of the few Soul Taken that we're led to believe would not attack Mappo and carry him on sight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But Hound attacks him, and in that attack, he kind of brushes into the wall,
Yep.
and the wall just immediately like reaches out and takes him in slowly, and all they could do is watch it happen.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
so
and
now
then
he's part of the maze.
yeah, and we get that reaction from Fiddler of like, this is one of like the first of friends that will be lost on this journey.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and I mean, it is heart wrenching, and it just is one of those things because it very much is meant to feel in a way like I hate to use the phrase like casualty of war because that's not quite what it is, but it's one of those things of like they've pointed themselves towards a goal and they have to see it through. And unfortunately, that kind of determination in this case is going to lead to sacrifices that they neither want nor intend. But it's in many ways like there is no other alternative for them. Like
Yeah.
they have to get to the Azath. That's how they have to go. And it's not like they really aren't in this position where they're like making active decisions of like, oh, I'm going to sacrifice a friend in order to get there. It's just now the train has left the station, and really at this point, you can't criticize a lot of the choices that they've made, like partying together, going through this dangerous path, like bringing the hounds with them.
Yeah.
I mean, but these are some of the things that might unfold, and it just kind of speaks to, in a way, like the tragedy of the world that they're in, right? Maybe in a different world, maybe a different time, maybe a different place, but not with the path of hands, because that's what it does, right?
Yeah.
It just it brings them all together into this bloody feud.
Yep.
And friends die in that.
Yeah.
So it's just, yeah.
Speaking of people dying, then Grillin shows up.
Yep.
And he's super Grillin.
He's super good. He's like tens of thousands of rats, man.
He's been feasting.
Yep.
Maybe one of those little rats in there is Culp, and sad.
Well, and we don't know much about. I think that's definitely. I think there's a reason why Grillin didn't reveal himself until he could attack Culp. I mean, after reading that, that's what I thought. I was like, maybe he really can like feed off of people's like connections to the Warrens.
Yeah.
And so like, he goes after mages, for that
sure.
reason. So, but yeah, he's like super Grillin, like tens of thousands of rats, and they're all like streaming down this tunnel, and it's crazy.
Yeah, it's not looking good for the crew.
Yeah, not at all. But it also like again opens up a lot of questions between like Soul Taken and Deavers, because it does make me wonder, right? Presumably, any Deaver could do that.
Yeah.
Right. And so, it really raises the question of like how powerful like can Deavers get?
Yeah.
If this is possible.
It could. Yeah. It's like, can all Deavers do that, or is he like a mage and a Deaver, and like that's just something that he can do?
Yeah.
But which is interesting, but.
Mm-hmm. And it could very well be a case too where like maybe he's able to do that to an extent, right? Like maybe it's because right now he's like well fed and really strong, but then if he were to weaken, he would not be able to summon that many rats. Like we just don't really know the mechanics of all of this, but you really don't need to understand the mechanics to know to run for your life, and that's clearly like what the party does, and they're just booking it.
Well,
now, if I remember,
he starts to rage here.
Oh yeah, and Mappa's like knock him out. Because the thing is, it's like he hates Grillin. Like he really hates Grillin.
The fact that it's just seeing that is, I don't know if it's the threat of his friends dying, or just that hatred towards Grillin, or all of the above. But this is the first time we see Akarium start to rage, and the only thing Mappo can do is let him, and that would mean death for everybody, or knock him out. So he just knocks him out. While Fiddler is like, I know what I'm gonna do. I know what rats hate: fire. Yeah. So I'm gonna throw my last munition at him. So he reaches in, tosses it, and I don't know if he realizes it or if we just as the reader are told, but it is not, in fact, a munition, but it is the conch shell that is it conch? Conch shell.
It's a conch shell. Yeah, it's
Wait,
the
conch or
magic conch.
conch?
I always knew it was conch. It's
All
like
right,
the
conch
magic
shell.
conch. Yeah,
Magic conch.
that's from
All right,
SpongeBob.
yeah.
The conch.
Yeah.
The conch. Yeah. So, but no, like I don't think he does until. I mean, he knew he had it, right? But like
He
he
kind of
even
forgot
said
about it, I
like
feel like.
he kind of said like he always thought it was his last cuss, he never checked.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
He just
and
eats
which
it.
clearly didn't, because if he knew he's out of cussers, like we know what that does
Yeah,
to a
yeah.
sapper. It's existential crisis.
Worse than death.
Yeah, exactly. It's so, but he throws it. He doesn't. I don't think he realizes until it hits the floor and cracks.
Mhm.
And he hears the crack, and then of course he hears the song.
Yeah, so it's the shell
Yeah.
that the Tano Spirit Walker gave to him.
Yeah.
And yeah, the song plays, and then this huge like tidal wave basically comes down and destroys Grillin, and somehow it like pushes them to the floor, but they don't even get wet. Like they're somehow protected
It's like
from this thing.
it's like a tidal wave of sound. Basically, is the way I took it. Is like the tidal waves are
Oh,
not real. They're
okay.
not physically real. It's an experience.
I
Is like
see.
what they're all. It's a sensation. It's like a sensory experience. But essentially what pushes them to the ground is essentially like sound force in a way. It's just like it's like the pressure of what comes out of the conch, but also like it literally is like I mean, it's like a massive explosion goes off, like their ears are just like being deafened.
Yeah.
And that sudden shock is like what gives Mappo the opportunity to knock a Carrium out, and which is not all too surprising. But the crazy thing was just how like it doesn't just like take out Gren, like it like shreds him, like it like disintegrates the rats.
He gets rocked.
Yeah,
Which good.
and
I would have been
I
a
mean,
little
he
upset if we
deserved
made it
it.
through the rest of this book with Grillin not dying.
yeah,
I would have been upset because he killed Bodden and Culp, and
Yeah.
he needed to go.
yeah. Man, and it was such a cool part. It raised so many questions for me too. I had to go back and kind of read more, but I feel like, you know, I ended up this is one of the. I think this is the only time I had to double check with the wiki's really nice that like separates things, but in this case it was kind of interesting because the wiki, it only really has information on him from Deadhouse Gates. So there really wasn't anything else to spoil, but it feels like there's something more to this. So Mappo mentions, because Mappo recognizes that it's a Tano song. He asked like Fiddler, like, did you ever meet a Tano? And he's like, I did. He's like, did he touch you?
Yeah.
He's like, no, but he must have.
Yeah.
And so, I went back and I checked, and like sure enough, it says that as Fiddler left, that the guy put his hand on Fiddler's shoulder. So he did touch him. But the thing is he touched him after he gave him the conch.
Yeah, which is interesting.
Right? Which is really interesting. But even more interesting is like you go back and you read the entire conversation. The entire conversation that they have is all about the dangers of his journey because of the path of hands.
Oh, really?
And that he's going to need something to help him on his journey to protect him from the soul taken the Deavers, which like then really makes sense that the conch shell would not hurt Fiddler or his party, but would specifically hurt Grellin.
Yeah.
Right. And now there was a moment when I wondered about like Mappo and Acarium like possibly being soul taken. I don't think that that's true. And this also kind of like makes me wonder, like maybe nobody in their party actually was soul taken, because maybe this would have hurt them more if it was. And so this really got me thinking that I know he touches, but then I'm like, well, but if that happened, how's the conch work? So now I'm kind of wondering, I'm like, maybe there was like something that is like hidden in the story that we're not really meant to know, but like maybe he had actually run into Fiddler before Fiddler, rescued the granddaughter, that maybe they had actually run into each other before, and maybe that Spirit Walker was like sort of in disguise.
Yeah.
In a way, or there was another way for him to like gain that information.
Yeah.
Like maybe in met Kalam or something like that before. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we actually know, because I feel like if we did, it probably would have been in the wiki. But I
don't
just
know how Tano Spirit Walkers work at all,
right,
really.
we don't.
Other than now we know they touch you, they can basically like see kind of your future a little
in
bit.
Past. They can
In
see
past,
like
so it's like
they see like everything.
It could just be one of those things that he can give you this shell, and
Mhm.
imbue it with whatever he wants to at any point. It's connected
Yep.
to him at some point,
Yep.
and then he could,
Mhm.
after he touched him, he's like, all right, now I'm maybe
Mhm.
still close enough to be able to change this to
Mhm.
what I want. But it
Yep.
seems like something we'll probably figure out
Yep.
somewhere throughout the series, and if not, like,
Mhm.
I mean, I would be
It's okay.
okay with just be like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably what it was.
Yeah. Now I don't know if this is true. And again, like I said, they're like I'm not trying to like bring in a whole bunch of stuff from like the wiki, but like wiki doesn't go into this. And like I said, it really doesn't have much other than just to say this is a character we meet. He talks with Fiddler. He touches Fiddler on the shoulder before he leaves. That's kind of it. So, but now I don't know if like this was your reaction to when this happened, but it always kind of felt to me that like the strength, like the power that the Tanu have is like somehow they have this ability to take stories and turn it into something that's like overwhelmingly powerful. And I think that there's probably some proportionality to what they put into that story, to what how much it comes out, and so or like what kind of effect it has. And so I did have this kind of thought after we like see Grelin get evaporated that perhaps he had this knowledge or suspicion about how this conch might be used because of his knowledge of the path of hands. But I had this like thought that perhaps the reason why it's so like efficacious in the way that it is because the song in there is like from a place of that like woundedness that I think his name's like Calic, but that Tano Spearwalker has, because if you remember, he was the leader of one of the seven cities. I think maybe it was Aaron, and no, it wasn't Aaron, right? Because wasn't Aaron like massacred? But and that was like
I think
the
so.
last
That
show.
was like,
the-
their big win was
yeah,
Aaron.
yeah. But and so he was one of the other cities after that where they knew what happened to Aaron, and he ended up opening his gates to let the Malaz Empire take over because he didn't want the people to be massacred. And this like brought in some ways like shame to him because they kind of saw him as like surrendering, giving up too soon, but at the same time, but it kind of made me wonder that in some ways, like that song and the force of that song kind of represented the woundedness that he feels for the injury that was inflicted on him and his people, and the events of like what happened in Aaron. It's like the sorrow of the fact that although he gave up that city to save his people, he had to sacrifice his culture to do that.
Yeah, I can
and
see
and
that.
so it kind of felt like like the force of like that, not final song, but in a way like the song of a dying people.
Yeah,
Yeah, and so it carried the weight of a whole culture behind it, and could just because of that evaporate even a creature like as powerful as Grelin.
yeah. I like that theory.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm excited to see
Mhm.
more if we ever do, just to
Mhm.
see, how they operate. But yeah. So Grillin dies, big dead.
Grelin died. Yeah,
Mappa
and so
knocks out a carrium.
Nox like carry him. And I couldn't quite tell, but it seemed like when Messram showed up, he like busted a hole in the wall. I think is how that happened. So because they like rushed
I
through
can't remember.
something
Yeah,
as it
it's
like
all
closes
chaos.
behind them.
Yeah,
So
I think it's one of those like it almost felt to me like the maze was one of those like Harry Potter mazes that like
yeah,
closes and then reopened and path.
yeah,
Basically, the Azath house, Azath house, the Azath house,
yeah. Thou's house.
the Azath house, the mouth in the Azath house. It seems like it can control this maze,
Yeah,
and so
yeah.
like it's opening and closing paths to them. It felt like to me,
Mhm.
but yeah, then they
But yeah,
continue on basically.
Yeah, and they continue on, and then it just gets crazier. It's not like the stakes escalate, but like we meet like a Dinrabi, which by the way, this is like I think one of our first all taken that we encounter in the
Mhm.
book, and it's like this massive like sea centipede, and then Fiddler like blows its head off,
Mhm.
and then we like meet another one. And it's like, oh, actually that wasn't. It's like that's not a soul taken. That's actually a Deaver. There's just a Deaver that's just a whole bunch of these like massive sea centipedes, and it's just like. Okay, like
Yep.
I guess that's the scale we're working at now. And then like even better than that, we get the whole like Jonah in the mouth of the whale. These dogs just are just like, you know how you deal with a sea centipede? You jump into its mouth and kill it from the inside.
Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, and they don't even think; they just immediately go, and it's
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah, super.
I love
cool.
how they just know. They're like, this is how we do this,
Yeah. Yeah, it was very cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was just a cool reveal in general with
Yeah.
with being Devers. And then,
Mhm.
because I think at this point they're either within sights of the house, or they're on like the front lawn, basically. Like
Yeah.
they're on the home
Yeah.
stretch, and then that shows up. They take
Mhm.
care of that, and then they finally make it basically onto the porch, I think,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
they're about to go in.
Yeah. So and it's like and like these athletes are being actively attacked from like all sides, but Absalar has this idea that, as long as they like will it, they'll be able to get inside, right? Which I mean it really isn't too crazy, especially if we remember like at the end of Gardens of the Moon, two of our characters do go inside the Azath, like one of the Azath. So it's like
Yeah.
it's not unbelievable for characters, but it does make me wonder now because that was a new Azath. So now I've been thinking a lot about like, did it take them in because they're going to be the first guardians of
Oh
that
yeah,
new Azath,
they just might be.
which is
Yeah.
yeah, which is kind of interesting, because I it didn't seem like the Jagged Tyrant would be like a guardian. I think it's like almost like Mesrim, like it's being absorbed
Yeah,
into
that
the
felt more like
essence.
a consumption.
Yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah, so they think that they'll be able to just get in, but they all try and they can't, and so then ends up being Fiddler, who's the last one, and even he can't make it in. But the coolest, kind of one of the coolest moments of comedy that we get
Mm.
in Tremolor is like this moment where they think that they're about to have this like big showdown with like a Soul Taken or a Deaver, and there's just like this little like as you know what like Bukaral that just like crawls on up, and it's like, oh, it's my familiar Moby that
Yeah.
I didn't know who he was or where he was. So he's like Moby's like back with the group as they make this final push, and we get this like crazy reveal that Moby is actually a soul taken. He's actually a
A
demon
demon.
that just
Yeah.
kind of runs around as like a Booskaral, and like which pisses Istral off, pushed off to like no end, right?
Yeah, he's the one that really
Uh,
reveals it to Fiddler
yeah,
and the group. He's like, yeah, that's
yeah,
I think Moby's a little bit more than you might think,
yeah,
buddy. Because yeah, I kept picturing it like almost like a Jurassic Park moment. Like
yeah,
they're on the porch and they can see down a path, but then it curves off, and
yeah,
like they just hear all this crazy fighting. And yeah, I'm just imagining like a cup of water. It's like boom, and like the
yeah.
ripples, boom, and they're just cowering. And then like yeah, Moby runs around the corner, and even in that moment, I was just like, what? Like that
Yeah,
was weird. And then Puss was like, "Yeah, bro, he's a soul taken," and I was just like, "Oh my gosh!" Like that's yeah, very
yeah,
funny, but
yeah,
also yeah, just super cool.
yeah.
Good reveal.
And I mean, it closes a few loops for us. Like they did bring it up
Like, why
when
was he
they.
in this book?
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it does answer the question like why he's in this book. I mean, he is. I think he's mostly in it for a little bit of comedy, but it's like thematically kind of cool. But they did when they introduced Moby. There was this open question. I think in the very first part of the book, like, how is he even here? Because if he's a familiar, familiars disappear when the one who conjured them dies,
Mm,
and like so it opens this red herring of like maybe his I guess it was his uncle or his grandfather.
yeah, like when it like
Like,
passed to him.
yeah, like maybe he didn't die because otherwise.
Mm,
But now we know, like, no, he probably is dead. It's just that Moby wasn't a familiar. Moby was just a just extremely loyal soul taken.
yeah, who was also
Right.
just kind of on the path because he
Yeah.
was like, "Oh, you going to
Yeah.
7 cities?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be your
Yeah. Yeah.
familiar."
If you're gonna twist my arm, I
Yeah,
guess
yeah,
I'll go with you.
yeah,
And we find out that he's actually like the entire time just been like running off to go fight other soul taken to like keep them away from Crocus and Absalar in the group.
yep,
And so just like all those noises that they heard weren't just like other battles. It was like Moby just like wailing out on like other soul
yeah,
taken, which is just crazy.
super cool.
Yeah. It also brings up the other funny thing because we don't know the full mechanics like soul taken or like how they take forms. But like it cracks me up that like we have all these extremely scary soul taken. And for whatever reason, this like extremely ferocious demons like form is just like this little rat creature, like rat
Yeah,
bat creature, right?
I think they're aren't they? They're basically like flying monkeys. I think
Yeah, they're like flying
little
monkeys.
flying monkeys.
Right. But it's like the least intimidating
Yeah, yeah.
character.
Yep,
Right.
that's
And
great.
so it's just like it just cracks me up that like that's the like
That's a
that's
form.
one of the two forms,
Yeah.
right? Like, it's
I mean,
just-
yeah, it kind of makes sense. Like if they do get to choose of like
Yeah.
appear to be non-threatening,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then you can you can be a gigantic demon that can eviscerate everything. But
Yeah. Now I know it could have gone the way of like he's a Bukaral who like then can transform into a demon. but I kind of love the idea that you just have this like big scary demon
Oh, like a
who,
reverse soul taken.
yeah, he's like a big scary
I see.
demon, and then he's like, I'm soul taken,
Yeah.
I'm ferocious, and he's like with all of his like soul taken demon friends, and they're like, oh, we're ferocious, and then they're like transforming into dragons, and then he transforms like the flying monkey.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like the ugly duckling of the group.
Yeah, exactly.
He was bullied a
Yeah,
lot as a kid, Moby,
yeah,
as a
exactly. Yeah.
demon child. But so yeah, so Moby shows up, they fight the worms, and
Yep.
then they still can't get in, and then these blood flies start coming, which I mean we've seen what the blood flies
Yeah.
can do, and it's just like what's gonna happen?
Yeah.
Then
Well,
Acarium
and the
wakes up.
yeah, well, and the thought that the blood flies might be Deaver is just like also really staggering.
Yeah,
It's like, holy crap! Like,
yeah,
if
I
that's
hope
a Deaver, that's crazy.
yeah,
Like,
which I think it is.
I think it is.
I think it's we are to assume that, which there's more than. I think Deavers and stuff take the form of existing animals or whatever creatures.
Right, for
Messrum,
sure.
there are bears in this world. Messrum
Mm.
just transforms. He's an animorph. They're
Yeah.
animorphs. They're
Yeah.
basically animorphs.
Right, but I'm just like, how do you fight a Deaver that is just like a physical cloud of blood? I think
Yeah.
you're just screwed. Like,
Yeah, you're just screwed basically. So and then Acarium wakes up to make it worse. There's like a giant like cyclone in the sky that Acarium is summoning, and Fiddler is like, all right, I got to try the door. I'm the last one. I think Absolar is even like, Fiddler, we've all tried it. Like, it's got to be you. And so he tries it and doesn't work. And then we're like, well, shit. Like, what's gonna happen? And then Moby, not in a kind way either, like claws down his arm. I don't know why it's so graphic, but basically like clawing down his arm, and then tries the door and it opens, and they all kind of fall in, and door shuts, and it's just like silence. Acarium is no longer he's back to being unconscious basically. And
again, I think we're meant to understand Mappo knocked him out again.
Okay, yeah. So Mappo knocked him out again. He's unconscious. They're all in. It's quiet. It's like the outside world doesn't even exist anymore. And they basically stumble upon the bones of the previous groundskeeper or what guardian.
Guardian.
Yeah, groundskeeper. It's like watering the plants and
yeah. Yeah, that's what somebody's got to keep the roots alive.
yeah,
you know?
exactly.
Yeah, and I couldn't quite tell, but it did make it seem like the creature that was there before, like most resembled like Aptorian, kind of like it was a very like strange creature, like long legs.
Yeah, not
several
human.
of them, not human at all, and not really a kind of creature that we'd be familiar with. They certainly were not familiar with the kind of creature.
Yeah.
And so I don't know that like would specifically be a kind of like Aptorian, but that's the only real character that we've encountered in the story that's like that foreign. You know what I mean? From other kinds of creatures.
Yeah.
So it's meant to be something that's quite old, and we don't know how it died, but its bones are here and it's been dead. And it gives us this indication that we're meant to understand that like when Moby touched the door, the reason why it let them all in is because Moby is now the new guardian of the Zath. And like that's kind of again what kind of got me thinking of like that's why this works as a false path, because the Azath in some ways attracts, like it has a way to attract soul taken endeavors when it's like looking for a new guardian.
Yeah.
And that's why it lets Moby in, because Moby's the soul taken that reached it, so Moby gets to be the new guardian.
He doesn't want to be. Yeah, it's more of like he seems like kind of scared, doesn't want to be, but has to be. Which I found interesting. But yeah, they kind of but I guess before they move through the house, here comes Matt's biggest problem with the book, maybe. The super magical traveling merchant that appears just on time. What's it? I think we put his name. What's his name?
I think you put in characters.
Yeah, let me check the characters. It's like Kellen. It's not Kellen.
Carpelon Demisand.
Carmelon.
Carpelon.
Carpelon Demisand.
Demisand. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're just inside, like, and then they hear like a little bell outside, and they're like, "Oh, what's this?" Which I don't know why they would open the door, but then they open the door.
Well, no, it's because Crocus was like, "That's a Darujhistan bell."
Oh,
Crocus,
you're right.
He remembers it from like,
okay,
that's where he's from.
Sense. Yeah. So they open the door, and Carpelon is there, and he's like, "Hello, I'm the super magical traveling merchant that shows up just on time, and I've got something for you, Fiddler, just Fiddler." And so he hands him some new munitions, conveniently. kind of. I joke, but like it's not that convenient. Like it's not like yes, he's out of them, but it's not like to me it would have been I would have been more upset if he had delivered them just before they went into the maze and was just like, "Oh, you're out and here's a bunch more," and then he uses these to get them through. So I
Yeah.
don't really have that much of a problem with it. And we'll talk about that later with the Coltane bit, but basically he delivers them some munitions and then pieces out. And then they go back into the house and then they basically are just going to use the house for what it is for, which is for them to fast travel, if you will, to the Deadhouse Gates in Molas City. And so as they're moving to go to the door, basically they find what they say is Dassam Ultor's daughter, dead daughter, that he deposited here before he died. And that's it. That's it. I don't even remember if Dassam Ultor was a name from Gardens. But he just seemed. We find out from Lysine that he was just a rival of Lysine.
Yep.
Who worshipped Hood. So doesn't seem like a good guy. But I don't know. There has to be. There's no way Steven Erikson is putting this here and just being like, and that's all. That's gonna come back. We're gonna learn about that at some point, which I'm excited to. But then, Fiddler says goodbye to Moby because Moby's got to stay and become the new Guardian. They go through the door. And then we kind of get a nice little scene with Moby who kind of walks back from the door. And there's a suit of armor that is just like addresses Moby of like, hey, welcome. Like, I'm glad you're here. And let's do this. Like, basically, like it's just kind of like a wholesome moment, like to comfort Moby because Moby kind of appears scared. He and Fiddler have not that emotional of a moment, but they do have their goodbye, which is a little sad. But yeah, it was a kind of a nice little like heartwarming, like, warming part that Moby isn't going to be left alone here, kind of. And maybe we'll learn more about that. Maybe we won't. I don't know maybe it's the spirit of the Dassam Ultor's dead daughter. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it was kind of cool. So Moby is now officially the guardian of Tremolor.
Mm-hmm. And I think it is intended to be bittersweet. Like there at least is, there is some indication that there's something about being a guardian that like brings peace to an otherwise like conflicted hearts. Like there's like it's kind of implied that there's like for those that like seek the path of hands, there is like something in them that is like always restless. And so like being a guardian, like there's kind of peace that's meant to come with that of like Moby can now like rest is being a guardian and does not have to be worried about this like urge they might otherwise felt to seek something out, and he doesn't have to be like worried every day about something killing him.
Yeah.
Right.
And arguably, this house does possibly good. Is like protecting the world from these powers, these great powers that would otherwise destroy the world or whatever. So like, ultimately a good thing. Then they show up in the, for lack of a better term, fast travel room, which Relic of all people is like, it's a map. It's like a bunch of bricks, kind of brick floor, very weird like plane they're in, and like basically brick floor, and like Relic's like that's the map of this continent. I recognize it, and then we have that second moment of Fiddler going like, wait a minute, that's like our whole world, but this floor is huge, and this is like a very small percentage of this floor. What does that mean? And it's just like. Yeah, existential crisis almost of like, wow, we mean nothing. Like we are so small and insignificant. And that's even like even the bigger powers on their planet kind of in that moment appear insignificant. If like they're insignificant, then what does that make Fiddler? Just a human. Nothing. Yeah. Like a speck of dust. Which is a cool realization and also kind of a scary realization for them. And then they're like, all right, well, let's just walk, I guess. And then as they're walking, they kind of, let's see, am I missing anything? I think that's just when they start getting dropped into their spots.
So Israel Post is just like laughing and then he's gone. And then all of a sudden they're like having this, they're having this kind of, they like scramble to get away from that. And then they have this moment with Mappo Nakarium where Mappo decided like, I'm not giving a and the next thing they know, they're gone too.
And they almost pull Absolar with them.
Yep, and they almost pull Absolar with them.
And
But she manages to dive out of the way.
Yeah.
They decide to like rope themselves together
because they're scared. They don't know. They don't
Mm.
understand this is the process of
Yeah,
traveling. They're like,
Yeah.
what happens?
Yeah.
But two realizations. Like one, okay, the floor is like this thin. What's underneath? And if we're basically, they're like, well, if one of us is gonna die, we're all gonna die. So let's tie ourselves together. And but then they see like there's dragons go through, and they put it together. They're like, oh no, this is like how you travel within this.
Yep.
I don't know if it's a whatever it is, not a warren maybe, but just the Azath house.
Yeah, well, it has a lot of things that seem similar to Warren's. Like time doesn't seem to work quite the same way. You get to your destination through intention, because that's the other thing with Warren's is, they do have to travel some distance in the Warren, but ultimately how they get out is like by their intention to get out at a particular location. So there's a sort of like almost like providence to getting out. Which is kind of neat. Yeah. I was curious. Have you ever had that experience of standing on a floor,
going through a warren and fighting off devers?
Yeah, specifically that. But have you ever had the experience of like looking through the floor and realizing?
Wait, sorry, you cut out. Realizing what?
Yeah, like standing on the floor and realizing you stand on nothing.
No,
I've had that experience. It is terrifying.
Just like just like any floor, and you're just like, wow, I'm not actually standing on anything, or
no, so there's a theater in Russia.
Oh, one of the glass floors.
It's not even a glass floor, man. That's what makes it so unsettling. It's a rotating stage, and when you stand on one of the stages, it's a tiled stage. And at first, you don't think anything of it, but then if you look closely, you'll realize that the grout between the tiles is not grout; it's slit. And you can look through the slit, and you will just see like a 30-foot drop to the next stage. And then you realize that the entire stage that you're standing on is just a whole bunch of those tiles.
And
you're like
that.
Whoa, gosh. I was like, oh, I don't like this. I don't want to stand here anymore.
Yeah. I've seen those like videos of like the glass bridges and stuff. I'm like, no.
Yep.
I'll watch other people get scared. I don't want to do it. Like, it is, I wouldn't want to do that. But
I was just like, what is holding this floor together?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or hearts, thoughts and prayers. But yeah, so then they fall through. The gang falls through. They get deposited. They wake up and they're like, where are we? And Fiddler's like, I smell Malaz City. I smell Malaz Bay, baby. And so they made it. They made it to the Deadhouse Gates, and they are there. And like we mentioned earlier, Gothos or whatever you want to call him, Carium's dad is there. At this point, it's just Fiddler, Crocus, Absolar, and Relic, right?
Yep.
Yeah, just the four of them. And basically they meet up with him, and he kind of tells them and us, like he's like, is a Carium safe within the Azath house? And they're like, no, we got him out. And he's pretty severely disappointed. And he tells them, like, I was hoping that he could find that peace because I've found that peace. And we learn in other parts of the book too, but here he also tells them that like Jaggets crave solitude and really love solitude, and that he is comfortable there and happy there. And then he also tells them that Carium didn't know that, tried to rescue him, injured a Warren, and in the process, created that trauma that caused him to lose his memory and become who he is, basically. And then he's like, oh, see ya. And by the way, on the way out, if you'd like, take a little sip from this little pond of holy water, and it'll heal whatever's wrong with you. Yep. And Fiddler does, because he's, I don't know, got a sprained ankle or something. I can't remember what's going on with him, but he's a little injured. He's like, yeah, I'll have a sip, I'll indulge. And it's just like brutally like quick but painful healing of just like the bones going like back into place. And he's just like, I wouldn't have done that if I had known. Which is funny. Just a weird part. Like I don't know I don't know how I feel about it. It just was like a weird like, oh, by the way, here's the healing drink on your way out. But so then they do that, they leave, and then they kind of meet up with where we had left Callum and company. They just appear there in Apt and Panic rope them in, and then they all go to the Shadow Warren. We already know what happened with Callum and
Mhm.
Nala and Apt and Panic, but then what happens to the other four? Their resolutions. Yeah, do you want to say kind of where everyone ends up?
Yeah, so we know what happened to Colin and Manala, and so essentially Shadow Throne gives them each an opportunity to go somewhere else, using using the Shadow Warren. And so Apsalar and Relic, they would like to go back to their village, to go back to their home, to to basically get Relic back home and to hopefully find some modicum of peace. And Crocus wants to go with Apsalar, so they go there. Fiddler is not ready to be done, so he knows that Tavor is traveling with her fleet to go back to the desert,
Yep.
and he, even though he's in relationship with Kalam, and Kalam is from the Seven Cities, ultimately Fiddler still in his heart, like, he needs the Empire to mean something,
Yeah.
and so he says, sign me back up. And I think, like, for me that was a really interesting moment, but it was also very, I think it was a very important moment for, like, for Calivan's character,
Mm.
because I think that it does build a mutual bridge between, like, Lysine and Calivan and Fiddler and, like, a lot of these other characters, like, for example, Dujek. Like, I think, like, ultimately, like, there is some showdown that's happening between Calivan and Lysine that, like, needs to be duked out and needs to be resolved. But ultimately, I think it's going to be one that's going to be based on, like, a mutual understanding and, in some sense, like, maybe like a mutual respect.
It's interesting because
Because,
he offers him to go. He's like, "You want to go back to the Bridge Burners?" And he's like,
yeah,
"No, I'm going to enlist in just the army."
yeah,
Um, I don't know how I feel about it. I don't know if I'm excited to see more about it, about why. I don't
yeah,
necessarily feel like after this whole thing he'd be like, "Put me back in, coach." Like,
right.
but I'm fine with it. I mean, if anything, to me with like, so you're saying you think Kalinvad respects Fiddler for just
Oh
wanting
yeah.
to fight for the Empire?
Well, because if I had an army of you, I could never lose,
Oh yeah, I
right?
see.
Like,
Yeah, yeah,
that's the thing. It's just like there's this moment where the emperor who commands an empire is humbled by a single man's devotion to a purpose,
yeah.
right? And I think that you get these elements, like, throughout the story, especially mostly through Duker's eyes, honestly, where it's just like what makes the Malazans so dangerous and so effective is, like, their ability to prioritize a purpose,
Yeah.
like that they can work towards a purpose. And we also get it from, the Nameless Marine as well, where there's this moment where she's like, she's like, he's like, when it all comes down to it, like, the thing we've been fighting for this at this point, it's like, it's not really survival. That's not what we've been fighting for. Like, we hope for it, like,
Yeah.
we desperately strive for it, but, like, at the end of the day, the reason why we're fighting on this journey is for the dignity of the people,
Yeah.
right? And so there's that understanding of, like, Calivan, at least he's not like a bloodthirsty emperor who just, like, wants to conquer the world. I mean, I think probably a part of him that, like, seeks power and all these kinds of things, but he is still a man who can be humbled, even in his ascendancy, can be humbled by a single character's devotion to a purpose.
Yeah.
And I think that's, like, for me, like, what makes that moment so cool.
Yeah.
But
No,
yeah,
yeah.
I don't know,
Interesting
like, I
point of
really
view.
understand Fiddler's motivations,
Well, yeah, I
but
was gonna
like,
ask
that sense
about
of
that
duty.
because it's been a bit since I've finished it.
Hmm.
They obviously meet up with Callum before they are all like Fiddler and Callum meet up again in the
For essentially for a brief
for
moment.
a brief
I mean,
moment. So when
'cause-
does Fiddler? Because his purpose is to bring back uh Crocus and Apsalar, get her back home, but him and Callum at some point agree that they are going to kill Lysine, assassinate Lysine. So we get the moment with Callum pulling back from that meeting with Lysine. When does Fiddler get that information? Am I just blanking of, like, when did Fiddler get the information of, like, he went from I want to kill Lysine as well to, like, I'm gonna fight for Lysine. Like, did Callum and him have that
well,
conversation
I
or
don't think it's so much that he's gonna fight for Lysine. Like, he makes his purpose pretty expressed of, like, he doesn't care at all about Lysine. Like, he's going because killing Lysine is not about bringing down the In fact, there was actually
Yeah.
multiple confrontations between Fiddler and Kalam, specifically about Kalam taking the Book of the Apocalypse, because Fiddler was really pissed about the fact that that could actually bring down the Empire.
Yeah.
Right?
So he's just
Killing
loyal
Lasine wouldn't
to the
do that.
Empire.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is he's loyal to a purpose. He's loyal to what the empire could do for the world. And, even though again it makes a lot of mistakes and it's not always led by the best people, but that it represents an opportunity for the world to be unified for a singular purpose. And he still fights for those ideals and he holds them like very dear to his heart. Whether or
Yeah.
not that's because of an overriding sense of duty or because of a need for that to be true, it's not really clear, but what we do kind of see from Fiddler, he's a character that is very much loyal to duty.
Yeah.
And I think we kind of get that. Now, as far as like Fiddler and like Kalam getting this resolution with Lasine, we don't really get that. But also, I don't know that Fiddler's express purpose is to be there to kill Lasine. I think you can make the argument that Fiddler's purpose is to make sure that Kalam can make it out alive.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I would
And
agree with that because he's not the assassin. He's just like a
exactly.
support.
Exactly. Like his job is like to make sure Kalam can get out.
Yeah.
And like now that they're in the Warren, that purpose is fulfilled.
Yeah.
But we don't really get that like what happened. It's just sort of an understanding. Like, well, if Kalam is here, Lasine is either dead or she's not. I think he does kind of say like, I think he does tell Fiddler like that he didn't kill her. Like there is that like sort of like, but
Even
like Fiddler just
yeah.
takes it in silence.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like even if it's not shown or barely briefly shown, I think that we are just supposed to kind of understand that they probably did have that conversation.
Yeah.
I'm under the impression that Fiddler now knows that Dujek, what Callum knows. I don't think Fiddler is just going in without that knowledge. I could be wrong. To me, it just seems like they probably did mention that in passing when they were there, but maybe not. But that's what I'm under the assumption of. But
And I think that's fair. I mean, because there is kind of this thing of like, we don't need the author to repeat everything we already know, even if it serves the purpose of clarifying what the characters know. I think, especially in this moment, it's totally okay if Fiddler doesn't know or does know. And if he does know, it can be free from Kalam. It doesn't have to be written out in this case because really that's not really the point, right? Because now they're going to be splitting off in their own different directions again. But I think like I don't think we're supposed to take it that that Fiddler has any interest in like fighting for Lasine specifically, and I don't think that we're meant to understand that he's also intending to meet up with Dujek. I think that like very much.
I mean, he had the opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. And so I think that it's very much that like he knows the seven cities are fallen, and he sees that as a huge injury to the Empire and one that should be rectified.
Yeah.
But like if the Empire is going to survive, that's a battle that needs to be fought, and so he's gonna go do it.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, because in the moment when I first read, I was just like, "What? Really? Are you sure? Like, is that your final answer?" But yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. So one other thing I wanted to say that was I think pretty important is that when Apsalar and Relic get their whatever we want to call it, their genie wish from Shadow Throne, that not only are they wanting to be deposited to their home, but they want all ties to Ascendants severed. All of them. To Cotillion, to Shadow Throne, everything. No more Ascendants. They just want to go home. And he seemingly agrees to that and sends them there. With Cotillion now finally completely... I don't know... I'm assuming it's not like a memory wipe, but it could be. But like his memories within her, maybe she won't get any new ones, is what I'm guessing. But we also don't know if that is going to take out the Candle Witch. Because she's technically wasn't an Ascendant, at least as far as we know.
Yeah.
So she's still in there, I think, which might be interesting. On the other hand, we may never hear. This could be their happy ending.
Yep.
Crocus and Apsalar and Relic, we may never hear from them again. And just like Callum, I'd be perfectly okay with that. That wouldn't bother me at all. But
yeah, I got the feeling that probably the most they could hope for was that Cotillion or Shadow Throne wouldn't be including them in their schemes.
Yeah.
Um, you know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
or trying to show up to hold that over her, like hold her memories
Yeah.
over her, or hold that as leverage that like she owes them something, or to come after her because maybe she knows too much. That's kind of what I took from it. Was like basically the best she can hope for is they're not going to come knocking on her door.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes
Um,
sense.
mhm.
All right. Well, part two done.
Yeah. Well, and I guess we should say because
2 hours into the 4 hour video.
yeah. So we did. We should say this because we did it for the first one. But of the storylines present in the book, this was my second favorite.
For the entirety of the book.
Yeah, for the entirety of the book, but also for this part as well. I really, they're all pretty consistent for me.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, but for the entirety of the book and for this part, I think I'm the same on all of them. You know, like certainly different parts of the book, I felt like better or worse about some of
Yeah.
the storylines.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was second for me.
I think I'm with you. This entire book, it's really close. As second and third.
Yep.
I think Callum's storyline is pretty solidified as my least favorite for the entirety of the book. For this part, this is definitely my second favorite part.
Yeah.
Second favorite storyline.
Yeah. Now I guess it's worth clarifying that part of the reason why I would say this is my second favorite part is because I am combining, like I don't just see this as Fiddler's story and resolution, but really like Mappo and Icarium's story and resolution.
Yep.
If I had to separate out Mappo and Icarium from Fiddler and Crocus and Absolar in them, like I'm a lot more interested in Mappo and Icarium than I am in Fiddler and that group. Like
Yeah.
there is definitely some comedy and some very cool moments, and I love how it developed Fiddler in particular.
Yeah.
And it also kind of gave Absolar a sense of her own agency as a character. But again, despite how much I love like what it did for Fiddler, really, I mean, it felt like a story about Mappo and Icarium.
Yeah.
And one could argue that it really didn't do much for Crocus.
No.
As a character.
Yeah, Crocus and Relic are very.
Yeah.
He's kind of just like a whiny baby. Like, I thought we were bringing her home.
Yeah.
We're supposed to bring her home. But yeah, I still liked him. I just didn't feel like if I never see Crocus again,
It's fine.
That's okay. And honestly,
Yep.
I feel that way about Absolar too. Like I found her the most interesting of those three, of Absolar, Crocus, and Relic. But it did feel like that this was Fiddler's journey.
Yep.
Right. This was when I think about his journey. It's his journey to get them home, and yeah, yeah. But yeah, I agree. I think that the Mappo and Carrion, once you combine that and they join up, it's like, oh yeah, and Isquirrel Puss is in there too, and like, oh, it's good.
And for me, it's very hard to like try to separate those two things because when you think about the character work that it's done for Fiddler, but then also Mappo and Icarium, the fact that you get such camaraderie between the three of them, that they just have that understanding as experienced soldiers, it just feels like it feels right.
Yeah.
It feels like such an extension of what's been worked on through the book. And it really, like I said, it just really brings it all together and makes it feel very special and makes the journey feel like more epic in some sense. It kind of just brings this grandeur to the whole story that makes it feel so cool. So for me, it's very hard to separate out those two things because of how entangled their stories become at the end.
Yeah,
and
agree.
I very, very much enjoyed that.
Yeah. Same here. Well, let's do it. Let's jump into I think this part will be a little bit shorter. So we're gonna talk about Felison and the Shaik reborn, possibly reborn, not really reborn, reborn adjacent, reborn Shaik partnership, if you will. But yeah, so yeah, where do we pick up at the very end of part 3? Felison, we now find out, even though we kind of speculate, but we find out for sure it is her and Heberick that walk up to Leoman and Toblakai, her basically saying like, "What's up? I'm back."
Yep. So the kind of the significance of this, of course, is that we understand that Felison is to become the Shaik, and she is somewhat conflicted about this, but at the same time also kind of needs it as well. She needs it to justify, I would say, like how they got there and the lives that were lost to get there. She needs it to justify the decisions that she's made to sacrifice of her body and sacrifice of herself, but also she needs it for the vengeance too. Like she hates her sister.
Yeah.
And like for her, I think it seems like in her mind, being able to bring down Tavor, that's the end that justifies everything that came, that justifies the whole survival and everything do to survive is just having that moment where she can stare at her sister and say like, you brought this on yourself,
Yeah.
right?
Which is gonna
And
be, I
so
mean, talking
well,
about
let's
future
go.
books, like it's gonna be such a good moment. I can't wait.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait. But yeah, sorry.
Well, it's gonna be a crazy moment just with everything we know. I mean, like, Bodden, I mean, supposedly was a Talon that was hired by Tavor, so it's gonna be a very interesting moment.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
yeah.
at the end of the, I mean, I think for most of this book, it's Felison's being a whiny little baby and a
Mm-hmm.
jerk, and like I think to a degree, understandably. And then she kind of has this moment with Bond's death, and you think that maybe she's turning a corner a little bit, but nope. Her villain arc is just begun.
Yep.
Villain, maybe. It depends who you're siding with, right? Like, for the Seven Cities, she is going to appear a hero, but her intentions definitely, like you said, feel like she is doing this to spite Tavor, not to save the people of the Seven Cities.
Right.
And I think on their journey, so once they meet up, they're basically now journeying to this settlement somewhere in Rauraku where the army of the apocalypse is waiting, because it's just kind of been stagnant there, waiting for the Shaikh.
Well, and I think it's important to I guess I say that like this is like when we say like the army, like this is like the army,
Yeah,
right? Because the whole Duker storyline has been them facing off against one army after another, but those armies are really peasant.
yeah,
That's that cultural, religious ideal of resistance that's been harbored amongst those people for generations. It's finally coming out now with the call to the apocalypse, but those are not like trained, battle hardened warriors. Those were not like that was not like the final blow, right?
yeah,
Like this encampment of people, this encampment of like tens of thousands of soldiers, like this is the trained army. That's what we're meant to understand. Like
yeah,
this is the army that finishes it,
yeah.
right? The rest of that was just to be able to just throw
Yeah,
chaos,
it's basically
right?
cannon fodder, which is
Yeah,
crazy. But
yeah,
so yeah, they're heading there because right now they're just kind of waiting for the Shaikh to tell
yeah,
them what the plan is. And
yeah.
on their way there, I think Leomin is questioning the if Felison really is the Shaikh reborn. I think he suspects that maybe she isn't, or
Yeah.
yeah, it seems a little suspect as they're traveling. And on top of that, Heberick is now kind of a sarcastic. He's become the sarcastic, whiny little bitch, and like I don't know if I fully understand why, but I'm fine with it, I guess. But he's with them. Toblakai hates Heberick. He hates him. He's just like, can we just kill this guy? Like, can we just kill this guy? I think at one point, like Heberick says something of like, I'm like the wisdom of Shaik or something
Yeah.
of the Shaik because she's so young or whatever. And Toblakai is like, we need to kill Heberick, and Felison's like, we can't kill him because he's gonna be my wisdom, I guess. Like, and I just found that to be an interesting. Like, she is defending him at this point. But yeah, along the road, she pulls out the book. She whips out the book. She's not read from the book, and that is the defining thing that it determines her as being the Shaikh reborn, and she has not done it. And Leoman is like, why? He keeps badgering her, like, why aren't you reading from the book? Why are you reading from the book? And so what you want to say what she kind of does with them with
Yeah.
the book?
So, and I guess this will be like one of my criticisms of this whole storyline too, is that we do get this transition from Velison to Drishna that just becomes, it's a little bit, it just happens very suddenly, is what it feels like. But at a certain point in this journey, Felison transitions into Drishna. So, in a way, the Shaikh were born because the Shaikh is, in some sense, meant to be like a vessel for
Mm-hmm.
the goddess. But we're to understand that this is not quite the same way that was intended. That Felison is actually, in some sense, striking a bargain
Mm-hmm.
with Drishna rather than fully encapsulating her role as the Shaik Reborn. So that's why she doesn't read from the book, because if she does, then she would fully become the Shaik Reborn. But the others are under the impression that they can't read from the book, but Drizna, through Felison, basically chastises them as like, no, you can, and I'm telling you to do that. And so each of them open the book, and this is, of course, is what's really revealing. Now, you know, you were talking about like now, like for me, I kind of took it as,
Sorry, you cut out for a second. Talking about what?
oh, so we talk about Leomin being sus,
Mm.
and for me, I kind of took it as like it's not that he um he's not a zealot, and it's not also that he's like this like jaded character like trying to suss out
No.
Felison, but it seems to me like he has a motive. Like that's why he's involved in all this. Like there's a certain motive that he has. Maybe it's cultural or something else, but like he needs a Shaik Reborn to like serve that motive.
Yeah. Well, I think he failed in
we,
his job, right? I think that's
yeah.
part of it. He failed in his job. His job is to protect the Shaik, and he failed. I mean, she was killed right in front of him, and now I think he's desperate for her to be back so that he can fulfill his duty of being the bodyguard.
And whatever that might be, it seems to be intended to be somewhat hollow, because of course he opens the book and it does react to him, but then it reacts with blank pages, and intentionally blank pages, which kind of goes to show that like his loyalties do not lie in his faith, and that the way that I kind of took it was, it wasn't so much that there was like no wisdom to share, or that he's like this blind individual. But the way I kind of took it was almost that like there was nothing that could be written in the book, because his heart would reject any of it anyway.
Yeah.
Right. That he would be like too stubborn, or too disinterested, or too like obsessed with like whatever his motive is. He would just ignore it anyway.
Yeah, I could see that.
And so it's like the blank pages are to reflect that like there's no point in Drishna even trying to communicate something to him.
Yeah.
And that she knows that.
Mm-hmm.
And then it goes over to Toblakai, who appear pages in light, causing him to weep.
Sorry, you might need to do a cord unplug, replug,
yeah.
or something. You're starting to cut in and out a little bit. But yeah, so Toblakai reads it. Whatever he reads causes him to start, weeping.
Mm-hmm. Is that better?
For those three words. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah,
you might have to go to blue mode.
Yeah. We were talking about this a bit time about going to blue mode, but blue mode is actually just volume control on my headphones. But I can turn up the gain a little bit. I've been a little hesitant to turn up the gain. I live in
it just did it again.
It did it again. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. The last time we fixed this, it was all about kind of leaving Discord.
If you need to leave and rejoin for a second, then we could. Okay. You'll just be a blank screen for a second, and I will.
Yeah. Okay.
we'll get off. We'll get out of sync. Well, alternatively, I can pause the recording, and we can just pick back up in a second. We want to do
that? Yeah, let's go and do that.
Okay. Pause. Yet. Now we are.
We're live.
2 cuts, 1 video.
Yeah.
We're moving up in the world. No,
there we go.
Not that.
So anyway, but Toblakai opens from this book and he weeps. And so it really shows you again like how it shows you the faith of Toblakai, and also I think in some senses like a bit endearing, because his character is intended to be one whose path has been paved in blood, so to speak, but it really does at least show you that this character like really does believe in something, and believes in something so devoutly, right? And then it goes to Hebrik, and Hebrik refuses to open it. Now you're kind of talking about like Hebrik kind of becomes like the whiny one, and it does to me seem like the reason why he's becoming the whiny one is because he just has a really big problem with ascendance. And that's kind of like he's just sort of having like to like grumpily accept the fact that he's now going to be like an advisor to an ascendant, in a way. And I think he's also like sort of grumpily accepting the fact that like he doesn't really have a choice as to whether or not he lives or dies. He's sort of just at the whim now of Felison's intention to keep him alive.
Yeah, I would say less whiny, more he's very sarcastic now, and he feels very different. And it like I think the biggest thing for me is it didn't feel like a gradual transition, really. It felt like pretty 180, um, but not extremes. Like he's not on an extreme side of the spectrum or anything. He just feels like a different. It doesn't feel like Heberick to me. He's just like the sidekick now, kind of. Which yeah, I think does make sense. Of like he is reluctant to do that, and like after all of them escape, after all they've been through, now he's got to be like a sidekick to an ascendant, and he probably also doesn't know what's happening with like Fenner, and like his life just kind of sucks. Like it's sucked for a while, and like yeah, maybe he's just fed up, but it did feel like not unearned. It just felt like who this is Hebrick. Like all right, I guess I can go along with it. But before I loved Hebrick. I was for his
agreed.
journey, and here this whole part I was just like, he's there. He's there.
Yeah.
But yeah, he refuses.
I definitely agree. Mm-hmm. And so, and then again, Fellison doesn't open the book. They go to the encampment, and Fellison encounters these orphans. Specifically one of.
Sorry, before that, when he does refuse to read from it, Toblakai takes a big. He takes it's a big problem for him.
Yeah, it's a real big problem for him.
He like draws a sword on him. Goes over to basically
it's his like club of wood, right? And and that was kind of a crazy moment too, because he asked for permission to kill Heberick, and Drishna agrees, but also we're I think meant to understand that she knows that he can't kill Heberick, and she also knows that Heberick won't kill him. And so in a way, it's kind of interesting because she permits him to do what she wants, which may feel like almost like she's like crossing Heberick, but that wasn't how I took it. I think she knows fully well.
Yeah, like sure, go ahead and try, buddy.
Yeah, but it also like settles the feud because like now Toblakai knows like he can't kill Heberick, and it doesn't matter whether or not he wants to. Like he can't do it.
Yeah, because he like the sword's coming down or the club or whatever, and he just basically like catches it with his ghost hand and just like smacks him away. Like
he just throws him. Yeah, he throws him like it's nothing. Yeah. I mean, at one point I'm like, maybe Toblakai is dead, but then you get like, no, he's not dead.
He's like way off in the sand, and he's just like, It's almost there is almost some comedy to it.
Yeah, there's like this Austin Powers moment of like, I'm not dead yet.
Yeah. But yeah, sorry to interrupt. I just thought that, because that does kind of end the feud, and I think it's like a kind of an important moment or what have you before they do reach, because their feuds are now done. Essentially, this group's feuds are finished and wrapped up as they make it to the settlement.
Yep. Yeah. And they find this orphan girl who's standing guard with the spear, who has no name because her parents died before they could give her a name. And Fellison, rather Drishna, adopts her. And then she presents herself, and she's actually told that she's supposed to present herself to the three high mages, which essentially have been leading in her absence. And who we know like served alongside the Shaikh before. And rather than doing that, she actually addresses the people first. And we get this this really epic moment where as the people kneel, the three high mages don't.
Yeah, there's kind of back pretty far too. They're just kind of in the background watching.
Yep. But even so, she can identify each one individually and like is able to stare at them and like through will, because I mean she is an ascendant after all, like will her intention and thoughts like into each of them, and one by one they bow to her, like they kneel to her. And this kind of the epic moment because we find out that all three of them have essentially no loyalties to her at all.
Yeah.
One of them like has been secretly working behind her back. The other one has been trying to actively kill her. And the third one only serves his own self-interest at the moment. Right. And but even so, she's like, but you all are useful. And as long as you're useful, I won't kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Politics, baby.
Yeah. And that's essentially why they kneel, because I think it seems like the third one, like Lorik, whatever his name is.
Yeah, Lorik is he's the more dangerous of the three, right?
He is the more dangerous of the three because he's very cunning. And the other two, you get this intention that while they've been like actively trying to work behind her back, like they're not very good at what they do.
Yeah.
They've always sort of believed that they haven't been found out, and then so the realization of like, no, actually, I knew the entire time because
And
you
so
guys are idiots.
yeah, and don't two of them, those two, don't they kind of willfully kneel after they do that? But doesn't she force the third Lorik to kneel?
No,
She doesn't.
no, no,
Okay.
he, no, no, no. She intimidates the first two into kneeling. The third one kneels out of a recognition, a mutual
Mm,
recognition that this can be beneficial. Because she's even like, she like for the third one, she's like, make your choice,
I see.
right, right. And so he chooses to kneel, and she's like, oh, how I've missed you,
Yeah, I will
and
say
he smiles.
this part up to here I found pretty confusing. Of like,
Hmm.
is she the Shaik Reborn? No, they just have a partnership. And then part of me was just like, all right, I have to remember that Shaik is not the Ascendant. She is the voice or the vessel, but
Yeah,
Drishna is the Ascendant, and she's
correct.
the goddess of the apocalypse. And like, but what part's Felison, and like, what can she do? And like, and it's relatively the shortest, I would say, part of this final part, and it moves so fast that I did have a hard time. Like I followed it, but yeah, those types of things, I'm just like, okay, yeah, just a lot of new, a lot of new, a lot of new. Late in the game, that at the end of the day, right, I can take away that she is now going to lead this army to fight Tavor, and that's what really matters. There's these three high mages, and they're not good. One of them's worse than the others, and that's really the important thing. But I did find it a bit confusing for this final part. But
Yeah, I agree. And pretty much my two takeaways were just that Falison was willing to strike a deal with Drishna in order to get vengeance back on Tavor,
like
and
off
whatever the
page, right? Like
yeah off page,
yeah,
we don't
and I
see it.
think that's the part because we never saw it. It just happened,
Yeah.
which that's not a critique. I don't mind when things happen off page,
Yep.
but that's such like an intricate thing that happens off page that
Yeah.
I just don't know if my brain ever caught up to that.
Yeah.
Really,
No, I think that's the thing, and then I think that whatever that bargain was, because I mean I think the reason why it happens off page is because we're not meant to know, because that's going to be something that's going to be revealed later, because we're not supposed to yet understand like the depths to, or the significance to, or the intricacies to
do you,
that bargain.
do you think that happened when she ate, not ate the fruit but drank from the water under that
I think
with
it
Hebrigan?
started.
That's when it
I think
started
that
too.
I think that helped prepare her for it for sure. And I think that maybe because here's the other thing too, right? It's like she has to have leverage to make a bargain. Presumably, her leverage is that she can be the Shaikh Reborn, that like she's been prepared for it.
Mm,
And so, for Drishna, it's like, where are you going to get your replacement,
yeah.
right? But I do get the feeling that what Felison has bargained for, it kind of feels like she's not going to get what she's not going to get what she bargained for the same way that she thinks.
What if she bargained for
Um,
Baden back?
Possibly, I think that her bargain does include keeping Hebrick alive.
Yeah. And
Yeah, I
I forgot that you had a prediction that we didn't talk about here because it was just in
mm,
speculation, but like maybe she's pregnant.
yeah. Well, I mean, if she does get a daughter,
That's true.
um, and so no, I mean, I think at this point, if she was, that may not come out, or it might, because there's a lot of things that kind of bounce around my head on this front, but I mean, so far, Erickson has shown that these kinds of peoples in his stories tend to be the peoples that are chosen for reincarnation and rebirth.
Yeah. Yep.
So there could be this thing where, like, is it possible that something might be reincarnated through Falison? Like, if she could carry a child in her womb, that it might be reincarnated, a reincarnation of something else. Like, we don't really know.
Yeah.
Um,
It
but no,
seems
but
like we're
like,
leaning towards probably not pregnant.
probably not pregnant.
Yeah.
But there is like a certain significance to her adopting this daughter, who she also names Felison, and
Yeah.
specifically, it's Drisna's choice
Yeah.
to adopt this daughter and to name her Felison.
Like what do they call her? Like younger Fellison or something? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
yeah,
The Fellison the younger.
yeah. Which is a very painful thing for Hebrick, as well. And so, and
Why?
well, so it's not specifically just that she's named Felison. It's what is the right way to say this? It is the um, insignificance the ease at which she does it.
But like what why would that upset? Yeah, but like what was Hebreck like hoping for or something? Like
So well, because so the moment that you see is like the way that Steven Erickson frames it is Hebreck realizes that the girl's name is Felison. Like Drishna's like trying to get him to guess,
mm,
and he's like, "How could I know?" And then she starts talking, and then he's like, "You named her Felison, didn't you?" And she's like, "Yeah, I did." And there's this moment of pain in him, this twinge, and she's like, "Oh, like did you think that you could have ever saved her? Like you should have realized better." And then he like breaks, like he just has this moment of breaking. And then Drishna actually feels sorrow in that moment. She's like, "Oh, I didn't," and which is kind of interesting of like, I didn't realize the extent, like I didn't realize that that would be enough to break him. Like how I didn't realize how like much that would hurt him. And then she even like realizes that there's a way that she can help him like ease this pain that he feels. And then she like intentionally doesn't.
hmm.
Um,
I like
yeah, yeah, and
I
that's what I mean is
totally
like,
missed all of that.
yeah,
I
and that, yeah, and so that's what I mean is like I think that Felison is gonna get what she bargained for, but not the way she thought. Like Drizna is like appears to now be intentionally manipulating Hebreck
mm,
as a way to hold leverage over Felison. But it appears to me like there might be a relationship between Felison and Hebreck that we don't fully understand.
yeah, I'm
But
curious too because you said like it. I guess I'm still a little confused as to like what. Why does that break? Like, why does that break him? Like,
mhm. Well, I think in some sense there's a kind of debt of like even if it wasn't as effectual as she had intended it, Felison sacrificed a lot of her own dignity and humanity. Even if again it wasn't as effectual, she did do it in order to save their party. Like there were many times that she gave of herself and sacrificed of herself because she believed that it would help Hebreck. And like we didn't talk about this, but I do personally believe that a lot of what she did, at least after they got off the ship and got to Skullcap Island, was ineffectual. I think she was giving of herself and she was letting herself wallow in depression and senselessness and purposelessness. But she was letting herself do that because she did believe that it was bringing something to Bodden and Hebreck, that they were
mm,
being cared for. And I don't think it was at all. I think Bodden was speaking true, that Benneth was just using her
yeah,
the entire time. But then the thing is that regardless of whether or not it would have helped, Bodden and Hebreck did not try to save her from that, and they did not try to convince her that Benneth was using her. They just let it happen.
they were
And
gonna
I
leave
think that
her. When
they
they were
were
gonna escape
well,
originally, she shows up.
well, they were like Bodden was never gonna
Yeah, that's true.
leave
We
her,
find
right?
out.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it
yeah,
appears that they are just gonna leave
yeah,
her.
yeah.
Um,
Maybe he would have if she absolutely wouldn't have gone, but I do think that he would have at least, and I mean, frankly, I do think he did it. I think he would have at least attempted to kill Benneth and kidnap her before giving up on her. Like he would have made that
yeah,
last ditch effort before totally giving up on her.
yeah. But like,
Because then the
so
other,
what's the significance of naming this orphaned girl Fellison? Like, how does that bring? Like, what does he feel guilt? Does he feel like what? Like, what is? Like, what's
yeah.
that doing to break him?
Well, I think what it is again, I think it's the ease at which she names the child Fellison, but I don't think she names the child Fellison out of any sense of endearment. I think the significance of naming the child Fellison and specifically trying to go that out of Hebreck is meant to communicate that Fellison is gone.
Mm. Oh, the
That like
original
that
Fellison is gone.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Drishna is like now the one who operates through this body, and Fallison has to recede into the background.
I see. Okay.
And so now it's this like understanding of like Hebreck understands like Fallison is lost to the Ascendant, and that now he has to work with Drishna. He's not working with Felison anymore. That her bargain has been struck, and that she in all efforts is gone, and that this child is sort of like representative of that, and representative of the fact that like Drishna does not hold that in any high regard. Like Drishna does not care for the debt that Hebron feels, or the guilt that he feels, or the sacrifices
almost
made.
mocking him.
In a way, yeah. In a way, she's mocking him. But I think a part of this, and again, because when I read it, it was like, oh, like I didn't expect that to break him. I didn't take that as like a, oh crap, like I said something I shouldn't have. I took it more as like she was intentionally trying to sting and just got more than she bargained for in a way. Like she stung a lot harder, but she in some sense like got the result that she wanted. Like she is intentionally manipulating Hebron. Maybe again that might be because of Felison to hold more leverage. It might also be because maybe she knows something about his hands, right? And so she needs to manipulate him to keep Fenner from interfering in what she's trying to do, or something to that effect.
Yeah,
or to use Fenner. But like she's playing games.
Yeah.
And she's playing games in such a way that she cares very little for like the trauma that they've had to endure up to this point, and I think that hurts him very dearly.
Yeah. Okay, that all makes sense. I think it was just again, it all happened so fast that like, because Drishna up until this point has not been in this book.
Yep.
Drishna as an ascendant, and I think there was a part of me that just completely. I knew she was there, but like I didn't know she was like there. I think.
Yep.
And so yeah, I think I just totally missed that. But that's nice clarification. I think the outcome I kind of ended there, but I just missed a lot of the stuff that got us there. But okay, cool. So basically, the only other thing that happens after that is she sends up the whirlwind way into the sky. And then eventually lowers it.
Yeah, we find out it's just like a massive warren. Like it's a massive gate to her warren is what it is. And I should clarify. So then once they go through the warren, literally all of those tens of thousands of soldiers are able to be transported through that warren over to Aaron. And it's actually when they're along the path towards Aaron, that's when Hebron and Felison and Drishna have that conversation about the naming of the child.
Okay.
That's when that happens, is like because they're riding along the journey, and they haven't quite made it to Aaron yet, but they're just about to, and then they have that conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll pick back up with them here in a second because that kind of everything comes to a head with the chain of dogs. So this is it. This is the well, sorry. I guess we should say where we rank this part.
This is my least favorite.
This is your least favorite of the entire book, and okay, that's fair.
Yeah, and I'm I started telling you like second and third for me, like between Kalam and Fiddler, especially specifically with like part 4, are very close. There's a lot I love about Mappo and Carium, but I do enjoy several of the elements of Kalam's story, specifically in the 4th part. Book overall, I was totally with it with Mappo and Carium all the way through. I was loving their story. I just thought that was super cool. But there's always been a pretty large gap between 3rd and 4th place for me. So I do. This is my least favorite, and my least favorite by a good bit.
Okay.
I would say, yeah.
I think this is my least favorite of this part. Up to this part, this would probably be. It may have been my favorite or second favorite. I loved from the prologue to the island and what's happened on Ototaro Island to them escaping, and they're on the ship with Culp and the Warren, and they meet up with the Talani Moss, and then they get deposited, and they meet up with all that was awesome. I loved it, and I know there's a lot of hate for Felison, and I also hate her. I hate her, but I still think she's an incredibly well written character, and I think that's his intention. You're supposed to hate her, and I think he made us do that so well. She feels like a whiny teenager that has gone through some shit, and she has gone through some shit, and I really liked that whole journey But this part, I think, just kind of like what I was saying, I just felt more confused than anything. Um, so yeah, this was my least favorite part of book 4. Overall, I think it lands third because of uh, just because of this, the weakness of this. I think I said 2 and 3 are close, and that Fiddler and Mappo Nakarium are second overall, and this is the close third, with Callum being, for me, easily the weakest. Because when I look at the whole book, I'm like, you could almost take out a lot of Callum's journey, and it would
Yeah.
be fine. I still liked it, but I was like way more invested in Fellison, Heberick, and Bodden up until this final part. But well, I think by process of elimination, that leaves both of us with our favorite part of the whole book and of part 4.
Yeah. Well, and I would like to just quickly say, in terms of it being my least favorite, there is kind of an interesting critique that there's an interesting critique to like discuss, which is like very hard to dissect, because when you come to like critiquing this part or critiquing the whole story, this is a second book of a series, but it's also its own book.
Yeah.
So, when you think about it, like if there are 4 storylines, only one of those storylines is actually unresolved. And that's Felison's storyline. It is not resolved. It is very much like only to set up a future story.
Yeah. I mean, I would say,
same time, totally fine for a second book in a series, right? Because like I do want a grand story.
Yeah.
So it is kind of interesting of like, to what degree can you critique the resolution? I would say that like in terms of it being my least favorite, it's overall because of the fact that, well, I would say personally that this is not the kind of story I'm as interested in. I like Heberick and I like what they've done, but I'm not like, it is currently a tragedy, and it seems to be setting itself up to be a tragedy.
Continue. Yeah, she's gone super villain. She's gone villain.
It is.
Yeah. But to me, like, oh man, I love a good villain. I love a villain
well,
that I'm
I don't
attached
mind a good
to,
villain.
and like, to me, like, I know Fellison.
Yeah.
And now when I think about the implications, I'm like, oh man, this is not gonna end well. But I also want to say, just arguably, and we can talk about more of this in like our review. That way we don't bog this down too much. But like, I don't feel like Mappo and Akarium's journey is resolved at all. This was like a blip. I mean, they're based off where they just end going off to do something. I don't think that's the last we're going to see of them.
Yeah, when I mean resolved, I don't mean necessarily that it's the last that we're going to see of them. I certainly think we'll see Mappo and Akarium, but I do feel like if we never saw Mappo and Akarium again, I would be okay with that. I mean, I want to see them again.
No, yeah,
but
that's
like
fair.
I feel like there's something really significant that has happened with Mappo and Akarium. I feel like
Friendship,
we're
baby.
only well, exactly, but like there's not just friendship, like there is a revelation, a piece that has come to their characters. Like Mappo is fundamentally a different person now, and his relationship to his duty is like fundamentally different. Like I feel like the Mappo who started was the guardian of Akarium. The Mappo who ends is strictly just his brother. That's it.
Yeah, I agree.
Whereas Fellison and Heberick were just at the next stage of their journey. Like
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah. But in terms of, I may be misremembering some of the story, but like, do you know the story of Orpheus?
No.
Okay, so
and I may be at Deadhouse Gates.
Yeah.
It's like, who the hell's Orpheus?
I'm pretty sure I may be misremembering some of this, but I was pretty sure Orpheus was a tragedy. So his wife dies, and she's like lost in Hades.
Spoilers.
And Orpheus. Sorry, if you haven't heard this story, it's been around for like 3,000 years, so you're a little late to the party. But so he tries to strike a bargain with Hades in order to free his wife, and he's successful in doing so. But the challenge that Hades poses to Orpheus is that him and his wife must journey out of Hades, but Orpheus cannot look upon her.
Yep.
And then I think it's like just as he's about to get out, they have like a slip, and he like turns around to look at her, and then she's lost forever.
Yep.
And so it's like just strictly a tragedy.
Yeah, like no hope really.
Yeah. Well,
hopeless.
and like there's reasons for these kinds of stories, and they convey significant, like they convey many layers of significance to us. But those are definitely the kind of stories where I'm not as interested.
Yeah.
And it very much feels to me like the way that this goes with Fellison is like she does not make it out of the encounter with Devore.
Okay.
I think that I think that ultimately it's going to be tragic. Like I think Tavor is going to be destroyed, or something like that's going to happen. But I think that ultimately, Fellison is like done. Like she is
I feel the
ultimately
total
like that.
opposite.
Yeah, I think
I
that the
feel
whole
a
thing is going to
redemption
break
arc
her.
coming, baby.
Yeah,
I
I don't
just
know.
I feel it. I feel
Yeah.
it. I think
'Cause I feel like
she's
that.
a child. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Like I think that she's gonna. I think I do think there more tragedy is gonna happen before we get to a redemption. But I feel it.
I don't.
I feely seen it,
Mm,
if you will. But that's fun. I'm glad that we feel totally opposite about
yeah,
that because that's
yeah,
gonna be fun to see how it plays out.
yeah.
But
Yeah,
um,
I'm just really worried that's what's going to be. So we get this moment where it's just like there's this confrontation, and then she's going to realize that like everything she ever sacrificed and everything she ever did was like for naught.
yeah, which
Um,
I would be
yeah,
okay with that as well. I could see
yep,
why that wouldn't resonate as much, but I'm
hmm
okay with that type of story if it's done well. And I think
yep,
here it's done well, but I also see you're not saying it's bad. You're just saying it's not your favorite, and that
right,
makes sense. But sorry to just so we don't detract too much
yeah, yeah,
more, because there's a lot of stuff that we should probably talk
yeah,
about in our spoiler review of the book as a whole.
yeah,
I
agreed.
think we should get into because this is going to arguably be the longest part. Maybe there's a lot that happens here, and I feel like we both got a lot to say here. But talking about the chain of dogs and Coltane and Duker, because
Yeah,
there's a
and
lot happens in this part.
there's a lot that happens. But I feel like that one thing we can do to maybe help with kind of guiding the discussion here is we can kind of focus on some of the I would say maybe some of the more important details through the characters. So there is a really important relationship between Duker and List.
Mm-hmm.
There's kind of an important relationship between Duker and Lowell, and then we have the relationship between Duker and Coltane.
And Duker and the
Uh,
Marine.
yep, right, and Duker and the Marine, and we did mention a little bit about the significance, but I think more of that kind of comes into the conclusion of Duker's story. But I think we can go ahead and kind of start off with Duker and List since that kind of serves as the background for many of these elements. But List has this really interesting um, experience because he gets pretty significantly injured in part three
Mm-hmm.
during that last battle. And so he has to go through a period of healing. But during that period, he becomes visited by a Jagut, some like ghost of a Jagut that
Mm-hmm.
it's not haunting him. There's something about their shared experience, the Jagut, and I think to a certain extent, there's also an element of like I think List was like almost dead. I think that's also part of it as well. Like he was nearly dead, and so this Jagut starts bringing him visions, and he is able to survive. But these visions, really like we don't know too much about it. But I think these visions will be important for something we'll probably learn later in the storyline, like in the story, like maybe with book three or something. But I do think it's also meant to convey some significance about the conflict that's currently going on compared to the conflict that happened during that time.
Yeah, it's history. We learn a lot of
Yeah.
history, and like it
Yeah.
feels like a fairly natural. It never felt lore dumpy or anything, but I think
No.
in the reality is like that's kind of what it was.
Yeah.
Um,
But I think like I don't know, maybe this is like a bit of a stretch, but it almost feel like the Jagut was preparing List for the same thing that Erickson was preparing us for, was to just understand the the event that's about to unfold and not the senselessness but almost like the senselessness to it
I mean,
that the what the Jagged basically reveals to List was that his people and if I remember this correctly because they go after his people go after the Talani Mas if
no,
I
no, no.
remember this correctly
So they're
or is
living
it the
in
other way around
solitude in like their
yeah
forests, which we
right
learn. And at this time, there are Jagged tyrants, which are separate
yep
from these people. It's just a select few of the Jaggeds are tyrants who are like enslaving all these different people. And the
yep
Talani Mas take problem with that, and so they basically go after the Jagged, these peaceful Jaggeds here in this
yeah
forest, and kill the son. We find
yep
out of this Jagged ghost in a brutal way,
Yeah.
And then continue to go after him. And so in order to stop that from happening, instead of these Jaggets saying, hey, we are not these tyrants, we're just a peaceful people, these select few, they don't represent all of us. Instead of doing that, instead of talking, they kind of just leave it be so the Talani Moss keep going after him. And so then they build up these huge walls of ice that the Talani Moss cannot get through. And then we find out, which was a really cool reveal, that Talani Moss at this time weren't the Talani Moss we know.
Yep.
And so like, oh, walls of ice, eh? Well, here, we'll just conduct this ritual that completely changes our race to these undead people that can go into the ground, basically become dirt and pop up wherever we want. So really interesting conflict between these two races. And yeah, a lot of history, a lot of information of like the Talani Moss weren't always the way that we know them now. And they did it almost as like I don't want to say like a hate crime, but like they went to that extent to just kill off these peaceful Jaggets because
they're Jaggets.
Because they're Jaggets, and that's how some of the Jaggets had oppressed the Talani Moss.
And so and I gotten a little bit off because of the method of killing. So I think the method of killing is really significant because it doesn't make sense that the Talani Moss would kill the Jaggets, but it does make sense if it's in retribution.
Yeah.
Because the method of killing only makes sense for the way the Talana Moss are. Because so the method of killing, essentially the Talana Moss version of a crucifixion, is that they use boulders that they pile on that keep adding more and more weight until finally it literally grinds the bones to dust.
Yeah.
Which would make sense for a type of killing against the Talana Moss as a way of like eradicating them. So it seems like there's some significance to that mode of killing to the Talana Moss. And then that's why they use that, or at least that's my speculation, is that's why they use that mode of killing, is it almost felt like it's some very significant form of disrespect or retribution against these Jaggets, and especially the fact that they would employ that towards a young child.
Oh yeah, brutal.
It was absolutely brutal. But that's kind of like, in some sense, my point about this like revelation is it almost feels like Jagged is like preparing List for this, of like, sometimes this is just how it is. Like sometimes, like almost like what Cotillion said, like sometimes these groups of people will just hurt other people solely because they can.
Yeah.
And it can be absolutely brutal when that happens. And that's of course what we see at the conclusion of all of this. And really for this is just like, well, why are all these people from the apocalypse like raising up? Like, because even if Malazans like took their cities, like it's been generations, and like for all intents and purposes, the Malazans are actually kind of doing their best to try to keep things neutral. And then they're just going to rise up and just like massacre everybody and commit like mass crucifixions and against children too. And it's just like, well, sometimes that's what it is. It's just senseless hatred and violence that's just unleashed.
That's a cool point. The mirroring of the crucifixion of all the innocent children that we see earlier in the book, and then the murder of the Jagged child. And like the thing that frustrates me about it, and it's not a critique, it's just frustrating. I mean, like war in general, right? I think a lot of this book is like war bad, but it's just like, why the Jaggeds? Like, why wouldn't they just talk to them, talk it out, or try? I could see if them trying, and the Talani Moss being like, no. Have you seen this Bob over here, this tyrant, Bob the Tyrant? Have you seen him? I could see them not getting on board, but they just are like, no, instead of us like speaking our case, we're just going to live peacefully on the border with these people that hate us, and like it don't work out. So it did frustrate me, like I wish they would have just tried to talk, but it doesn't end good. So this ghost is just appearing to List and like showing him a lot of this history and vision. And I think you're exactly right, preparing him for what is to come without us realizing, or without him even realizing that's kind of what he's doing. But I can't remember, was the forest, I almost want to say the forest was, I think that was after the river battle.
Yeah. So it's after Valar crossing,
Hmm.
and then before their journey through
Like the dry part.
starvation,
Yeah.
yeah, and famine, before they meet up with Carpalon, and then
Yeah.
before the other epic fights they have with Carbolo, and then before Aaron.
Yeah.
So
But
yeah, so that this is kind of just like an element of the background, and so
yeah.
there's these different elements in which Dooker is seeking out List for the visions, and these kind of things appear. And so then one of the other kind of significant relationships we have is with Duker and Lowell. And I think that one's pretty short, but really that relationship's really about showing the war
Yeah.
wariness.
PTSD. I mean, like,
Right. Like Lowell is like actively struggling
yeah.
with just trying to have hope and have faith.
Yeah.
And he's been pretty significantly injured, right, as well.
I mean,
And
they're borderline like husks of men at this point. Like,
yep, yep.
he's all but mentally checked out. And man, I love this part, this whole part. But man, I
Yep.
loved this part. To me, I feel like the way he wrote the PTSD was like brilliant. I mean, like
Mhm.
the hopelessness of it, like it felt
Yep.
so real. And Duker's feeling it too. But
And they
man,
all are. And
so yeah, go ahead.
yeah, I was just say they all are, and and I think ultimately that's kind of what that relationship's about. And sort of for me culminated in like two moments, and one of those will kind of help us like jump over to Coltane. But one of those was a moment I mentioned earlier where the unnamed Marine mentions that we fight for dignity, because I think that that's kind of it finally explicitly expressed what they all in their hearts like felt like what they're all clinging to. But then there's that moment where Duker talks about like, oh, sleight of hand, right? Like sometimes all you can really hope for is that despite all of the bad and all of the tragedy, that there's still something that can just surprise you,
Yeah,
right? That there can still be these moments of good.
yeah.
And we actually see one of those,
We
right?
see one
Which is
immediately after, which I would
Yep.
say 9 times out of 10 would annoy me because I'm like, all right, come on. You're going to tell
Yeah.
me this is going to happen. And then the next paragraph it happens.
Mm.
But it did not bother me at all. I don't know why. I was like, I needed this. Like,
Yeah.
we all needed this.
Yeah.
And it's a great moment. Yeah. It just was like, I just feel like this book brilliantly shows war and like
Yep.
the highs and the lows. And like this moment, specifically coming off of that dark of a moment to immediately like prove like that is the hope they needed in that moment. It's hilarious. Like
Yeah.
I found myself like feeling like what's the point? Like what's the point to like laughing two
Yep.
minutes later and like, oh, it's such a good moment.
Yeah. And so they have this like crazy moment with Vassal Crossing, which we'll talk more about, of course. But yeah, and so the sappers are able to like quickly throw themselves into this ambush and help to save the lives of many, many refugees. And so finally, mostly because of how many people have died at this point, Coltane's actually for the first time able to track down all of the sappers and put them into a lineup.
The few that are
And
left,
even
there's not that many
yeah,
left.
yeah, and even then, he still cannot figure out who the captain is that leads the whole group. He's pretty much convinced that it doesn't exist. But he hears these stories. He knows from what refugees have said that there was like one of the sappers in particular who really stood out. And so, assuming that they're all of low rank, he offers this individual a promotion. At which point, all of the sappers start giggling because they all know that the sapper was promoted was actually the captain who has technically been demoted.
Yeah, he immediately accepts.
He immediately accepts.
And then he's like, "Oh, by the way,"
Yeah.
which is hilarious. And then
Yeah, and like you could like I love how it's written too because like, we just know like Coltane and Duker and Lowell they have like no idea how to react to the situation.
yeah,
And Coltane's just trying to do his best to like hold composure.
Yeah.
And so he's just like, so who do you recommend should
Yeah.
be your replacement?
and then he promotes someone, and then they leave, and like kind of I think it's Bolt. Is it Bolt?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bolt, Coltane, and
yeah.
Duke are kind of all like bust out laughing.
Laughing,
Just like the silliness of the situation, like
Yeah.
especially because like the mystery of these Marines and
Mhm.
the fact that like up until this point there's all these meetings and like
Yeah.
the leader never shows up, and then it's just like, well, hopefully the new leader will show up, but like
Ugh.
probably not, and
Yeah,
then
probably not.
doesn't.
Yeah,
Continues
I
to
love
not.
it. I love how we're also kind of meant to take away that he's like totally fine with it because he kind of doesn't want the responsibility that comes with like
Oh
being
yeah,
captain. He's like,
absolutely.
wait, you're telling me you're not going to look for me at meetings anymore? This
Mm-hmm.
is great.
It's like it's your problem now. Like
Yeah,
his number two. He's like,
yeah,
it's your problem now. Like good luck.
yeah,
Um, yeah, which is just
yeah.
like at this moment of like, I don't know, camaraderie and not even hope. I don't think it instills any hope, but like just this like uplifting moment when I think the reality is all of these Marines know they're not going to make it. Even in this moment, I think they know. Most of them have been wiped out. I think there's like 12 of them left. Most of them have been wiped out. We kind of skipped it earlier, but like way up before the river, all these wounded, uh, I think it's wounded army people, right? Or is it refugees? Or it's both.
It's no,
I can't
it's
remember.
a collection of everybody. It's
Just the
soldiers,
wounded.
refugees, Wiccans. There's Wiccans on that boat.
Yeah.
It's just they meet up with Stormy Troop and Gessler, who have this kind of like crazy reaction. So first of all, they're alive, which is
Yeah,
crazy.
they're just like chilling on the
What?
river, like, or I don't even a
But
stream. What they're in a
yeah,
boat in the boat.
it is a moth in or butterfly
Oh,
infested.
the butterflies. Oh, so
Yeah,
good. I love the
yeah,
butterflies.
whatever.
Forgot about
And
that.
so yeah, it's like they like all died in the stream because it's like they're clinging to water, right? And so like they literally effectively drown themselves clinging to water in this like mass rug of dead butterflies. And so yeah, they meet up with them, and we find out that their time in the Warren, like nearly being scorched, has like changed their appearance, but also has like affected their bodies.
Yeah.
And so they are like they say that they're like close to ascendancy.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why we find this out is because Gessler in particular is like back talking Coltane and basically just like, no, you can't conscript me, right?
Yeah.
If you know, and then Coltane's like, well, what would the High Fist have done if you had told him that? He's like, well, we'd have punched me in the face, and then Coltane just lays him out. But like it breaks Coltane's hand, and we find out in this moment that although we hadn't known it before, a lot of the loyalty that the Wiccans have to Coltane is because they actually know that Coltane is like on his way to ascendancy or like near ascendancy. Like they actually like revere him and are in awe of him. They know like how powerful he is. And he like shatters his hand just to basically like I mean he makes Gessler bleed, but I mean, the damage could have been a lot worse, and it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't. And so we can see that like Gessler and Stormy and Truth, like they're different now, and we're not really sure why, but they are.
Yeah. I
But
mean, I think we're
ultimately,
just assuming because of the Warren, they
yep,
stayed on the boat, and somehow in there, and it almost seems like it makes me wonder about Bodden, right? Because Bodden
yep,
also bronzed up, got a super
yep,
tan, like these
yeah. And
boys.
I think he would have been in the same boat. It's just that Bodden,
He jumped off
uh,
earlier, right?
well, I mean, I think it's more so that he got bit.
Oh, okay.
I think it's the fact that like
Ghrelin
Grelin by
sapped it from
biting
him.
him like poisoned him just in the same way the Hebrick
Yeah, that makes
got
sense.
affected. I think counteracted some of the effects that allowed him to ultimately be burned and killed.
Yeah,
And it weakened him pretty significantly.
yeah,
And probably a similar effect would happen with Gessler, Stormy, and Truth if they were to also be attacked by Soul Taken or Devers.
yeah.
Yeah.
Another thing I wanted to note was just some more relevance to this is that they had just left Ubiyard or however you want to call it,
Yeah.
and the plan was originally to sail out the injured from there,
Yep.
but because Dum Dum Pormqual is a dum dum,
Yeah.
he jailed, arrested Admiral Knox, so the Navy's not
Yeah.
operating, and so they can't even send out. So they're from Ubiyard to Vessar, I think, or Vethar. I can't remember the names.
Yeah.
But on that journey, they're even more bummed out because they've got all these wounded and and Cormolo Dom or whatever
Corbelow. Yeah.
Corbolo Dom is like
Yep.
on their kind of meeting up with them. They're kind of like gonna meet up, and
Yep.
they don't know what to do. They're slowed down because of these injured, and so
Yep.
it's a big moment when these three sailors show up to help them out and escort these wounded to Aaron or Aaron.
Yep. Yep.
Lots of names.
Yeah. And so, and that's kind of a cool way in which a lot of the storylines do help, because like we largely find out that information as well, like from Gollum's storyline, like that corroborates this idea that, oh, this person's been arrested, like the Navy's not really functioning, and so then it makes sense that they need to find some other means, and then they providentially are able to find some other means, and in a cool way that we get to learn that, oh, these three guys are still alive.
Yeah.
Right. And so that was very, very, very neat. And it also, like, for me, especially given Warren's, like, to me, it's not, it's surprising that they're alive, but not surprising that if they are alive, where they are.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, while they did take this journey to go get Heberick, like, they do serve the military, and ultimately would have made their way to Aaron.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's like they are exactly where they would want to be, is like the way I would put it, right?
Which is how Warrens operate.
That seems to be how they operate, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of neat that that's kind of what happens here. And of course, the person who commissioned them to go get Heberick was Duker, and that's where they are right now. They're back with Duker, and so that was kind of cool too. And they even have that recognition of like, oh, yeah, like that you're the one from the beach who, like, who left, right?
Yeah.
And so that was really, really cool too.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then the slaughter happens.
Yep. So yeah, so I think yeah, so there's one thing I wanted to ask you before we kind of go through all of the stories with the Duker and Coltane. But List, so obviously this all ends in Aaron, and List is going to die. He's going to get decapitated. But Lowell, we don't get his death, right? We know that he's dead because we know he's with the Marines. We know he's with the soldiers that died, but it's not the same. We don't get like the whole List, being decapitated.
Yeah, List has like a moment.
So what do you think about that in terms of like having that moment with List where he's like going for the banner, he's going for the standard, gets decapitated. But as far as Lowell and the unnamed Marine go, we're just meant to assume that they're dead.
Yeah,
on the battlefield somewhere.
Yeah, I think in the moment I was just, even like List fell to the side for me. It was like, where is Coltane? Because at this point I don't think no, Coltane is there. But we don't know what's happened to him. And I think at that point, like, I think List makes it really clear when they separate. Because I want to say Duker is even like, come with me. And he's like, no, this is my war. Like, this is my war. And to me, it's just like, I think he died in a great way with the banner. I thought it was, I really liked it. But I just was like, what's going to happen to Coltane? Like, I got to know what happens to Coltane. And I didn't even think about Lowell. I think Lowell, I don't know. I like thinking about it now. I like that probably the final time we see him, right, is that Marine promotion. And like, to me, like, I love it. I love that's that final little moment of like laughter is the last time we see him. And yeah, I think that's a good thing. With the Marine, again, like, I almost didn't forget about her, but it didn't hit me until we see the Baccarat people find the note, and I'm like, oh, the note. He never got to read her name, and I kind of forgot about her throughout the book, and she would just show up again, and not in a bad way. I think that's just the reality of what was happening. She is unnamed. She's kind of there, and that's exactly how she was through the finale. She was kind of there and unnamed. So yeah, it didn't bother me too much. I thought it was appropriate.
Yeah, well, I thought so too, because I think in some sense, all of them that made their decision, they all knew, including List, like they all knew they wouldn't make it. And ultimately that their sacrifice was to serve the greater purpose of ensuring that the refugees made it, rather than to have some, big epic heroic moment where they, go down in glory. It really wasn't about that. And I think for List, I think more so one of the points that's going to be made is, again, the sort of tragedy that war brings, of like, here's this young soldier who died so many times during the mock combat, but then managed to survive all the way to this point, but yet to fall on the battlefield that close to the gates,
choosing to fall too. I mean, really, because he did have an opportunity to make it. In theory, like, because he could have gone with Duker.
Coltane wanted him to go with Duker.
Yeah, which at that point we don't know if Duker would have made it.
Right.
But he knows if he stays, he's not making it. So
exactly,
he chooses his path.
Yeah. And then when it comes to the unnamed marine, right now, technically, I think we do get Lowell and Bolt one last time with at that moment of the unnamed marine, where there's this mutual agreement of like, this is our duty, and our
Mm-hmm.
duty has purpose, right, for the dignity of these people. But I think that it is really important that all of them, in many ways, regardless of the war weariness that they've all felt, there seems to be a universal recognition with all of those characters that they go to their deaths, but not out of a sense of war weariness, but out of a sense of finally being able to complete to fulfill their duty and achieve that purpose to which they've so urgently sought, right? That they might be able to fight like and die to secure finally the dignity of these individuals, to get them finally to the gates where they can be safe.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was, I think, a very, very cool moment. And I think that is like a really good moment to end it on with a
Yeah.
lot of those characters. Um, and you brought up the note with the unnamed marine.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's worth mentioning that, at least as far as we were to understand, he never read her name,
He
but
never
he
read
had
her
lots
name.
of opportunities to.
Yep. But she tells him don't
And
read it till later, and I
yeah,
think yeah, he
but
just never gets the opportunity.
no, I think he has the opportunity. I don't think he wants to,
Oh
because
yeah, fair.
yeah, because I think the problem for him is that what it really shows to me is that he has the opportunity, but not the closure.
Yeah.
He's not ready to know her name, because if he knows her name, he has to add it to the list of dead,
Yeah. No.
which
Yeah.
is why she's the unnamed marine to begin with.
Yep.
That's why he never asks
He
her.
never wants to. Yeah. Doesn't
He
want to add her.
never wants to. He doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to have
Yeah.
to add her name to the list of dead.
Yeah. Brutal.
Yeah, and so he just, yeah. It's not even just that he doesn't get to know her name, but like he never gets to that place where he can find closure with everything that's happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Yeah.
and that makes it really tough too.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy. But let's get there. Let's
Okay, so
trudge through the
now,
muck.
yeah, so
The
now
bad
we
after
can go all the
bad
way
after
through.
bad.
So when they leave Ubiar, whatever what it's called, that is a really significant moment for the relationship between Duker and Coltane, because it really shows us some of the first moments in which Duker begins to believe that Coltane cannot lead them to victory, not because of any problems with Coltane, but like begins to believe that it just can't be done.
It's
Like
the
even
reality of the situation.
Coltane
Yeah.
can't do it, right? And so then we get a little bit of hope with Stormy Gessler and this Vathar crossing, but we get, for me, Vathar crossing was like one of the most interesting moments for the entire journey,
Yeah.
and could have been left out and still get this epic resolution with Aaron. But the fact that it was in there, I think, just speaks so many volumes about the world that these guys live in, that like, it was probably one of my favorite battles, because I think it really said a lot for me, that just helped me to really understand these characters and the enemies that they fight. And so I'll kind of get to talk about that a little bit more in a second, but Vathar Crossing is like absolutely brutal, and it's the first time we get to actually come to understand like Corbulo Dom as an opponent.
Yeah.
I also love that there's a very clear recognition from Duker. I think it's from Duker, who basically just like, this battle between Dom and Coltane is going to be one of wits. And the underlying indication is that, like, while Kellis Rowe is a powerful mage, he's also an idiot.
Yeah.
So it's just like, that's also part of the reason why, like, we've made it this far, because he may be very arrogant as a mage, but he is completely outclassed by Coltane.
Yep.
And like, all of us know this.
Yep.
But Corbulo Dom is like, he's
an ex.
he's something,
right?
yeah, and that's the significant thing, right? He's something different because he also is a fist, right? He also served in the same role that Coltane serves. And I also think it's important that he is a Napin, I think, or a Napon, which we don't find out until it's revealed by Felison. But that's really significant as well. I think it's called a Napon, like Naphan or Napan.
And what is that? Just someone
So
from Seven
they're
Cities, or
no, they're not. They're not people from the Seven Cities. They're from all over. But they are noble adjacent. So they are not nobles themselves, but they are people who commonly serve nobles. So, for example, Felison knows that he's a Napon because she was tutored her entire life by Napons.
Okay.
Or the Napanese, or however you pronounce it, right? But she knows them by their kind, and so that's kind of the role that they serve. So they're not nobles, but they they live amongst nobles. They serve nobles. They've known nobles their entire lives. So before I kind of get into like the significance for me of the battle, I guess it's worth mentioning kind of what happens, right? Because that will kind of lay it all out
Yeah.
and kind of set the stage for what I'm going to say, which is we have this kind of interesting moment where Duker, like in Colton, they want to know what's going on up the crossing. So actually, Gessler, before he leads the wounded off, actually takes them up the river. And I love his arrogance. They start to see some of the forces from Corbelow Dawn. He's like, we can shoot him right here. Like, and Duker's like, hold on, buddy.
Yeah,
like, we are clearly outclassed here. There was like a couple of us and hundreds of, like thousands of them. He's like, we can do it. And like, one of the guys is like already prepping a crossbow, which is just so great. But they go up the crossing. They are within bow range of the enemy forces. Nobody takes a shot. And then they come back, and then all of a sudden there's this approach from an emissary. They think that they're actually like looking for a fight, but no, it's very clear that they're looking to negotiate. And there's this very public announcement, right, that they can. The Corbelow Dom is like, hey, look, we don't need any more bloodshed. Frankly, you're probably not going to survive the wasteland anyway. So look, you can go on your way. You can make the crossing. We will not harass you. And we will meet you at Erin, and we'll duke it out there. And so then the nobles, of course, come forth, which also reveals that the nobles actually knew of this. And they're like, basically like, hey, look, we need to take this deal, right? And it becomes very obvious that actually they had been contacted first. And then, of course, Coltane's like, hell no.
Yeah.
Right? Like, hell no, we're not doing this. And so he says, no, look, you know what? We're fighting you all. Like, if it's going to be here and now, it's going to be here and now, right? But no, we're not trusting you on this. We're not accepting this deal. And then it turns out that in whatever manner they contacted the nobles before, they do it again. And basically, I guess it was like maybe the crack of dawn, or maybe I think it was like the crack of dawn.
Yeah.
The nobles try to make a break for it.
Yep.
And so they try to go for the crossing. And this is what kind of instigates like the sappers and other people to try to jump into the fray of things, because when the nobles break for it, the refugees are breaking for it too.
Yep.
And they're having to like make this journey over the crossing. And so it's a barely stable bridge for them. It's not very large. It's not very wide. And the river, I mean, is just like butterfly ridden. They can technically trudge through it. And so many people start doing it, but it's like this muck, right?
Yeah.
So they're all just like, it's like the worst possible, it's like the worst situation imaginable of like, they have this very slow trudge through this crossing, and then they get ambushed, and it's a total bloodbath, and they lose more people in this ambush, in that single ambush, than they've lost over the entire journey so far.
Yeah.
Like, most of the Wiccan clans get completely wiped out. The sappers are nearly devastated. The seventh is like nearly gone. They lose thousands and thousands of Marines. And because the panic was, the ambush specifically happened while they're in the middle of the crossing, a lot of people just get trampled into the sludge, and they're drowned through that. And
Corbelow, they had like this basically I don't even know how to describe it, a bridge that floated down the river with them just like shooting arrows and shooting arrows. And then someone, when they fell in, they had someone on the downriver with like basically like spikes, like float down, baby, come on.
Yeah, and they had people in the forest, and they had people coming around the flanks, and it's just, it is a total bloodbath. They basically have to keep fighting their way. And of course, one of the really significant moments in the fight, other than the deaths, is the fact that even the refugees recognize the severity of the situation, because that raft, for example, I think it's like the refugees who take out the raft. They start rushing. Moment. Yeah, they like rush these soldiers, and it doesn't matter if they get shot down. They don't even grab weapons. They just go in there like tooth and nail to just like tear these people to pieces, because it's their only chance of survival.
Yeah. If it weren't for the refugees rallying, it would have been a total loss. Everyone.
Yeah. And one of the most tragic moments is in the middle of this rally, we see Sormo trying to basically bring up the rear, and then he is able to find Duker, which it kind of seemed like that's in a way like what he's trying to do, like reposition, maybe to find Duker or to see if he can start to rally more people or get them through the crossing. But he's in the river, and he takes an arrow into the neck, and it knocks him off of his horse and into this muck. And part of the significance as well, and it's not explicitly said out loud, but I think we're gonna understand this is like he pushes like in one last desperate effort, like he pushes his hand out of the muck, but then more butterflies like collapse on him. And I think we are meant to understand that that because of that, that he probably won't get to reincarnate.
He gone. No crows.
Yeah,
No
no, because there's
crows.
no crows. The crows can't
He's
get to him
gone.
because he's buried under these butterflies.
Yeah.
And so
And he's an
yeah,
ancient mage.
yeah, he's reincarnated like many times. I think
Yeah.
the most times of any of them there.
Yep.
And like all of that history is just lost with him in some
Yeah,
sense.
and he doesn't even know if they're gonna make it. It's brutal.
Yeah.
It's brutal. That he
Yeah.
doesn't get to see Coltane on the way out. It's just
Yep.
this, yeah, just
Yep.
another meaningless
Mhm.
death because of frickin' Nethpara and the other
Yep.
guy, but mostly Nethpara. I hate him.
That's what, yeah.
Um,
But they are able to make it through, and then they are able to make it to the wasteland and kind of count their losses. And that's of course just like, especially to go from that into a wasteland is
Yeah.
just
I did have a
absolutely
question.
brutal.
So that scene ends with them rallying. They're gonna make it through the forest, with all these losses. But Duker comes upon Nethpara and starts choking him out. But then someone stops him. I don't
Yep.
know if I can't remember, but I remember being like, who stops him?
It doesn't say.
We never know, right?
Yeah,
Someone
so-
stops him.
Yeah, I assume that it's either the other noble, it's a bodyguard, or it's like Lowell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, despite the fact that like Duker's like choking him out, I'm still pretty sure that if they had actually killed Duker, they would have been executed.
Who would have killed? Oh, if
Like
Duker would have killed
Nethpara? I think if Duker had killed Nethpara, they would probably give him like a whipping and then left it be. But if Nethpara kills Duker, despite the fact that he's attacking him, I think Coltane executes Nethpara.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think Nethpara was fighting back barely. He just
No,
was
no,
getting
no. But
choked
the
out.
person who choked him out, I was just like, because I was thinking to myself,
I see what you're
like,
saying. I see what you're saying.
if it was an ally of Nethpara who choked out Duker, Duker doesn't get killed from that, right?
Yeah.
So
To
it's
me,
like,
part of
why
me
did-
wonders, like, was it Coltane pulling him off? Because
It-
I don't
it
think
could-
they
it could've
don't.
been.
Yeah, I don't think they choke Duker
it's
out.
just-
They just pull him off. Like they grab his arm and
No,
pull
no,
him
no.
off.
They
I think.
choke him out. They choke him out. Yeah, he goes unconscious from it.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
he
okay.
won't let go. That's how they have to keep choking him until he lets go. He
Oh,
doesn't
yeah,
let go
okay.
until he goes
Yeah,
unconscious.
okay. Yeah.
Because he's just so mad.
Angry. Yeah, rightfully
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, but I was just like, well, maybe it was an ally of Nethpara, which it could have been. I also think, I mean, my initial reaction was that it was Lowell. Like that it was Lowell. who took him
someone
out.
like an ally of Duker. Yeah,
Yeah.
that me too.
Yeah, but
just
even if
like-
it
yeah.
was, even if it was like the other guy or a bodyguard, I don't think they would kill Duker because I do think that if they had, Coltane would have executed them. Like I don't think
Yeah,
they make it out of that
yeah,
alive.
I can see it.
Yeah. So
So after
anyways-
this is when he promotes the Marine, right?
Yep,
I'm pretty sure
yep,
they go through
yep,
that,
exactly.
and then they're
And then they go in the
journeying
wasteland.
on. Yeah, the dry wasteland where people are just dropping like flies. There's no
Yeah.
water, there's no food. They're just dying. And they're already whittled down to like next to nothing, and dying every day, dying.
So do you want to hear real quick before we go further why I like the Vathar crossing so much?
Yes.
Okay, so this is why I like it so much and why I think it's super significant and super telling about like Corbeau Dom and the fact that he's in the pond. They mentioned that this was going to be a battle of wits. I think that the Vathar crossing ambush was completely engineered by Corbeau Dom and specifically engineered in a way that he made that happen and worked to make that happen because he knew the nobles would go for it because he has that much I wouldn't say hatred, but he has that much despise in his heart for the nobles that he knew that if he had approached them with a deal and then actively got Coltane to spite them and then gave them a second offer, that they would bolt. Because even though it makes no sense, it puts them and everybody in jeopardy, they would do it. And even if like they wouldn't do it, he believes in his heart that they would because he hates them. And like for me in that moment when they bolted, like it just brought up everything from Gardens and from Deadhouse Gates about how the Malazan Empire has been so specific about like actually massacring their own noble houses. And it was just like in that moment, I was like this is why, like this is what the Malazan Empire and the people in Malazan Empire think of their nobility.
Yeah.
Is just like the way they think of them is like if you were to stack four nobles against 10,000 refugees, the nobles choose themselves every single time.
Yeah, they suck.
And they will choose themselves here and it will allow us to kill them. Like that's how we get Coltane, because Coltane will not have killed their nobles.
Yep.
And even though, and Coltane doesn't, he doesn't like these guys, but he doesn't have that like cultural despise of them because he's a Wiccan. He comes from a different culture.
Yeah.
That this guy would as not just a Malazan and like an ex-Fist, but like specifically as a people, as like one of those people who has like culturally served, like a race of people that serve these nobles. Like he's like, it's not just about beating Coltane. It's like specifically about going after these guys and using them as the means to tear this down, because it's like their rotten core that for him like justifies ripping all this apart.
Yeah.
Right? It's like they represent every reason why the Malazan Empire should go down.
Yeah.
And it's just like it's not just once too, right? Because we don't know what Pormqual's background is, but like that's also the same thing that he does to take out Pormqual. It's like all about just going after these blackened hearts and using them to defeat his enemies, but also using that as a way to justify why they all need to die.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just,
No, I agree.
yeah.
I thought
And
it was
like
awesome.
that, I love that for just like really filling out the like lore and like the culture of these people. And that resonated with me. I was eating lunch, as having some tacos while I was reading that. I was just like, man, that is, I mean, we don't know because it's not said, but just like that felt so personal.
Yeah. Yeah. Clearly he is a smart, smart commander. And yeah, I agree. And yeah, the stupid nobles. Yeah, I'm here for it. Take them out. Take them out. But yeah, I also thought it was just the best written battle of the ones that we, the least confusing, the most stakes, I think, and just the best overall. Even going, including the final fights, or the ones we're about to talk about. The one that we're about to talk about is my least favorite. It's pretty quick, but basically, so they're on the plains. Everyone's dying, and then we find out Corbolodom is still running after them, and his army is like quadrupled in size. But he's picked up all these tribes on the way. They're slowing down. They're dying, and then what do you know? It's the super magical traveling caravan man. What was his name again?
Carpelon Demisand.
Carpelon Demisand. And this one is a bit more of like, you in dire need, eh? Well, here I am. I'm going to show up and I'm going to give everybody food and water, which has happened before, right? They've been dying of thirst and they found that water underground. And that felt way more realistic to me than like this dude's like, you're about to die, eh? Here I am. But it's again, it's not that bad. It doesn't bother me that much. But yeah, he shows up, and this is when we learn about, for the first time, Lysine and Dujek's agreement. And basically he's just like, because they're like, wait a minute, you're from Darujistan? But wasn't Lysine working against Darujistan? And then he tells them about the Panyan Seer or whatever they're called. Yeah. And basically he's just like, yeah, so Lysine, I mean, she cannot lose Coltane. So here's a gift. Wear it around your neck. It's a little vial with fog. Do not stop wearing it. Whatever you do not stop wearing it. And then he gives them food and water, and then they peace out. Yep. And so then, basically, the next day, they're all rejuvenated, and Coltane, crack of dawn, he's like, we're going now. And they go off and fight immediately. And it's looking grim. It's looking really grim. And then I don't remember all the tribes' names because there's a lot of them, but basically this one tribe comes up and basically say to them like, we've been waiting for this day where the strongest tribe of the Odhan will be determined, and today's that day. And then this tribe ends up helping the chain of dogs by taking out like 3 significant areas of battle,
Yeah.
3 other
And
tribes essentially.
yeah, well, and we're meant to. I think we're meant to understand that like they actually like exterminate the Semk, because
Yeah,
we have like the whole
3
Semk
of them.
god. Yeah, and it's not just the Semk, but yeah, I think we're meant to understand like they pretty much completely wipe out like 3 tribes. Like,
Yeah.
just they're done.
Yep, and then they come back, and this part I'm curious to hear what you think, because they show back up and Coltane's like, well, I guess it was you guys, and they're like,
Yep.
no, it's the Wiccans. It
Yeah.
gave me the like I don't know if you remember in the scene of Game of Thrones. This is not a spoiler. There's just a moment where they're sitting around the table trying to determine the King of the North, and then they do determine. They're like, the King of the North.
Yeah.
The King of the North. And this is like everyone just out of nowhere is like, it's not us. It's the Wiccans. The Wiccans. And I just was like, is it the Wiccans? Like, and this is coming off the conversation where we learn the way that Lysine operates is by making these bargains and alliances with enemies to help benefit them both against more common enemies. And that's exactly what I think we are to assume that she's done with this tribe, is bargain with them to help, I think. But even still, like are they part of the are they considering themselves part of the Wiccans now, or they're just like, no, you're the strongest? They're not even one of the tribes. Like, I just don't. What's the message there? Like, what is it? Because I was just like, all right, okay.
Yeah. So like the thing I got from that was something that we actually get later from Duker, when they're like wondering whether or not they'll even be able to have safe passage to Aaron, and they're like, well, actually, we've been the Malazan Empire is very intentional about trying to be generous and fair with surrounding tribes, because that's what kind of helps provide safe passage in these situations. And so I did take that as a understanding that maybe this particular tribe, like the reason why we see that here with this tribe, and also probably part of the reason why Aaron is so difficult to take, is because these tribes are not nearly as loyal to the apocalypse.
No.
Because they have spent so much time like with the Malazan Empire, trading and forming deals, that they see the Malazan Empire just fundamentally differently than a lot of their brethren around. And so
I get
and then
that.
the other
that
thing
part
is,
I feel like was clear. I think it's just in the moment where Coltane is like, it's you. You are the strongest tribe.
Yeah.
What is making them defer to the Wiccans, who aren't even a tribe? Like that, it just felt like it was like
the Wiccans are a tribe. It's just not one of their tribes.
Not on the Oath. Yeah, not on the Oath.
Yeah,
they're from down south,
right? But they would still recognize them as a tribe, right?
Okay,
Like
so
ultimately, it's just because they're just a people, right? That's what they mean when they say tribes.
But they're not native to that continent.
Correct. And so I think the thing there for me was just that, well, one, when Corbulo Dom's just like, well, you're going to join us, and then they're like, hell no, like why would we do that, right? And it's just, I think there is like, they have a rivalry with other tribes, and they're like, no, like we're not as zealous about this apocalypse, and like you haven't earned our respect. And I think the thing that I took away was when they were saying like it's the Wiccans, I think there's a recognition that Coltane and the Wiccans have done something that they at least believe no tribe of theirs could ever achieve.
I see. So they're just taking into account the whole journey, not just this battle.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Because I think in some ways it's like a repudiation of what Corbulo Dom is doing as he like spreads across the desert, or spreads across the land, like gathers these tribes. Is it's almost like, he's trying to gather tribes to the strongest force. And I think it's a repudiation of that, of like, you're not the strongest force. Like, you could not have done what these guys have done. Like, they are the stronger force. You may outnumber them, but like, you are not their quality.
Yeah.
Right.
That makes sense. It just kind of appeared of a little funky in the moment.
It was like, very nice.
Yeah. Well, just like, they could accept that they were the strongest tribe that day because they were. But instead they defer it to the Wiccans. But yeah, it makes sense. It's more of like just an honor and respect. I just didn't know if that No, I mean I like it. I was just saying I don't know if it
Yeah.
felt necessary ending a big hoorah
Yeah.
on like a big hoorah moment because that's what it does. It
Yeah.
literally ends the chapter on like the Wiccans.
Yeah. Now, I think it's
And
also worth noting that the Wiccans should not have been able to hold out, but they did.
you mean up to this
They
point or for that battle?
for that battle, they
Oh
should not have
yeah.
been able to hold out, but
No,
they
they
did.
were. It was
Yeah.
like Coltane when he leaves that morning. It is to the. Well, actually, sorry, I think I forgot that that's when he. Is it after that fight that he sends? It's after that fight that he sends him off.
Correct. Correct.
But
It's after that
Coltane, I
fight.
think, is still leaving to go essentially to his death in that moment. I think he knows.
Well, and Duker holds him back. Actually, I think that was the fight where Duker holds him back for a little bit. Yeah, yeah, and he does because that's when the other tribe shows up and is able to talk with Coltane.
Yeah,
Yeah,
is
yeah,
it that
yeah.
battle where Coltane gives Duker the necklace, or is it right
Yes.
before? Yeah, it's
Yeah.
he gives a Duker the necklace, then he goes off to fight, or he goes
Yes,
off to
yeah.
fight.
Yeah, because and then he reiterates later. He's like, no, because at that moment, I think he's just like, no, this is not what this is about. This is not how I don't trust this.
I'm gonna
Like,
go on my own terms. I think he says something
Yeah,
like along
yeah,
those lines.
exactly.
Which now that
Yeah.
we know what it does,
Yeah.
I find that really interesting. That did he know? He must have suspected. Or
I think he
something.
suspected because then, well, he says later when Duker tries to offer it back, he's like, no, you think, right, that you need me, but like what we need is our history.
Yeah,
So you have to be the one that survives. So I
Yeah.
think he suspects what that can do.
I
But
didn't. I don't know if you did, but I think it's
I
explicitly.
thought it would. I didn't think it would do what it did. I thought it would do something like it would like zap them out,
Yeah,
or because they did
exactly.
say
The
like
shaved
don't wait
knuckle and
too
the whole
long.
lock, basically, is
Yeah,
what it felt like to me. And I think it
Yeah.
was just after, um, Callum had used his something similar,
yeah,
and so
yeah,
I was like, okay, it's another. They're delivering one of those to him as like
yeah.
a get out of jail free card if you need it, kind
Yeah.
of thing.
No, I didn't think it would be like a messenger in a bottle type of thing, like what Colin. Like I thought like it would literally give somebody the ability to like pull them out.
Well, yeah, I mean that's kind of what
Yeah.
Callum's originally was. Like he would use it, and Quick Ben would come through and help them.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's
But I think,
kind of what I thought it was gonna be. But yeah, did not think at all. It's such a cool chain of events. But
Yeah.
let's. Sorry, yeah, go ahead, and then
Yeah.
we'll keep going.
And so, but I think that it's worth, even with the other tribe helping, I think it's worth mentioning that even with the other tribe flanking and being able to wipe out the other three tribes, they still shouldn't have been able to hold out.
Yeah.
Like we are supposed to understand, like the water gave them a sense of vigor that they didn't have before, and a sense of strength on the field, almost kind of like the time when they sacrificed the horse.
Yeah.
And so there, you could also maybe say that there's some recognition from the tribes that like, even though they were able to flank and do all this damage to the other tribes, that like they would not have been able to do that, except that somehow the Wiccans were able to miraculously hold the line.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
To
fair.
make that possible.
Yeah.
So I don't know, but yeah, it was a little awkward. I did feel like, and it almost to me felt like it's like if you had watched Two Towers, but you didn't get the scene where Gandalf says, like on the third day, like look, you look to the east. It's just like they're fighting about to die, and then it's like, oh hey, look, it's the horses. You know,
Yeah.
it just kind of felt a little bit like that.
Did
Like
feel a
no
little like that.
indication like that would happen at all, and then it
Yeah.
does.
I do like.
Yeah.
I like knowing that it's because it's not that, right? I think the reality is it's not that. It appears like that, but like we find out that they were sent from Jerudistan from the not a cult, but what do they call themselves? The order that Baruch or something was working for, like that.
Mhm.
So it's like they were intentionally sent with this thing before Coltane dies. I think they knew it was looking grim to basically capture his soul.
Oh,
and so,
you
like,
mean Carpelon coming?
yeah, to me, like at first when it appears, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Like, oh, how convenient.
Yeah.
But then really, because there are ulterior motives that make it more okay to me. That doesn't just feel like, okay, well, here we go. Anytime anyone's in trouble, Steven Erickson's going to be like, oh, you know who I'm going to send in? The Magical Mystery Touring Caravan. But, yeah, I think as I didn't love it until we get the resolution of what it was for.
Yeah.
Which I'm glad it happened sooner than later, because if like that happened early on like the first battle or something, I would have been like, But
yeah, I get you. Well, and when I was talking about like the horses from the east, I was kind of more referring to like the tribe
I
coming
see.
in. But yeah, and we had to kind of discuss this before, but I do feel like if Kalam had not contacted Quickben, then the merchants probably would not have visited Fiddler.
Yeah, I think so too.
And and I did mention as well that like I there is one thing that's kind of neat about that is I think it does time sync things for us of like because we know he visits both and that he's relatively quick and does so in the same journey, then we know that both of those two things where Fiddler is at the Azath and Coltane is in the wasteland, that those happen like relatively close together, like
Yep.
probably within the same week.
Yep.
Um but yeah, and so I do think that like at least to me, it seems like it could not have been the case that that was just on a whim. It seems like that was a pre-planned the thing that Lassim had already planned that
Yep.
was meant to go off at a specific time, and then very probably there was something where like it was like, hold on, we got to tack this on. Like we need you to do one extra stop,
Yep.
right?
Yep. So yeah, ultimately, while it is, it appeared to be the biggest problem for me. I mean, I think it's probably pretty clear up to this point. I love the book. It's not hurting the score or anything, but it did feel a little out of place until I learned that it was not out of place. Which it's fine, and I'm sure that that is intention. There's no way he was just like, and then they show like he's like, I'm gonna hit him with this, and no one's gonna have a problem with it. But like I think it's explained, and I think it in a good way. But yeah, the next part's pretty quick. Basically, Coltane is like, Duker, we're not gonna make it. So you need to. We're gonna take a gamble here. You're gonna go with this other clan, who has had an arrangement with Malazan in the past to escort people to Arn, and yeah, you're just you. Because of history, right? Like you said, history is what's important here. We need to tell this. The history needs to be told correctly. So you need to go. We're sending Nil and Nil and Nether, and then
The
basically
only surviving warlocks, I believe.
the only surviving warlocks.
Mhm.
The only Wiccans that go are like the young, basically like children, or I don't know if they're children,
Yeah.
but young
Yeah,
Wiccans.
they're young, fairly unbloodied, meaning like they probably have not seen that much combat because they would be like the rear of the rear, right?
Yep. And then the refugees and everyone else is staying. The what's left of the Seventh, what's left of the Marines, everyone else, we are all staying. And so yeah, he has already got the necklace. He sends them off.
Yeah.
Turns out the gamble pays off. These people house them, and it not only pays off, but they're like, no, that's too much. Let us do more for you. So yeah, that level of respect is shown again. And Coltane goes off. They're making their way down Arryn Way. They're at the home stretch, but over the hills on the left, they see smoke or dust, and they think that they are not. It's going to come down to the absolute freaking wire. And so then they make it. They make it to Arryn, and the gate is closed, and the city guard are atop the wall. And I don't know about you. In that moment, I was like, fuck. No, after all of this, they're not going to open the gates. But they do at the last second. They all make it in barely. Most of sorry, not all of them. There are some really really impactful scenes of people just like sitting down and giving up. They're so close.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see it, and they just sit down and give up, and Duker can't stop. I mean, they can't stop. And it's just like it's heartbreaking. But they do make it inside, all the rest of them. The majority of them make it. Gates are closed, and they made it. They made it to Arryn, and it was like a woo for me.
Yeah.
They made it. In that moment, I was like, Coltane and the rest, they sacrificed themselves. I don't know why I accepted that was the end of Coltane. Like, but I did. I was like, this is, he's willing to do this. Like, he won't get. To me, it was like that. It's kind of, I'm okay with him not getting an on-screen death. Like that. That's not what's important. What's important is Duker and the history and all that. But nope. Yeah. So what happens behind the walls?
Yeah. So, and I do want to kind of mention one thing with the people that were left behind is one of the things that kind of struck me was, even though they were so close, like you also have to remember too that these people have been completely devastated, and there's probably a lot of people who the only thing that really kept them going was just to know if the refugees would make it, like just to have a resolution.
Yeah.
And then once they knew that like those guys would make it, then they just didn't have anything left.
Yeah.
And so for them, like that was the only thing worth going for. And so
Yep.
they were willing to just accept their fate after that. And it's like, again, it's another part of that tragedy of war that, even though they could, even though they could have that safety too, they wouldn't. Right.
Yeah.
And they know that. And so it's really troubling. But no, this really interesting thing actually happens as they're going into the gate, which is we meet Keneb, who is a gate guard, who actually Duker manages to find a child that has been separated from her parents, and so he picks her up and then gives her to Keneb. It's like, hey, look, you need to find family for this child, if there is anybody. But Keneb basically gives us our first indication that things are not right in the town. He says, hey, look, all of us wanted to help, but we've been told that like we can't leave the gates.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean, right? Wink, wink.
Yeah.
And Duker knows exactly what he means, right? That Pormqual wouldn't order it.
Yep.
And I also think that we're meant to understand too that the gates were opened very reluctantly.
Yep.
And so they all were able to make it in. And now there actually is some time that passes. I mean, Duker almost like collapses from the realization that they've actually made it in before being summoned by Nell, I think, to the parapets where they can see off in a distance.
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, that cloud that they saw, which they did mention, like it did make sense to them why Corbelow Dom would take the slow path. But I think we're meant to understand that he took the slow path because of Coltane. Coltane led him down the slow path, right? And Coltane was the prize. So Corbelow Dom's not going to be like, well, ignore him. It's like, no, we got to get Coltane.
Yep.
Because of course we got to get Coltane because he already knows what's going to happen with Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so he goes down the slow path and is able, we finally now see Coltane's now running for Aaron with the remaining of his forces. They're doing their best to form a circle to fight off against Corbelow Dom.
Right there. They're
they're a couple of football fields away, basically.
Yep.
I think they even mentioned it. They're at most 500 yards.
Yeah.
So, or roughly 500 meters for those across the larger pond.
Yeah.
But yeah, so they're really not that far, especially for people who'd have a cavalry. Now, again, whether or not they'd be able to assist, don't really know. But what we do see is that we see Pormqual, we see Malik Rel, I think, right? Is his name?
Malik Rel.
And Pormqual is just like have an existential crisis.
Yep.
And will not order it.
Yeah,
and
Duker's yelling at him. Yeah.
Duker's losing it. And basically the only thing keeping him in check is this commander who's also like heartbroken for the entire thing, but is duty bound. He can't go against, the high fist in this. Yeah. And so they just have to sit there and watch these men, like these soldiers, get slaughtered. Yep. And they kill everybody but Duker, and we get a very sorry, not Duker, but Coltane.
Mm-hmm.
They go to crucify Coltane in a very gory and disrespectful fashion.
Yep.
But they're just blood crazed. And then we get this crazy moment where they have a longbowman, which is actually kind of neat because that really hasn't come up.
Well, before even that, the longbowman comes. The crows show up. They're going. They're going to get Coltane. And you're like, all right, well, at least.
Yep.
God, at least this. But nope.
Yeah.
Then Chemist Relo's there too, and he's using his mage powers to cut. Like they're literally torturing this man because he's using magic to not let the crows come, and Nil and Nether are weeping and screaming out, and and then this other guy, what's his name?
Squint, the longbowman?
No, the army captain that the
commander.
Captain, the commander.
Yeah, I don't remember the commander.
The one that calls for Squint, but even he's the heartbroken and. Yeah, so they call for Squint. They call for this man Squint.
Yeah.
Who comes up.
And so Squint has a longbow. It's kind of basically your English longbow. It's about as tall as a person. By the way, if you don't know anything about English longbows, these things are crazy. So when people talk about how like the English longbow is the reason why the English had one of the strongest like military forces for a long time. It's also, by the way, while culturally in England, one of the only activities you could do on the Christian Sabbath was archery. That was like culturally, you would always fire a bow on Sundays. The English longbow is crazy. It actually takes an insane amount of preparation to be able to use these. So while squint has a very funny name, we should also recognize that in order to draw one of these longbows and fire them, like this guy would be built.
Yeah.
Okay. We're talking like probably upwards of like 100-pound draw. Like it's crazy, like how these like bows are designed. Because there's not like compound bows or recurve bows. Like it's the poundage of the draw is what it is. You're not getting anything to help you out with that. And that's what's required to make a shot. That's like, I mean, it probably wouldn't have to be 110 to make a 500-yard shot, but it's from a parapet at least. But to make a shot like that and to make a shot with that kind of bow is crazy. Yeah. And of course, it's meant to be understood that they don't have many of these, but the people who they do have would have amazing eyesight and would be some of their most experienced archers.
Yeah.
And of course that we get that right away because Squint's just like immediately like at that distance, it's going to take 2 or 3 shots.
Yep.
Right. Like he just knows and then like fire away. And so part of the tragedy though is he doesn't even know what he's being asked to do. But he draws, he takes aim, he takes the shot. And then as it's in flight, right, I think that's when it kind of dawns on him like who the target is.
Yeah.
And so he's actually going to miss, which is not unexpected. It's a crazy long shot, but he's very, very close. He misses just a little bit high. And at that last moment, Coltane actually notices the arrow and is able to lift his head up with the last bit of his strength. And he takes the arrow in the head, instantly killing him. And the almost like, again, near ascendancy, the release of his soul is so powerful that it actually gives the crows a moment to swoop in and take him away.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then at that moment, of course, that confirms it for Squint, who the target was. The release of his soul is like, I killed Coltane.
Yeah. And
you can see like the conflict in him, right? That he is both relieved that Coltane would be freed of this like horror, but at the same time, like he killed a hero, like, and he knows it.
Yep. He's gone for the rest of the book. He pieces out. Yeah. We don't know. Realistically, so is probably drowning his sorrows and just figuring out how to cope with that.
He takes it really hard.
Yeah. And so for me in that moment, a brutal moment. I mean, just like awesome, but like just so frustrating and like sad. It's heartbreaking. But like you do get that release with the crows coming and you're like, all right, Steven Erikson, God damn it. Like you had to just show me this. Like, fine. All right, we're done. Nope. Yep. He's going to like quadruple down on us and make it so much worse. Because so then we find out Nethpara and friend, I can't remember the friend's name, and one other noble are like have planned to tell Pormqual, whisper in Pormqual's ear, that this was Coltane's fault and Duker's fault, and they're going to write their own history in favor of the nobles. And we find out that one of those 3 nobles who has mysteriously died was against this plan. So we know that the 2 other nobles killed him for wanting to out them, I think. And and so Duker is summoned back up. And basically...
Well, he's not summoned. The commander's like, you need to go fix this right now, otherwise you're dead.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Okay,
like he like drags him. Like it wasn't Pormqual who asked for him, or at least like our understanding is like the commander who comes to get him is like not arresting him. He's like, no, like, you need to go now. Like, do you understand what's happening? Like, you're about to be stabbed in the back. Like, all this is going to be
like a warning. Yeah. So he goes up, and I don't know if this is overnight or dawn is approaching. I think, and basically when we get up there, we find out that Malak Rel and Pormqual have devised a plan to ambush Corbolodom and his men at dawn, because they surely don't think that they would, after all of this, be ambushed. And so that's the plan. And he's like, and Duker, you're coming with me, and after that, we're going to basically imprison you or whatever. We're going to do because this is your fault. And in that moment, I think Duker, that's the first time he calls Malak Rel Gistal, I think. somewhere around that moment. And is it Keneb that hears him?
Yeah, it's Kenneth the guard who's coming back because he knows that Duker's there, and he's trying to tell Duker that he found the family
Yeah.
for the child. But then he hears just all as Duker yells at Malik Rao. Now this is of course also after Duker. Now he's on a horse, and the nobles are not, and so he uses his boots to hit Nithpara so hard in the trachea that he crushes it.
Yeah.
And Nithpara suffocates,
Dies.
dies on the floor, leaving only the other noble left there, who was, always kind of like basically bending, right? He was kind of a bootlicker for Nithpara.
Yep.
And so, but yeah, so then they're riding out, and of course, like they could have killed Duker there, but Porumkal is like, no, like, we have something else in mind for him, right? And so that's when, they ride out, and Keneb, it's too late. He hears just all, and he runs off. And so this is, I think, just meant to tell us that there's about to be a betrayal. I think that's what that's
we
really
don't
about.
know what just all. As
Yeah.
far as I know, this is the very first time we've heard this word. Just all. It's capitalized, so I don't know what. You think it just means traitor?
No, I think that because Keneb says he's heard it before.
Yeah.
And I think that it's just meant to indicate to us there's about to be a betrayal. I think that the Keneb has heard it before in relationship to the tribesmen that are now on the other side, like working for Corbeau Dom. Like I think Keneb knows that that's a word for a kind of person that serves outside, and so when he calls him, and so I think it's a kind of people. This was I don't know. I just think it's a kind of people, and Duker lives among the tribes, so like he would know that that's a kind of person, and it just seems like Keneb knows that would be a traitorous person.
Yeah.
And so I think it's just meant to indicate to us that he's about to betray. I think it's just meant to raise it, meant to be fishy.
Yeah.
So
then they go out. They go out to ambush Corbeau's men. Oh, but it's not their men that are, they get surrounded. They get surrounded by Corbeau Dom's men, and Malik is like, well, let me go talk to him. And we'll figure this out. Like, we'll just sue for peace or whatever. So he goes to talk to him. He comes back, and he's like, look, Corbeau Dom says, if we just all lay down our arms, then we'll just be taken as like prisoners or whatnot, but peacefully. And so Porumkal's like, okay, like sure. Yep. And so they do. They all lay down their arms. They give up. They surrender. And then it's revealed to us that Malik Rel the whole time has been working with Corbeau Dom, and this is the plan all along, was to get in theory the entirety of the Aran guard, everybody was supposed to be out there, and at this moment that's what they think. But Duker reveals in that moment that no, there's still the city guard back there, Keneb, and that pisses Malik off. But basically now the plan is they are going to crucify literally every single soldier, and they do, but not before Porumqual gets beheaded, because he is not even worthy of a crucifixion. There's so little respect for this man that he just gets beheaded. Boom, gone.
Yep.
And so then they crucify all of them a long Aran way. How many men? 10,000? 3,000?
10,000.
10,000 men, with Duker being the final one. And they crucify him, and he has this moment of just, I'm gonna go see my friends again, at least. It's brutal, dude. It was like heartbreaking that after all of this, but it's interesting. So he goes over. Anyways, he goes over the names of all the people he's about to see, and I want to say in that moment before his death, the jagged ghost appears to him, right?
Right. And he even has this moment. He even has this moment. Well, I was just gonna say, because I think that the jagged ghost. I think we're meant to understand that the jagged ghost was like with List up until his death, because since he's the last one that's crucified, he's actually not too far from the battlefield.
That's true. Yeah.
And so I think it's just meant to represent that the jagged ghost like visits him, kind of probably in the same way that he was with List when List died.
Shows up and he goes, "Told you so."
Well, right. I think that's the thing. It's just like he's like this is how it ends, right? Like, and there's a kind of interesting moment where there's kind of a fun, maybe not fun, but like there's a kind of a significant realization from Duker, right, of just like, well, I know that you, in some sense, like you showed me this, but
Hmm.
but at least I get to die.
Yeah, it's just sad.
Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
heartbreaking. All of it is heartbreaking, and it's crazy to
Yeah.
think about how close they were to history being so different.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so close. I mean, if those guards didn't stay back, that was it.
Yep.
And it's crazy, but so yeah, they're all dead, crucified brutally, which, yeah, no part of me saw it coming. I don't know what the hell I thought was coming, but it wasn't like bad on top of bad on top of bad on top of bad on top of bad, but then also with like kind of a little bit of hope, here and there sprinkled. I don't want to call it a happy ending, but I don't know. There is a little bit of hope, which we'll get into because now we gotta, in our longest video of all time, wrap everything up because now there's the aftermath. Tavor's off. She's sailing. They're going.
Yep.
So that happens, and then
And they're very close, we should say, because there's only actually about 300 or so guards left. Kaneba's one of them, but the commander is the one who stayed back to like lead the guards. And the walls are so high and Tavor is so close that it's going to be enough. Like they basically need to take it that day, or they're not going to be able to take it in time, and
so
they're not going to be able to take it that day.
they've ultimately failed
Yep.
their conquest, but not without being close to devastating.
Yep.
I mean, they took out Coltane, basically. The historian gone. But I think the best one to start with is Fellison. Fellison shows up. They've traveled this warren, and they show up, meet up with Malik Rel and Corbel Odam and Chemist Relo, who report that Tavor is almost there. She like sends her three mages forward ahead,
Yep.
and she can just feel the terror that they are feeling and like disgust and of I'm assuming seeing all these crucified bodies
That's correct.
and bloodbath, and then she's basically saying we're going back to Raraku. We're not fighting here. We're gonna fight on my terms when I want to fight. And so then they go back. I want to say there's something else of significance there. Or is that a different part?
I think well, for me there's like two parts of significance, but the only one that's really communicated is Heberick finds Duker's body, but he doesn't know
it's
it.
Heberick. Yeah, I forgot Heberick's
Yeah.
with her. Yeah, he's like, who is this man? He can sense it.
He can
senses
see
them.
he can basically sense like the trauma of the individuals because he can like see ghosts of the past. But when he gets to Duker, there's a massive black blind spot. Like he can't sense anything, but he knows that there must be something there.
Yeah,
right.
Like, who is this
And
man? Who is this man?
Yeah, and he's like, why can't I see him? And then there's like, he's like, does anybody else hear the laughter of a god?
Yeah, and Malik Rel's like, he's a nobody. He's
Yeah,
a nobody.
yeah,
And
yeah,
like,
exactly.
oh man, like
They even said he's just a soldier, right?
yeah, and Duker is the one that's sent to rescue Heberick. Wouldn't be alive if it weren't for Duker, and it's like, oh, they're this, everything is this close for them to having like their reunion. They never do, and like, brutal. So then they leave, and then the other group really is Mappo and Icarium. So they are deposited right there after their fast travel moment, and they are right there at the end of the crucifixion, I think, as well, or near it. And
near it, that's right.
Yeah, and this wagon rolls up, and it's Stormy and Truth and Gessler, and basically the Mappo, they've got the two dead or dying dogs in the back of the wagon, who I don't know if we ever get total clarity, but I think Mappo gives them like healing elixirs or something. He's got these healing elixirs.
He said he had some left over from the Shadow Temple, and he even mentioned that before. That's how he was waking. That's how he could wake up Icarium. So they were like, when they were talking about how like they lost their ace in the hole because they didn't have Icarium, he's like, no, don't worry, I can wake him up because I snuck some of those potions you had.
I see.
So that's what he gives. He gave them the potions he would have used on Icarium, which is why Icarium, he like tells them like, sorry, bud, you're just gonna have to heal on your own.
Yeah. But another part of significance is that they're looking at one point. I think it's Truth goes up to Duker and is like, "Hey, is this Duker, the guy we're looking for?" And Gessler and Stormy are they knowingly lie to him and say, no, it is not. It's not. It's not him.
And I think we're meant to believe that that's the whole reason why they're checking all the bodies, because they're trying to find Duker.
But why do you think they lie to him?
Because like they don't want him. I mean, he's the younger one of the group too, and also keep in mind that he was technically officially made a Marine because of Duker and Coltane. I think they just wanted to believe that Duker would manage to make it out.
I see. Okay.
Yeah,
So that's the last we see of them.
They didn't want to break that for him.
Yeah. And then really the last thing that happens, I think, and you can correct me, is another like these two like Baccarat things.
Yeah. They show up. They're called by, they are called by whatever this concoction is that broke around them.
Yeah. They're working for that order. Yeah. What was it? It's not an order and it's not a cult.
Trigal Trade Guild.
No, yeah, but who they're working for. Because it's the people in Gardens of the Moon. The guy that meets with Animander Rake. He's part of like this order. I can't remember what it's called though. But that's who.
Yeah. I don't remember items either.
Is what I was led to believe. Like that's who created this concoction, and that's who these Baccarat are kind of sent from. And so yeah, they're going looking for Coltane, and they're checking all the crucified bodies, and they open Duker's shirt, and there's the vial filled with smoke or whatever it is, and they're like, "Yep, here's Coltane," and they take the vial and leave.
And then they're the ones who realize that he has a note in his pocket.
Oh
they check all his
the freaking note, man.
Yeah, and they don't understand it at all.
No, they're like, "Who? This is their name? What is this name?" Like, and yeah, I remember the name being like, what do you remember what her name is?
Her last name is Lorthal.
It's something like something like Ly apostrophe. Yeah, I think we should look it up because it almost like it's kind of a funny name because
it's Say Less Lorthal.
Say Less, yeah, it's Say Less. I'm like, her name is Say Less.
Yeah,
which is probably not. It's probably like Celeste. But it just was like kind of super on brand, like on the nose. Say Less. Which I found funny, but I didn't actually find it funny, but because it's a super sad moment. One of the saddest moments that I didn't put two and two together until a few days after I finished it. And I was like, oh my God, the note. That's what that is. That's the freaking Marine's name that he never read. And I was like, it's brutal. And I had to relive the whole thing, and it was sad all over again. But then we get the epilogue. We did it. We're almost there. Epilogue.
So one thing I want to mention, because the epilogue is pretty straightforward. Like, we find out that Zephyr makes it. She meets up. Okay, the guy's name starts with like a B. Bristrig.
Blistrig.
Yeah, Blistig is the guard commander that stays back. So she meets up with him, and they're going to basically stage the defense of, I should say, like, basically refill the ranks of Aaron, and she takes control. And then I think the final epilogue, the actual epilogue, is I think we're supposed to understand is the reincarnation of Coltane.
Yep. And one more thing, we did find out that which I guess we can kind of intuit, but we did find out that the wounded with Gessler and Stormy and Truth did make it.
They made it.
Which
That's
is
right. They made it.
Like, for every horrible thing, there is quite a bit of hope in this book. But yeah, I think the epilogue it starts tragically of like this pregnant Wiccan, and basically we learn. I think we are to believe that if a soul is not given to this child, it will be essentially dead on arrival. There's almost like nothing going on there.
Which I think is like, it's kind of crazy, but it seems to me that like it is probably the case, like in these cultures, that it's actually possible for them to get pregnant with a not ensouled child.
Yeah,
they can then be the vessel for a reincarnated soul.
Yeah. Because it's a very like downer moment of her being pregnant until
because she knows that like it's not alive basically. Like it's not, or there's like nothing there. Like they can kind of feel that there's like there's no like soul, there's no life to it, and then all of a sudden it comes alive.
Well, the crows show up.
Yeah, exactly.
The crows come in.
Yeah, and so they swarm around her, and she has this like moment where she like has like this intense rush.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden she can feel that like the child in the room is alive. And so I think that's the way that this reincarnation happens.
Yeah.
And I think we're meant to understand that that's Coltane.
Oh yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
if it's
Mm.
not, I'm gonna
Yeah,
rage. Like, it
yeah,
better be.
yeah,
Like, I mean, the only other person that would have any significance is Sormo Enath, and like, it's not. The crows never went to him. It's got to be
yeah,
Coltane.
yeah.
And yeah,
But I do want to mention that there was one other moment that I don't know that I guess will kind of fit into like our sort of post discussion of like how do we overall feel about this part. But when Felison meets with Calistro and Corbelow Dom, I really did not like that part. Um, I mean, first of
what
all,
about it?
I absolutely hate Calistro and Corbelow Dom. Like, there's almost at this point nothing redeemable about them.
Yeah,
I would certainly like to know what the story is as to why Corbelow Dom hates the Malazan so much. But I think that his character is like as far as it's been presented so far is like absolutely despicable.
yep,
He is a commander of significant wit and competence who uh feigns honor, and I
yeah,
think that's what makes him so despicable is that he he acts as if the men that he's fighting against have this great honor, and he acts as if Coltane has this great honor, but in reality the very fact that they might have honor is like an affront to him,
yeah,
because regardless of like the blood craziness of the soldiers, like if you hold someone in that esteem, like you would not let them be disrespected to the degree. Now I do recognize that like crucifixions for them are a kind of death that they hold to be honorable versus like the decapitation.
yeah.
But like I think that like it's really just for him, he doesn't actually care about that. He is actually more upset by the fact that they might be considered honorable, that he like needs them to die in pain and disgrace.
Mm-hmm.
And so I find him absolutely despicable. But the they when they meet Felison, they have this immediate realization that they effed up big time. And they're very concerned that like she is going to hold it against them, which I think in some ways she does. I think taking them from the battlefield is very much like um, a chastisement.
Yeah,
But Kellis Rowe like immediately shows that he's an idiot, which we already knew. But then Corbelow Dom gives this. He also like after telling Kellis Rowe to shut up because he's being an idiot, like also tries to flaunt his own arrogance.
mm.
Um, and which I didn't like, but also I mean wouldn't like it no matter what because I don't think I wouldn't like anything he has to say.
Yeah,
But he says this thing where he said, "This is the new weakness of the empire. All of their good leaders are dead. Look what we were able to accomplish. This man gave us 10,000 soldiers."
mm-hmm.
When I really did not like that part. I get that he's arrogant. He's meant to be arrogant. Um, but the thing I have to look at is the fact that like while this is meant to show significance of like Coltane is dead, there's no High Fist, and Dujek has been outlawed, so it kind of makes it seem like Lysine is out of options. It seems to go against the sheer like extent of what he had to do to accomplish what he did. Like, not only did Coltane completely devastate both of their forces and get his refugees to Aaron, and they didn't take Aaron
Mm-hmm.
because of that. Um, like it took all of that to kill Coltane right there at the end when he should have been dead months ago. And this was like months and months and months that this went by. So like Coltane, even in death, has shown that like Corbelow cannot hold a match to him.
Yeah,
But on top of that, even to just get Pormqual, who is corrupted and stupid,
mm.
to like open the gates of Aaron, required years of preparation
Yeah,
of getting this Gistal priest in his order, and he would not be able. He can't even take Aaron if it's defended by 300 soldiers.
yeah,
So it kind of it seems to ignore the lived history of this individual. Like, not to be fair, they would probably be giving their character totally furious about the fact that it required all of this just to accomplish. But like the degree to which he sort of flaunted his arrogance of like, oh, this is the weakness of the empire. It's just like, seems like you're kind of forgetting that this weakness of the empire has literally been like kicking your ass for the last 2 years.
yeah,
And like it was like you couldn't even take Aaron from like the stupidest high fist that ever lived and got completely upset by a man who wasn't even a fist, like,
Yeah.
or wasn't a high fist, but like was just recently elected a fist. I kind of expected the conversation to go differently, of like him like like rebutting Fellison, of like, no, like you've just given us like 40,000 more soldiers, like, no, this is our time to strike and like take out Aaron, like we can finally end this. And it just like wasn't that. So I felt like that was really weird. I didn't really see it. Just felt like Corbulo is now like a child, like, but he's supposed to be an extremely
Yeah.
competent and witty
Well, I think there's part
commander.
of that is just like I do think there's a part of Corbola Dom that to him this was just a me versus Coltane, and he
Oh,
won.
absolutely.
And I think there is that child that like there is that immaturity of like I won. I in that means I won. Even though he didn't. I'm assuming that he does not realize what has happened with Coltane's soul. So he thinks he won, and I think there is that pettiness of like, yeah. Well, I mean, we didn't completely win, but like we won. Like I
Well,
won.
no, I mean, he definitely knows what happened with his soul, and that's why I find him so despicable. Is that, and that's like kind of also what I mean by the level of disrespect, of like to crucify Coltane. I wouldn't take as a sign of disrespect, because it, as harsh as that punishment is, it's not like crucifixions in the Roman times. Like crucifixion in the Roman times were specifically designed to humiliate,
Mm-hmm.
but the way that Corbulo talks about like the soldiers is and things like that, like it does appear that it is their form of humiliation is to desecrate the body,
Yeah.
not these crucifixions. These crucifixions are a way to enact a form of punishment, and also enact in for like fear, but not a sign of disgrace. To throw gore and to specifically try to deprive the crow so they can elongate his suffering,
Yeah.
that is a massive sign of disrespect, and very much that like childish, you know, like throwing a tantrum of
Yeah.
like,
I
I
won.
finally beat you, I
Yeah.
finally won. And that just makes like him like utterly despicable to all ends.
Yep.
But I still just expected him to handle himself like differently in front of Fellison, or just to sort of like go along with it because she's the supposedly the Shyke reborn, right?
Yeah.
But like that was also like one statement of dialogue.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just was like that was a weird resolution.
Yeah. I found it
And
weird that she wants to go back.
yeah,
Other than she and Heberick did have that conversation of like Heberick is like, do not fight your sister. Like you shouldn't do
yeah,
it. And she's like, no, I should do it because she doesn't know it's me and I've got the
yeah,
advantage. And so maybe she is just, I don't know. I'm assuming, I mean, I know we are going to find out what her plan is. And so I think it's just mostly that, like she has a plan because it does make sense for her to just take Aaron right there. I guess that is just to display how fortified this city is, that even with all these men, because the Malaz Empire does still hold Aaron after the people staying back, that they will not be able to take it. But they
yeah.
won't be able to take it and then still be able to fight Tavor. Maybe it's that. But I think strategically she knows they've got to retreat and fight on their terms at this point.
Yeah.
But
I
yeah,
think
I
you
think
also
at this
say too,
point
it's like,
Corbolo is just out of it for me. I think this was
yeah,
his story, and I don't think she's gonna. Maybe she'll use him, but I think she's got those mages. I think he's done.
yeah, I think so too, and I think that's also a big motivation for why she wants to leave. I
Yeah,
think it's, because she does not. I think maybe, or is Kellist or Camist or whatever, but she does not trust
yeah,
either of those
chemist, right?
guys.
Yeah,
And yeah, and so this is, I think, also very much about stripping them of the army
yeah,
that they've
because
amassed.
they weren't fighting on her behalf really.
Yeah,
Like you said,
exactly.
like they were just doing these were just their own kind of their own thing, rebellion against the Malazan Empire, but not under the order of the Drizhna.
Just no. Yeah.
So I don't know. Yeah, favorite part of the of part 4, and favorite part of the book because of part 4. I think this part made me realize that this is what the book was about. There's a lot of other moving parts, but like this is the story of the chain of dogs,
Yep.
and that hardship and of war and of history, and we'll go more into that with themes and stuff, I guess, when we do our review because we are approaching quite a long video here. But yeah, that just solidified my like. I will never forget reading about the chain of dogs, and that had to solidify as my favorite part of the book, I think.
Well, and I think that's one of the things that makes it the coolest is just, when you think about it, like there's that moment when Coltrane says like, no, Duker, you need to survive because the history needs to be remembered, is in very many ways too, like it's also a message from like the author to the reader of like, here's a story to be remembered,
Yeah.
right? And like although it's a fictional story for us, there's a really cool element to stories and to be able to tell those stories. And so, it's kind of including us in that of like we get to remember the story of Coltane.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think you're right. I think that's what this is it's the story of Coltane.
Yeah.
Yeah, and these refugees getting to Erin.
Yeah. I would say, well, quickly, likes and dislikes. You talked about you disliked that one part. We've talked about it kind of
Yeah.
as we've gone along. For me, my
Yep.
biggest dislike was the Corpulon Demisand in the Trigale Trade Guild, which is a hilarious Trigale Trade Guild.
Yeah.
I put it to like in a dislike for me. I've talked about why. I think now that I've sat on it a little bit and I'm okay with it for sure. Just if I'm nitpicking something, I was just like, yeah, all right. And I also didn't love Hebrick's final
Yep.
arc. I didn't quite love that like I was hoping because I loved Hebrick up to that point. I really like where we're going with Fellison personally. I know that is an unpopular opinion, but man, I love a good villain and kind of a villain. I don't even know, you know what I mean? Like I'm still at that point where like I don't know if the Molassan Empire is good or bad. They do a lot of bad things, but like I don't know if we're supposed to know. So, but I am very much looking forward to that. The set, I love the setup for her to be in this place of power, scary place of power. Yeah, I think that's. I mean, like, loved everything with the Chain of Dogs. There's a lot to love, and almost everything to love, but couple little like
Yep.
here and there points, but in the scope of things, they're minuscule.
Yep. I think overall, amazing fantasy book. Just another great addition to the series. Again, this has like Gardens of the Moon and Deadhouse Gates have been some of the best fantasy books I've ever read. Very glad that we have been reading through them. Very high, very very high for me. Like if not a 5 in terms of just quality of the book overall. And
Oh yeah,
we'll,
easiest 5 I've ever
hopefully,
given, I think.
yeah. Hopefully, and we'll get to talk about that more in another video.
Yeah.
I don't like. We talked about this before in other parts. I don't know, even after reading the entire book, if I would still rate it above Gardens of the Moon, personally. So I think there are a lot of different things we could talk about in terms of why it might be objectively a better book, both as a stand, both objectively a better book as a part of the series than Gardens of the Moon. But I think personally, I'm still a huge fan of Gardens of the Moon. I still think that was a really, really solid book, and I really liked that one.
Yeah.
And there were several things about that book that really hit for me. But I honestly like one of them, and again, it's just a little bit goofy, but like, if you give me a book with a character that has a sword that can take people's souls and can transform into a freaking dragon. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So that's
that reminded me. Sorry, we did miss one other thing. Yep. Iskral Pust gets dropped down and goes back to his temple, in which the undead
Spider Lady,
Spider Lady's there, who's been there all along, and literally he says like, oh, I can't remember exactly what she says, but he says something along the lines of like, oh yeah, my servant's gone. I guess you can take her place. And she like rages at him like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I'm not gonna do your chores for you. But then the undead dragon that was flying through the warren was, we find out, guarding where we are, I think, is where the end of the true Path of Hands ends. So he was guarding that, which, I don't know what the significance of that is, but that was like the wrap up of Pust.
Yeah. Well, and it at least open too, like, I'm pretty sure the undead dragon we see in the Azath is the undead dragon that Puss sees, but is it the same undead dragon from the Warren?
I think it is.
Yeah,
Personally,
I
I
think so
think I
too.
think it is.
Because they
Um,
mentioned something about bone casters. I think it is.
yeah, I think it is too. But
Yeah,
sorry to detract,
which is
but
kind of cool.
yeah, I think for
Spiders lady.
me, and yeah, what's that?
A spiders lady.
Spiders lady.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think for me, the cool, and we'll talk about this more in the review, but like just off the cuff, the coolness factor is higher in Gardens, but I think what sets this above it for me, this is like a 5-star book, like easy 5-star book for me, like life changing book. It might be the best book I've ever read. I just can't think of anything more. Maybe Lonesome Dove. I think it's like a neck and neck. But I think what this book does that I was missing from Gardens was emotional impact. Like I felt so much more connected to these characters, and like I said, the Chain of Dogs as a whole, as a journey, because we talked about like and I'm sure if you guys are watching, then like you'll remember me saying in the first part, like, yeah, like the battle was long, and like it was a long battle, and like then it was like, and then there was another long battle, but now that I've reached the end, I'm like, no, those were so necessary, and I'm so glad that we trudged through it with them, because this whole story will live. Well, I'll never forget it because of that. And now that I realize like that felt like it was kind of in the background for me. Like that wasn't the point of the book at that point. Now that I've reached that, I'm like, no, that was the point of this book. And I don't know if Gardens has that. Like when I look at Gardens, I can't pick out something that I'm like, oh, it was that. Like that was Gardens' Chain of Dogs. Like I just don't, I can't think of anything. And I think for that reason, and then yeah, like you said, objectively, I think just objectively, this is a better book. I think he's the writing is better, the character work is better, but Gardens does have the cool factor. There's
Yeah.
so much unique, cool. And the marionette doll, I love the marionette doll,
Yeah, yeah.
like so cool.
Yeah.
Um, but
I
yeah,
also think that there is one thing that I think is kind of like neat about gardens, which is just like I'm not a writer, right? This is not what I study, but I do think there is something to be said about like granted, there's the whole timeline of like how Steven Erickson wrote all this stuff, but
mhm.
like I think that it is a mistake. Personally, this is my personal opinion. I think it is a mistake to write a first fantasy book for a fantasy series that is contingent on the others. I think one of the best things about Gardens is that it could just be its own book.
Yeah, you could wrap it. I mean, there's a lot of unanswered things, but like not to
It-
where I need
yeah,
it.
yeah. But whereas like this one, like there's a big part of this book that's setting up for another book, right? And I think that's great for a second one as well. Like Fellison, I would not be happy with Fellison's story like ending here at all.
I mean, I
Yeah.
wouldn't either, but I think Chain of Dogs is so good that I'm
Well,
okay with
no,
it.
no, no, I think it's totally fine, but it's also a second book. But like, I think that this could be. I think one of the things that's really cool about Steven Erickson and what has happened with these books is that they both serve a really good role. Like this would have been, I think Deadhouse Gates would have been much worse as a first book because I think one of the greatest things about Gardens of Moon, like, is if you don't end up liking Steven Erickson, you can just stop with that book
Yeah,
and you can just be like, I'm going to review Gardens of the Moon on its own. It leaves some things unanswered, but for the most part, it's left fully resolved. It's its own story. It's a really neat book. And but if you read Deadhouse Gates, if that's like your first introduction, like you just can't really answer a lot of several
yeah,
things you can't really answer about it unless you start reading more. But here's the thing though, is if you're reading Deadhouse Gates, you're already in. Like you
yeah,
would not be reading this book unless you already knew you were in for it. And I think that's like, in some sense, you can think about Gardens as being like, it's the first chapter for your, in the case it's a book, but it's the first chapter for your long fantasy series. Like we know at this point now, from now on forward, if you're reading these books, you're in,
yeah,
right? Because if you weren't, you would have stopped after Gardens.
yeah,
Now, that's one of the things I love about Gardens, that a lot of times I think fantasy authors do themselves an injustice because they write these first books trying to set you up for like this whole story. And then you're going to get a lot of people read it and they're like, I don't know that I'm in for it though,
yeah,
right? And they're gonna walk away and they're not gonna feel very good about your book because of the fact that you were trying to really get them in for the long haul and you couldn't, it just wasn't for them.
yeah.
And so I think that's just I just have to throw that in there. Just big kudos to Steven Erickson. I really appreciate the way that he's approached those books. And granted, I know again timelines and things like that, but I think really worked out for the better for this series.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think Gardens is a great first book. Yeah, I'm glad this wasn't the first book, but I did end up I think liking it more. So yeah, we'll talk about that more in the review. I think let's wrap this up because we're at about 4.5 hours, and thanks for sticking with it. Sorry I was sick. Sorry that there were cuts and maybe some repetition. Sorry that it went for 4.5 hours. If you made it this far, thank you. I think the plan is we are going to do a dedicated. I think we're gonna just we'll lock it in like 45 minutes or less, full review of the book. Where that book lies. I think it'd be fun to do after we finish every book during the review, to do an ongoing ranking of the books. So we'll say where this book lands in the ranking, if it changes our opinion of previous books, how it ties into previous books. And then I think the plan is we'll take a few weeks off before we start Memories of Ice, maybe about a month. And then obviously if you've read Malazan, you know Memories of Ice is quite a bit bigger than Deadhouse Gates. So I think the plan will be, we'll talk about it more then, maybe in the review video, you and I will talk off camera and figure out a plan. But I'm guessing we'll try and be more consistent, but it might be with longer intervals in between parts, like 3 weeks instead of 2 weeks. But we are very much continuing. I think that's the plan at least. And yeah, it's been fun. I can't believe we're done with Deadhouse Gates.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Crazy. And I cannot wait for Memories of Ice. I'm stoked. So, anything else you want to say before we sign off?
Yeah, no, just again, thank you all so much. We've had lots of engagement on the videos that we've put out on Deadhouse Gates, and it's been really awesome to see just how many people who really enjoy the series coming back and kind of joining us for this adventure. And it's just, I don't know, it's definitely been very encouraging to see those comments and know that that you all are out there watching and listening and engaging with that. Very excited to start Memories of Ice. I apologize if it will end up taking a bit longer. My wife is due any day now, so that's part of what is kind of affecting the timeline. It'll probably be a few weeks before I can even get started on Memories of Ice. And then, yeah, it is a little bit bigger. So it might be like a month before we're able to put out our first video. But we're hoping to do kind of the same. Yeah, we're hoping to do the same thing. Yeah.
Sorry.
And I think we are hoping to do kind of the same thing, like part by part, discussion by discussion. And there may just be a big finale, and at some point we'll have content that rivals Lord of the Rings Extended Edition, and that's just how it goes,
I know. I was thinking at one point, I was like, I'm going to look at how long this audiobook is and see how long our discussions are in comparison. Like, I was like, could they just read the book? I think they're...
No, there's no way.
No, yeah. So the audiobook is 35 hours. We'll probably be at about 14 or 15 when all is said and done, which is still a long time. So like I think we both appreciate if you are watching. If you're like me, I mean, like, I love stuff like this, and that's why we're doing it, because like, to me it greatly increases my enjoyment of the book, even if it is generally a recap with reactions. I think for Malazan, I need it because there's so much that happens that like I can't wait to do my reread. And as soon as we're done with this, I've been holding off, but I'm going to go watch a bunch of reviews of Deadhouse. I just want to hear other people talk about it. Like, I want to, be part of that, because it's just fun to see the way people interpret things or react to things. And like, so yeah, it's just been a lot of fun. And hopefully, even though it's long, you throw it on while you're driving or doing whatever and just watch it in parts. But yeah, if there's anything that anybody has for suggestions of what we could do better or worse, I guess. Be sick better. Be better when you're sick. Stop being sick. You idiot.
No, you're doing good. And hey, we made it through all today, and you've been doing a lot better. So it's been awesome to see.
Yeah,
it's awesome, man.
So, all right, guys. Well, let's sign off. Sign us off, Ian, Professor.
Well, anyway, again, thank you all so much. This has been Hobby Vomits. My name is Ian, and this is...
I'm Matt. We are Hobby Vomits.
Hobby Vomit. Yeah. Well, you all take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.